The Healing Garden, The Healing Series, Book 2, written by Heather B. Moore, narrated by Taffeta V. Spring, 1981. 83-year-old Sam Davis has always wondered what happened to his high school sweetheart, but instead of finding the means to track her down, he's stuck in an assisted living center reliant on others around him. His grandson Wyatt questions Sam's memories, and it seems that he'll never find the answers he's been looking for. Anita Gifford, single mom in her mid-30s, is reluctant to spend community service hours at the assisted living center in their town, but her 14-year-old daughter Carly has to work off her school suspension. So instead of a relaxing weekend after a long week of work, Anita takes Carly to the center, where they meet Mr. Davis. An unexpected bond forms between the teenager and elderly man, one that might bring healing to both families, past and present. Chapter 1. Spring, 1981. Mrs. Gifford. Yes. Anita winced at the formal title because it could mean only one thing. The phone call was from the middle school. This is Debbie Nelson, calling from Monroe Middle School, the woman said in a stern tone. The twisting in Anita's stomach told her it wasn't a good news call. She walked with the receiver, its cord stretching, to look out the large front window at the small yard and cracked sidewalk beyond. I've called with regretful news. Debbie paused. Your daughter Carly has misbehaved, and she's been given a suspension by our principal, Mr. Mortensen. As if Anita didn't know the principal's name. They'd had more than one meeting. What happened? Her tone sounded sharp, but it was too late to change that now. Carly and a group of her friends decided to ditch second period and raid the kitchen. Raid? What someone does when they steal food that doesn't belong to them, Debbie Nelson said. Anita dragged in a breath and focused on using normal words that didn't involve any cussing. Where's Carly now? Waiting to be picked up by a parent, Debbie said. She said it was only her mom since there's no Mr. Gifford in the picture. Anita tightened her hold on the receiver and wondered if it would be too childish to pick up one of the picture frames in the bookcase and throw it. Or maybe she should throw a book. Something, anything. Another steadying breath. No, there's no Mr. Gifford in the picture, Ms. Nelson. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Anita hung up the phone and closed her eyes for a handful of seconds, trying to keep the scream of frustration inside. How had this become her life? Living in Seattle as a single mom? A year ago, she and Carly had been best friends, bosom buddies, doing everything together. Then Carly turned 14, started 9th grade, and poof, it was all gone. She had been swept into a new friend group and undergone a complete personality change. A furry head bumped against her ankles. Me too, Sassy, Anita mumbled, opening her eyes. The gray tabby meowed again and then trotted to the front door, waiting to be let outside. She replaced the phone receiver, then grabbed her car keys off the top of the fridge. Her hands trembled, not because she was nervous or cold, but because her anger was making her shake. Carly had been given everything in life. Well, everything Anita could provide as a single mom. She'd been able to make a career out of her creative talents so that she wasn't an absent parent. She was home every day after school. She was there every morning to fix school lunch and to see her daughter off. Anita scrounged up fun things to do on the weekends, plus stayed flexible with what Carly wanted to do. Mostly, they'd go on short road trips to check out a hiking trail, a park, a zoo, or a botanical garden. Sometimes they'd stay overnight or drive late to get back home. Anita's favorite thing to do was to not have a particular destination or agenda, just to get in the car and drive, letting adventure come naturally. Although lately, Carly had wanted to stay home on weekend nights talking on the phone if she wasn't hanging out at a friend's house. Anita had even budged on the curfew, 8 on school nights and 10 on weekends. All these thoughts spun through her mind as she opened the front door and Sassy zoomed outside. Anita headed toward her Volkswagen Bug that had seen better days. She'd bought it with her first few art commissions when Carly was a baby, and the car had been treating them well, except for this week. She'd had trouble starting it. She eyed her sky blue Bug as she approached. Would she be a good girl today? "Hello?" a woman's voice called. The sing-song tone was unmistakable. "Hi, Phyllis," Anita said to her neighbor, who stood by the mailbox between their properties. She was a 70-something widow who seemed to always be around when Anita stepped outside her door. "Want me to grab your mail?" Phyllis pushed up her gold-framed glasses. "If you're in a hurry, I can keep it at my house until you return." Anita hid a grimace. Her nosy neighbor had just outdone herself. It's fine. I have time to grab the mail." "Oh, hello there, Sassy," Phyllis said as the cat rubbed against her calves. She bent to give the cat a scratch. As Anita approached, her neighbor stopped petting the cat and snapped open Anita's mailbox and plucked out the handful of letters that were probably bills. "Thank you." Anita held out her hand. "You're heading out for some errands?" Phyllis seemed to reluctantly let go of the mail pieces. "I'm going to a meeting at the school," Anita said, and then immediately regretted giving her that much information. A parent meeting." Phyllis folded her arms, crinkling her own collection of letters. "Is everything all right? Aren't parent meetings usually in the morning?" Anita had no idea what this woman was referring to. "This one isn't. Thanks for the mail. I'll see you later." She hurried away from Phyllis and toward her car. Once she slid into the driver's seat of the Bug, she could only hope that it would start since Phyllis was still hovering at the mailbox watching. "Please start," Anita muttered as she turned the key. The engine sputtered to life, not quite the purr that would say all was well, but at least it had started. She wasn't about to be picky, and she really didn't have any extra money for a car repair right now. Not with yesterday's purchase of summer clothes for Carly. She backed out of the driveway, jostled by the eroding concrete, then pulled onto the road. The school was only a mile away, but she was already sweating with the warming April weather and didn't want to delay picking up her daughter. Her suspended daughter. Anita gritted her teeth as she pulled into the school's parking lot. Were there other parents arriving now, too? She hadn't even checked her appearance before leaving. It had been the last thing on her mind, but now that she was at the school parking lot, she knew there was a good chance of running into the moms. The women who mothered Carly's friends were all the same type of women. None of them worked outside the home, and they all seemed to have plenty of money, plus extra for hair coloring jobs, manicured nails, and clothing that hadn't been purchased from the Salvation Army. Anita wasn't embarrassed to shop at a thrift store because she wanted to cut as many corners as she could while spending any extra on Carly. Just as she pulled in, a Saab convertible flew past her, then parked in the handicap spot. Oh, and the other moms had much nicer cars. Vera Hessington climbed out of the convertible, tossed her long red hair, then practically waltzed toward the front doors of the school. Her step bounced, probably due to the fact that she wore tennis clothes as if she had just walked off the court, and she probably had. Anita imagined one of the busboys at the country club where Vera spent her days, rushing over to inform her that she had an important phone call. "It's fine," Anita mumbled to herself. She might be 35, single, and living commission check to commission check, but she was happy, generally. When her little girl wasn't cutting classes and getting suspended. She released a breath and headed into the school after Vera disappeared inside. Was it terrible just to want her little girl back? To want to rewind time a few years to when they'd check out videos together, then rush home and argue about which one they'd be popping into the VCR first? Anita tugged open the front door and a gust of musty, swamp-cooler air rushed out. The entrance was empty and quiet, which meant she could hear Vera's rather shrill voice, probably talking to the principal. "I'll make sure she shadows someone in the country club kitchen this week, Mr. Mortensen," she said as Anita approached the front office. "You won't need to worry about Samantha again. She'll be here bright and early on Monday, ready to work hard." Anita stepped inside the office, but no one noticed her. A couple of office ladies sat behind their desks, pretending not to be eavesdropping, and Principal Mortensen was nodding at Vera, a pleased look on his round-cheeked face. He pushed up his glasses and extended his hand to the other mother. "Thanks for your cooperation, ma'am. You have a great girl here, but we need to uphold the school rules. Be sure to send her back with a signed note." He flashed a smile, and Vera flashed one back. Then she turned, her hand clamped on Samantha's elbow. Both mother and daughter wore amused expressions, as if they were in on some private joke. Anita stepped aside to let them pass. Vera gave her a small nod, her pink lipstick mouth pursed. Otherwise, there was no eye contact between the mothers. "Mrs. Gifford," the principal said, turning to her. "Carly's this way." As Anita followed him down the short hallway to his private office, she noted that no other kids were around, so maybe it had just been Samantha and Carly? Anita slowed when she saw Carly. Her tear-stained face, red-rimmed eyes, and her carefully curled hair hanging limply about her shoulders. Her hair had darkened over the past year. When she was a toddler, Anita used to call her a golden girl because her hair was a shade of gold. Now, it was more of a medium brown. "Hey, Mom," she said in a near whisper, and Anita's heart completely melted. Carly might have done something stupid, but she was only a kid. A kid who was trying to figure things out and navigate friendships. "Hi," she said in a soft voice. "Are you okay?" Carly's eyes welled with new tears, and she sniffled. Principal Mortensen adjusted his glasses, then clasped his hands together. "Mrs. Gifford, you might have heard some of what we arranged with Mrs. Hessington. The girls are expected to put in 8 community service hours before returning to school. I suggest getting them all done over the weekend, or Carly will be marked truant on Monday." Clearly her daughter had heard all of this because she didn't react. Community service hours, though. It wasn't like Anita could send Carly to the country club with a snap of her fingers. They'd have to make phone calls. She met the principal's gaze. "Does anything need to be done at the school? Carly could start here." He shook his head. "Afraid not. You might check with the library or the senior center. There's also an assisted living home at the edge of town, or the bowling alley." He shrugged. "They could use help cleaning up that place." Anita agreed, but weren't bowling alleys supposed to be grungy? "All right, thank you." As they headed out of the office, the principal regaled Carly with another warning, and although Anita wanted her daughter to learn her lesson, she also felt irked. As soon as they were outside, she asked, "Was it just you and Samantha?" "No," Carly said. "Evie too. She got picked up first. It's not fair, though." "What's not fair? That Evie got picked up first? Or that you were caught raiding the kitchen?" "No," Carly said as they neared the car. When she hesitated, Anita said, "Out with it. You're going to be grounded anyway, so you might as well tell me everything." Carly ducked her head and reached for the door handle. She had to tug to get the car door open. Anita slid into the driver's side and set her hands on the wheel. "Explain, please." What came out was a disjointed story, with Carly saying that it was a dare and it was stupid and she regretted it. She relied on the sincerity of her daughter's tone, which ended in a few more tears, and she decided that the girl felt guilty enough and she didn't need to be berated more. All right, I understand doing something stupid, but please, don't do anything like that again, Anita said. You'll be grounded from those friends for 2 weeks, and you need to make the phone calls when we get home to figure out how to get those service hours in. Carly gave a nod and wiped at her face. Anita dug out a tissue packet from her purse and handed it over. While Carly dried her tears, she released the brake, then put the car into neutral and turned the key in the ignition. The engine turned over once, then died. Great, she muttered. Of all places. She blew out a breath, then tried to start the car again. Nothing. We need to jump it. Carly groaned, but opened the door. She climbed out, then braced her hands, preparing to help push. Anita climbed out as well. Together they pushed clear of the other cars, then jumped back in when they reached the slope that led to the main road. She popped the clutch and the car started. Yes, she yelled, and both of them smacked the roof of the car. It was for good luck. But how long would that luck last? I think we're going to be buying a new battery this weekend, Anita said. I hope that's all it is. Carly's tears were gone, and they weren't stuck in the school parking lot. Anita decided to be grateful for the small things. Chapter 2. An hour later, Carly came into the backyard where Anita had set up a utility table next to the herbal garden. Her latest creation was a commissioned piece from an older lady who'd wanted her late husband's likeness created out of plant material and leaves. He'd been an avid outdoorsman before his death, and the widow had mailed photos of him, along with his favorite flannel shirt. Is that from the dead guy? Carly asked, recognizing the project. Be respectful, Anita said. Carly puffed out a breath. Well, he's dead, right? What else should I say? Was her daughter really going to start with the attitude an hour after her suspension? His name was Roger Barton, so you can refer to him as Mr. Barton. Anita set down the bit of rosemary she'd been using to create the effect of hair. She folded her arms. Well? Carly shifted from one foot to the other. She'd combed her hair into a ponytail, and it looked like all the curl had fallen out. Like Anita, she had no natural curl, and it could only be achieved by wearing curlers all night, or using their old curling iron that didn't get very hot anymore. Her daughter usually opted for the curlers. I called all of the places, Carly said, her tone sounding uncertain, and Anita waited, wanting her to take ownership in this process. And the assisted living place said that I could come and play games or read with the old people. Anita winced. Old people? You mean the residents? Whatever. She tried not to bristle. All right, that's a good idea. When are you going? Carly's eyes widened. Tomorrow, I guess, but I don't want to go alone. Anita sat back in her chair. I can take you to the place, but this is your service, Carly, not mine. I have plenty to do here. Carly looked down at the ground, her sandals scuffing the paving stones. They said I needed your permission. I can send a note. Carly looked up again. I think they want it over the phone. The lady is waiting right now to talk to you. Anita shot up from her chair. You left her on the phone and waited to tell me? She didn't pause for an answer, hurrying to the back door that led to the kitchen. Hello, Anita. Oh, is that you, Carly? Phyllis had come out into her backyard, which shared a fence with theirs. How long had she been standing there, and what had she heard? Hi, Phyllis, Anita said. I need to answer the phone. Oh, you go right ahead. Phyllis held up rose clippers. I'm just trimming a few roses. By the way, Sassy is over here and I fed her some tuna. Oh, all right, thank you. Anita stepped into her house. She found the receiver on the kitchen table. Hello, this is Mrs. Gifford. Sorry to make you wait. The woman's voice that came through the phone was completely nonplussed and cheerful. No worries, Mrs. Gifford. This is Nancy. I've had a nice chat with your delightful daughter, and we're looking forward to seeing the two of you tomorrow. Delightful daughter? I think there's been a mistake, Anita said. This is a service project for Carly. I'll drop her off and then I'll pick her up when she's done. The other end went silent for a moment. Then Nancy said, I think there has been a misunderstanding, perhaps. Since Carly is a minor, she needs to have a parent in the building while she's spending time with the residents. Anita frowned and turned to gaze out the window overlooking the garden. Carly was crouched near the late tulips, inspecting something. Well, I wasn't aware of that. She dragged in a breath. I have a busy schedule just now. I'm happy to sign a permission form. You see, we can't accept that, Nancy said, her voice still kind. I understand busy. I raised 3 kids myself on my own. I've been in your shoes as a single mom. Anita's mouth parted. What had Carly told this stranger over the phone? But sometimes you have to make the sacrifice of time, Nancy said. Carly told us that she needs 8 hours, so we are accommodating your family, not the other way around. Well, this woman was certainly direct and right. I'm sorry, Anita said. I didn't mean to. I guess what I'm trying to say is her thoughts were so jumbled that she had no idea what she was trying to say. Look, Mrs. Gifford, Nancy continued in her gentle, calming voice. Carly's a good kid. You showing up for her will only strengthen that relationship as she's adjusting into adolescence. We all make mistakes. Did Carly tell you that? When her voice dropped off, Nancy said, she explained everything. And if you can agree to our terms, we'll see you tomorrow afternoon from 2 to 6 p.m., and then again on Sunday, same time. Anita had no idea if her daughter had called the other places, or if they had also required a parent to be on the premises. All right, that's fine. We'll be there tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Nancy cheerfully gave her directions, which Anita decided not to interrupt, though she already knew where the assisted living facility was. After hanging up, she found Carly in the garden. She was still crouched next to the tulips, and on her hand crawled a ladybug. The sight brought back a flood of memories of Carly as a little girl, following her around the garden, asking non-stop questions, helping to do the small tasks, and her endless fascination with the bugs. Anita's irritation abated. I talked to Nancy. Carly looked up. Next time you have someone waiting to speak with me, tell me that first. Carly nodded. Okay. I guess I have to go with you, Anita said in the most even tone that she could muster. Go get your homework done, and I'll let you know when dinner is ready. You're on cleanup duty, and tomorrow morning you'll have some other chores before we go to the facility. Carly nodded again, her expression sheepish. Then she headed past Anita, who noticed she still had the ladybug latched onto her wrist. Anita hid a smile, then stood for a quiet moment in the garden. As much as she wanted to return to her project, she should probably preempt her car's maintenance troubles. She guessed that most auto shops closed after 5 or 6 p.m., which meant she had to start calling now to track down a battery. After a handful of phone calls, she had the battery priced out. Everyone would be closed on the weekends, so it needed to be her top priority on Monday. Surely her car could behave until then, even if it required another jump start. Meanwhile, she pulled out a box of hamburger helper. Not her favorite meal, but a childhood favorite of Carly's. There was hamburger meat in the freezer, so she took it out and set it in a pan of warm water to begin thawing. She should have started all of this earlier, but Carly's original plans had been to hang out at Samantha's house tonight and have dinner there. Anita had planned on having a sandwich solo. Just as she was pulling out a few salad fixins from the refrigerator, the phone rang. She answered, and it was Samantha on the other line. "Carly, it's Samantha," Anita called out. In record time, she appeared from her bedroom. "Keep it short," Anita said before Carly picked up the receiver. "Hi," Carly said, and then headed down the hallway, the long cord trailing after her. "I can't. I'm grounded." That was the last Anita heard of the conversation before Carly disappeared into the bedroom. She wondered if Samantha was grounded. And what about Evie? Was grounding the right thing to do with a 14-year-old? Would something else be more effective? She didn't want to push Carly too far, but she also didn't want her daughter suspended from school. She began to rip up the iceberg lettuce. She'd make a Caesar salad because Carly was sure to eat that. When Anita had been in school, she'd never considered stealing or vandalizing. But then again, her single best friend hadn't been the type to do that either. So maybe she had just been lucky with her friend choice. Not that she had a ton of choices. She seemed to say awkward things in social situations, so she hadn't been the type of teenager to have a gaggle of friends or get invited to the cool kid parties. She'd kept to herself most of the time, unless she was with her best friend. The conversation between Carly and Samantha was officially past keep it short, but something tugged in Anita's heart, and she couldn't bring herself to give Carly a warning. She set the bowl of lettuce aside and checked on the thawing meat. It was mostly soft, so she set the frying pan on the stove and turned on the element. The meat began to sizzle right away, and she filled a pot with water to begin boiling the pasta from the hamburger helper box. A few minutes later, Carly came out of her bedroom, her expression sullen. Anita couldn't help but ask, "Are your friends grounded too?" "No," she said. "Their moms are letting them hang out tonight." She turned her sad eyes on her mother. "They want me to come over." Anita wished she could say yes. She wanted to say yes. But wasn't getting suspended from school kind of serious? And why were the other parents not being more strict? "No, I can't go back on our agreement." Carly huffed and walked back to her room. What were the chances she was actually doing homework? Again, an ache pinched Anita's heart as she wished she had her little girl back. She stirred in the pasta, added a dash of salt, and then used the spatula to dice up the hamburger into smaller pieces. The phone rang again, and she wiped off her hands to answer it. "Anita," a deep voice said. "How are you?" Her arms broke out in goosebumps, and she didn't know if it was in a good way. "Hi, Glenn. What are you doing?" The question irritated her because after their last date, he said he'd call her the next day and figure out something to do the next weekend. He'd never called. And now it was the following weekend, but Anita wasn't going anywhere with Carly stuck at home. Carly would probably love her to leave, so that was out of the question. Anita had attempted dating this past year. Previously, she hadn't wanted anything to interfere with raising Carly, even though she knew having a father figure in her daughter's life would be of value. With Carly's social life picking up on the weekends, it gave Anita a little more freedom than she was used to. "Making dinner," she told Glenn. "What are you doing?" His voice was a low rumble, which might have been sexy, but it was only irritating right now. "What's for dinner?" "Hamburger helper." Glenn laughed. "I haven't had that in forever. Which box? Maybe I'll come over." Anita was already tired of the 20 questions game. "Does it really matter because I don't want any company tonight? It's just me and Carly." For some reason, she didn't want to tell him about Carly's suspension. "Girls only, huh?" Glenn asked, then lowered his voice. "What about after hours? Carly goes to bed around 10, right?" They'd been on 3 official dates and a couple of meetups at city events. Anita sensed Glenn liked her more than she liked him, but that he wasn't exactly fully invested. He sort of disappeared for a while, then suddenly reappeared. They'd almost kissed on the last date, but then it hadn't happened. Anita had been disappointed at the time, but right now she was feeling kind of glad. Strange. Was her heart still that messed up from Carly's dad? Let's talk next week sometime. Anita felt more than a little hungry. She didn't want to deal with Glenn right now, which was another strange thing. When she'd met him, she'd been charmed and was excited when he'd asked her out on a date. Life had been much simpler then, and the past few hours had changed all of that. Sure thing, Glenn said in an easy tone, as if you were already thinking of someone else. We'll talk next week. Chapter 3. Hi, Gramps, how you doing? Sam Davis already knew what was coming. His grandson only called on the days he was canceling. He adjusted the receiver against his ear. Lately he'd had trouble hearing as clearly as he liked. Doing about the same as yesterday. Oh, that's great to hear, Wyatt said in a rush. Really great. Hey, look, I've had some things come up, and I'm afraid I won't be able to make it this afternoon. But I can stop by tomorrow if that's all right. I'm not going anywhere, Sam said. And he wasn't. He'd been banished to this assisted living place a few months ago, and so far, he hated it. You'll meet new friends, they'd said. You'll love having all your meals prepared for you, they'd said. There are so many activities, they'd said. You'll enjoy reminiscing with the others, they'd said. It was all hogwash, and he didn't really need to be here. So what if he'd fallen a couple of times? He'd been able to get up, eventually, and he refused to use a wheelchair. No matter how long it took him to make his way to the dining room or to the other activities, a walker was better than a wheelchair. His body was turning against him, choosing the good days and bad days without his input. This morning had been good, but with the news of Wyatt's cancellation, Sam might as well just stay in his room for the rest of the day. Do some reading, which would probably turn into napping. So be it. He reached for the book on the coffee table in front of him and turned to his bookmark. He adjusted his glasses and read a half page of the large type print, then realized he couldn't remember what was going on in the story, so he restarted the chapter. How far he got he didn't know, because the next thing he knew, he was being awakened from a nice nap. Mr. Davis, a young female voice said from his partially open doorway. It's time for our activity. Do you want me to help you into the wheelchair? Sam blinked at the dark-haired woman, trying to clear his mind from the dream he'd been having about Susan. Again. This time she hadn't moved with her family. She'd decided to stay in Seattle and attend the community college. She'd been worried about a place to stay since room and board at the college was expensive. Sam had just been about to suggest that they talk to his parents' neighbors when he'd been wakened. I'm skipping the activity, he said in a rasp. He cleared his throat. My grandson's not coming today. The woman named Ginny tilted her head, and her brown eyes went soft. Oh, sorry to hear that. But I'm happy to take you anyway. You'll enjoy yourself, and I'd hate for you to stay cooped up in your room. The whole place was like living in a coop. Before Sam could protest, Ginny pulled the wheelchair out of the corner and grasped his arm. The woman was strong, he'd give her that. Or maybe he'd weakened. Both were likely true. There you are, she said, after she'd strong-armed him into the chair. Now, would you like a lap quilt? No, I don't want a lap quilt. What was he, an old man? He tried to keep the bite out of his tone, but he doubted he'd been successful. Ginny, to her credit, didn't flinch or become upset. We have lemon bars for dessert tonight. Do you like lemon bars? I don't like getting powdered sugar all over me. She laughed as she rotated the wheelchair toward the door. I'll keep that in mind, Mr. Davis. She began to push, then stopped rather abruptly. Oh, were you in the Air Force? She must have spotted the row of framed photos that Wyatt and Paula had insisted on setting up. It was called the Army Air Corps back then, he said. Ginny reached for a photo and picked up the frame. He was standing in front of the B-29 Super Fortress with his co-pilot, Jeffrey. The man hadn't made it through the war. Is this World War II? She asked, awe in her voice. Yes. Oh boy. Did you fly in Europe? I did. Ginny angled the picture as if to get a better spot of light on it. What was that like? What was it like dropping bombs on cities? Sam asked. Hell. She set the picture down carefully. I'm sorry, Mr. Davis. I didn't mean to bring up bad memories. He was already feeling guilty about his sharp retort. It had been honest, yes, but Ginny didn't need to be the target of his bad mood. He drew in a breath and decided he'd explain. But then she wheeled him right out of the room. The hallway was filled with a few other wheelchair-bound residents also on their way to the activity, whatever that would be. Ginny was a brisk walker, and they overtook a couple of the residents. They reached the dining room, which apparently had been converted into a game room. Each table had 2 to 3 game boxes in the middle like a decorative centerpiece. Visitors were scattered among the residents. Here you are, Ginny said cheerfully. These visitors don't have family here, and they're happy to spend time with you. Before Sam could tell her to take him back to his room, she'd wheeled him to a table with a woman and a teenager. Likely her daughter, if their similar looks of honey-brown hair and blue eyes were any indication. The woman gave him a faint smile, but the teenager's eyes had shuddered. She looked about as happy to be there as he was. Hello, sir. What's your name? The woman asked. This is Sam Davis, Ginny interjected, setting the brakes on his wheelchair. She stood next to him. This is Anita Gifford and her daughter, Carly. They're here all afternoon. Now, does anyone want some punch? Sure, that would be great, Anita said. What about you, Carly? Carly looked down at her hands, folded atop the table. Okay. As Ginny bustled away, Sam got right to the point. I don't need any company if that's what you're here for. My grandson, who's an accountant, is too busy to visit. I was taking a perfectly good nap in my room before Ginny woke me up, so if you'd rather do something else with your Saturday, don't give me a second thought. Carly lifted her chin and eyed him. Sam unlocked the wheelchair brakes, then pushed back from the table. Maybe he'd get one of the other aides to wheel him back, since Ginny wouldn't take no for an answer. He'd just managed to rotate his wheelchair when the girl said, Mr. Davis, we'd like to play at least one game with you, if that's all right. Surely she'd been prompted by her mother. Sam might be a grump, but he wasn't rude. He looked over at the teenager. Her hands were clasped together so tightly that her knuckles had gone white. Are you on a mother-daughter outing? Maybe passing off something for the Girl Scouts? Carly's cheeks pinked. Not really. She gave a side glance toward her mother. I was suspended from school yesterday, and I have to put in service hours before I can go back. Well, this was interesting. You were suspended. Did you change your grades or something? The girl had the decency to look mortified. Another glance at her mother, then, No, my friends and I were dumb and raided the kitchen. Sam didn't even hesitate. What'd you take? Something good? Carly's mouth quirked. Not really. We grabbed a bag of carrot sticks and another one of green apples. Sam didn't mean to laugh. It just came out. and it was a full belly laugh, the one that hadn't made an appearance in quite some time. The other residents looked over, of course, and Ginny arrived at the table just then with a tray of punch. "Mr. Davis, are you all right?" Sam drew in a breath, nodded, wheezed, and then laughed again. Across the table, Carly's mouth opened in surprise, as if she wasn't sure that she was allowed to laugh or not. And her mother, her expression could put a thundercloud to shame. Sam grasped one of the cups and downed the punch as if he'd been crossing the desert until that very moment. "I'm sorry, ma'am," he said to the girl's mother. He used the edge of his sleeve to dab at his eyes. "Getting suspended is no light-hearted matter, but at least when you raid the kitchen, go for the dessert." Ginny looked confused, as she should, but Anita Gifford's expression cleared, and Carla's lips twitched. Sam raised a hand. "Not that I'm encouraging you to go back any time soon, young lady. The best way to get through school and life in general is to follow most rules." "Most rules?" Carly said, her voice less timid. Ah, she'd caught that. Smart girl. "Some rules are absolutely necessary," Sam qualified, "but sometimes a rule has to be broken to save a life." Both mother's and daughter's eyes widened. Laughing had put Sam too much at ease around these ladies. "Now," he said, sliding over one of the game boxes, "what do we play? Scrabble or life?" "Scrabble," Carly said immediately. This surprised him. Good choice. He pushed the game box toward her. "Get us set up and your mother can keep score. My eyes aren't what they used to be." Carly eagerly opened the box and set up the game. "Tell us about yourself, Mr. Davis," Anita said in a polite tone. "Are you from Seattle originally?" "I was born and raised here," Sam said. "Joined the Air Service out of high school to put myself through college." Carly actually looked interested. He was impressed. He gave them the shortened version of his life. Married, had a daughter, served a tour in the war, ran a furniture business after I retired from the Air Force. Then I sold my business, and here I am in my golden years. "How old are you?" Carly asked, her eyes wide again. "Carly, that's not polite to ask," her mother cut in. Sam lifted a hand. "I just turned 83. Seems I have a balance problem and my eyes are losing some vision. Can't be trusted on my own." "Oh, that's terrible," Carly said. It was probably the most accurate and sincere thing that had been said to him in a long time. "It is terrible. I have to read books with large print." Carly wrinkled her nose. "And they make me use a wheelchair in here," he complained. "Makes me feel like I'm 84. Carly laughed. Sam chuckled. Anita smiled. Maybe game night with some strangers wasn't so bad. Over the next couple of hours, they took turns beating each other in Scrabble. Carly came up with a few clever words, too. "You must be a proud mom," Sam told Anita at one point. "You've got a smart daughter who's easy to talk to." Anita's brows lifted, and Sam didn't miss the pleased look in her eyes. "I assume she takes after you, unless there's a spelling whiz, Mr. Gifford?" he asked. "My dad's a bad speller," Carly said. "I once got a birthday card from him, and he spelled sincerely wrong. Turns out that was the last time I heard from him." Sam blinked. "What?" Then his mind clicked. "Oh, are your parents—" Carly filled it in for him. "They're divorced." She shrugged as if it were the most natural thing to tell a near stranger. "Dad has another family now." Sam was almost afraid to look at Anita. Was this line of conversation upsetting her? He took a peek, and her expression was completely neutral. She caught him looking at her, though. "Carly's dad and I were high school sweethearts," she said. And I honestly don't remember if he was a good speller. He got okay grades. She looked at her daughter and said in a quieter tone, I hadn't noticed the misspelling on that birthday card. You're a smart girl to notice those kind of details, Sam continued. I think it's safe to say that your talent comes from your mother. Both mother and daughter shared a smile. Then Anita did an extraordinary thing. She looked at Sam and mouthed, Thank you. Chapter 4. 3 phone calls on Sunday morning had put Anita in an excellent mood. They were all art commissions, and she'd be set financially for the next couple of months. Besides, Carly had done her assigned chores without complaint, and now it was time to head to the assisted living center. Now if only the car would behave. Do you think we'll be assigned to Mr. Davis again? Carly asked as they climbed into the bug. She'd also baked some cookies because one of the conversations she and the older man had gotten into was how much he missed home cooking. Since Carly had made a double batch, Anita had told her to take a plate over to Phyllis. That had led to a longer conversation between the two, so now they were running a little late. It's fine, she told herself. Surely they wouldn't get turned away if they showed up late for the activity night. I don't know how it all works at the center, she said. I think he was at our table last time because his family hadn't come. Maybe today they'll be there. Well, if they don't come, let's request him. Anita smiled. All right. She was pleased at Carly's interest in befriending the older man. He'd given plenty of life advice without making anything sound like a lesson. She turned the key in the ignition and the bug jumped to life. Both she and Carly kissed their fingers and touched the roof. How was Phyllis? Anita asked. She seemed chatty. She's always chatty, Mom. Anita smiled at that. I suppose she is. She's just lonely, you know? Anita glanced over at Carly as guilt pricked. That's probably true. I haven't seen her son show up for a few weeks. As they turned the next corner, Carly said, Hey, Mom, do you think that we could go to the video store tonight after my service hours are done? Anita didn't hesitate. Sure. What kind of movie do you want to watch? Something funny. Carly leaned forward in her seat. I wonder if we could get Mr. Davis to tell us more about the Air Force. I think it's cool that he was a pilot during the war. Some people don't like to talk about their war experiences, Anita warned. So you can't push him. I know. Carly let the subject drop. Once they reached the center, she parked, and they headed inside. The day before, they had been told that today was craft day. The residents were already filling the tables by the time they walked into the dining room. There he is, Carly said, pointing to where Mr. Davis sat alone at a table. This morning he wore a navy shirt, and he wasn't in a wheelchair. Maybe it had been a good walking day? Before Anita could tell her not to bother the man, she hurried over to his table. Is your family coming today? Carly asked. Not until later, he said, a smile appearing on his face. Have a seat, unless you have other plans. The man's hair was mostly gray, but his eyebrows were dark, telling Anita that he'd had dark hair when he was younger. His face was angular, which made him look stern when he wasn't smiling. But they'd quickly learned that he had a soft side. We don't have other plans. Carly sat right next to him. What's the craft? Mr. Davis scowled. I don't know, but I hope it's not anything with yarn. That blasted stuff makes my fingers feel like noodles. Carly laughed. My mom uses yarn in her art. It's not too bad. Oh, is that right? Mr. Davis glanced at Anita as she took her seat. What kind of art? She had answered this question dozens of times. I create portraits out of natural materials like leaves and flower petals. His brows tugged together. Is yarn natural? Not quite, she said. Sometimes I'll use fabrics or yarns and colors that represent the person. He leaned back in his chair and threaded his hands together. Interesting. She's making a portrait of a dead guy right now, Carly blurted out. The man's wife sent a picture and a flannel shirt. One side of Mr. Davis's mouth lifted. I'd like to see one of your creations. Anita smiled, wondering if that was possible since today was their last day. Please, Mom, we could come back next weekend. Anita stared at her in surprise. You want to come back next weekend? I have to beat Mr. Davis at Scrabble, she said as if it wasn't any big deal. Well, okay. We'll bring one of my projects that I'm working on. Mr. Davis and Carly grinned at each other. Anita's heart tugged. What was happening here? Carly was becoming her old self, and it was due to Mr. Davis. Here you are, an aide said, the same one from the day before, Ginny. These are faux stained glass projects. You paint each piece, then glue them together. Putting them in a window or by a light source will bring out all the pretty colors. That sounds fun. Carly jumped in before Mr. Davis could say something negative. It was written all over his face, and Anita held back a laugh. Maybe these two were good for each other. Maybe she didn't need to date a guy like Glenn and wonder if he'd be a decent father figure to her daughter. Maybe Carly would benefit more from being around a grandfather stand-in. Her own parents were long gone, and Bobby's parents had never been in the picture much. They thought that she was a temptress and the seducer of their precious son. There hadn't been any bonding between them and Carly as a baby, and once Bobby took off, that door had completely closed. The next hour was actually fun. Carly and Mr. Davis both laughed at their conversation, which bounced from painting their project and stories of selling furniture to tight wads and crushes both of them had in elementary school. Anita had heard about Carly's, of course, back when she told her mother everything. But Mr. Davis's story was interesting. It was always Susan. From the moment I saw her, he said, dragging a brush with a careful hand over the plastic shape on the table before him. I was fascinated by her bright red hair, much like Pippi Longstockings. Ever read those books? Carly's eyes brightened. I did. My mom read them to me when I was little until I learned to read them for myself. Then you know what I'm talking about, Mr. Davis said with a wink. We both planned to attend the same college, then get married, but the world had other plans. Carly's brow furrowed. The war? Anita asked. Obviously, Mr. Davis had survived it, but what about Susan? The economy struggled, he said, dipping his paintbrush again. It wasn't the Depression yet, but after World War I, a lot of people were out of jobs. Her dad lost his job, and her family moved during our junior year of high school. Her father had found a job with her uncle's company in Carson, Nevada. Anita was surprised by all the pain still in Mr. Davis's voice. Had he never seen her again? Had his childhood crush been that strong? Did you write letters to each other? Carly asked. We sure did. We called a few times, too, but they were very short phone calls. Long distance was very expensive. But surely when you both graduated, you had more freedom? Anita asked, becoming invested in the story. We made plans, but they fell through. Mr. Davis set his paintbrush down and met Anita's gaze, then looked over at Carly. We were going to see each other over Christmas break. I was in my first year of college, and she was training to be a hairstylist. That was December 1920. But her mother died of the Spanish flu, which ran rampant through Nevada. He dipped a paintbrush into the green paint. I couldn't expect her to come to Seattle, and not many were traveling for fun or taking vacations. Too many deaths going on. He painted a few strokes, then paused. Both Anita and Carly were staring at him, waiting for him to continue. And by the time the scare was over, Susan had found another fellow. His hand trembled slightly as he continued to paint. I met Norma a few months later. We raised a daughter together. Norma was a wonderful woman, and we had a good life. She died a few years ago. I miss her every day. Anita didn't know why her eyes were burning with tears. Maybe it was the way that Mr. Davis obviously missed his wife, or maybe it was the forlorn way he looked when he spoke about his first love. "Did you ever see Susan again?" Carly asked. Anita winced, wondering if the question was too personal. "I didn't," Mr. Davis said, his tone brighter now. "She stopped writing letters, of course, and we both moved on. I don't even know how many children or grandchildren she has now, although..." "Although what?" Carly pressed. Mr. Davis breathed out slowly. "About a year ago, I received a postcard with no return address on it. It was a Medford postmark, though. There was a very short message, and it was signed by Susan." Carly gasped, and Anita could only stare. "What did the message say?" Carly asked. Apparently, Mr. Davis wasn't holding anything back from his new confidant. She wrote, "I hope life is swell. Sincerely, Susan." No last name, but it could only be her. "Did she spell sincerely right?" Mr. Davis chuckled. "She did." "Are you talking about that postcard again, Gramps?" a man said, approaching their table. Anita could only assume that it was Mr. Davis's grandson, a man in his mid-30s with dark blonde hair and green eyes. Wyatt didn't look like an accountant, unless a Clark Kent type was an accountant. His looks and height made her wonder if her grandmother or her mother had been blonde with green eyes. Had their daughter been too? Wyatt was tall, over 6 feet, and Anita guessed Mr. Davis to be around 5'10". Not that a grandson couldn't be several inches taller than a grandfather, but it just made her all the more curious. She assured herself that her curiosity had nothing to do with the fact that Wyatt was a good-looking man who wasn't wearing a wedding ring. She pushed that thought away because it was a thought that should never have entered her mind, and she was just here with her daughter to get service hours in. "Wyatt, you made it." Mr. Davis extended his hand. Wyatt grasped it, but also leaned close to hug the man. "I told you I was coming." "You did?" Mr. Davis patted his grandson on the back. "But I know you've been busy lately with tax season." "If I can't take Sundays off to visit my grandpa, what's the meaning of life?" Wyatt shed the suit coat that he wore over a button-down shirt, then took a seat on the other side of his grandfather. Mr. Davis grinned. "You didn't take the day off, did you?" "I'm taking the afternoon off," Wyatt said. "My grandson's an accountant, you know," Mr. Davis said, "which means April is his busiest month with corporate taxes, and that's like a demanding wife." Wyatt raised his hands. "Whoa, Gramps, talk nice about my wife." The interchange between grandfather and grandson was definitely interesting, Anita decided. "Do you save companies from bankruptcy?" Carly asked. Wyatt's green eyes cut to her. "Not exactly. That's for their lawyers to handle. I just run the numbers and file their taxes, for better or for worse." "Who are you? New friends?" "This is Carly and her mom, Anita," Mr. Davis said. "Carly is an expert Scrabble player and an artist like her mother." Wyatt's brows lifted, and his gaze focused solely on Anita. She didn't know why she felt scrutinized. Maybe it was the accountant in him? "You're an artist?" "I am." It was a simple question, but it also felt like a loaded one. Wyatt surveyed the table, then looked up at her again. "Are you running today's craft event?" He picked up one of the paintbrushes. "No, I create portraits for individual clients." Wyatt nodded, but a line had appeared between his brows. She's the stuff from our garden, Carly said. Stuff I helped plant. Wyatt met her gaze. So it's a collaborative effort. Carly's cheeks pinked. More like chores. Mr. Davis chuckled, and Wyatt smiled. Anita hadn't expected his smile. Well, it wasn't out of line, but she hadn't expected his smile to make his eyes lighter and to make her pulse jump. She decided to attribute it to the fact that Glenn was currently annoying her, and she hadn't let her gaze stray for a long time. Wyatt looked at Carly again. Someday you'll be grateful for your chores because there is nothing worse than having a college roommate who doesn't know how to do the dishes and never throws away rotten food. Carly's brows popped up. Did that happen to you? Sure did, he said. But if you can already garden and grow things that turn into beautiful art made by your mother, then I'll bet you're more independent than most grown-ups. You could probably go to college right now. Carly smirked, but Anita could see that she was pleased with the compliment. Wyatt's gaze shifted to Anita again. He didn't say anything, but didn't seem to have any qualms about just looking at her. She scrambled for something to say. Where did you, go to college? San Diego, Wyatt said. Far enough away to get out from under my grandpa's thumb, yet close enough to come home for the holidays. Oh, he's exaggerating, Mr. Davis said with a wave of his hand. Once he went to college, he became a complete stranger. What are you talking about? Wyatt said, his gaze snapping to his grandpa. I came back almost every month for one thing or another. Mr. Davis tapped his chin. Maybe he did. It was a long time ago. He smiled at Carly. You want to put away all this painting stuff? We can get out the Scrabble, and if you can beat my grandson, then I'll know you're a real expert. Carly didn't waste a second. She popped up from the table and cleared everything off, leaving the painted faux glass on one edge. When she took the paintbrushes to wash in the sink, Mr. Davis said, I'll help you. Anita watched with surprise as he used his walker to go with Carly to the utility sink outside the dining room. You know, my grandpa told me about you and your daughter on the phone this morning, Wyatt said. Oh, so you know why we came here in the first place? He nodded. Yeah, and I think it's great that you're spending time with people at this center, but you must know that my grandpa has been living inside of his own memories for the past while. It's why he's here, for the physical as well as the memory care. Does he have dementia? She asked. Not diagnosed, Wyatt said. At least not yet. Ever since he received that postcard, he's been telling some rather strange stories of his past. Things I'd never heard before, but I can only conclude that they're made up. Anita was surprised at this. Did he mean everything about Susan was made up? Was the postcard real? He showed it to me, but his name wasn't on it. Not even on the address. Susan could have been writing to anyone. Oh, Anita said. That's interesting. Yeah, to say the least, Wyatt said. I'm just glad that the postcard didn't arrive when my grandma was still alive. I'm sure hearing a fictional story about her husband's first love wouldn't have been easy to bear. Anita nodded. What else could she do? So I need a favor from you, Wyatt said, lowering his voice. Carly and Mr. Davis were on their way back. If he brings it up again, change the subject. I don't want his imagination to run away with him, or pretty soon he'll be convinced that it was all real. Anita didn't say that Mr. Davis had already convinced her it was real. Okay, she said. But something felt off, because the look in Wyatt's eyes told her he wasn't entirely convinced that Susan was fictional. Chapter 5, 1919. Sam was ready to tell her. But how do you tell your best friend that you've been in love with her for years? Would Susan think that he was a fraud? They'd shared their deepest thoughts. They'd spent weekends together going to the library to study, going to the cinema, or bowling with their group of friends. When they were kids, they rode bikes, built a treehouse, and collected bugs for an insect collection. He couldn't think of a time when Susan wasn't the first person he wanted to talk to. Anything that happened in his life, he wanted to tell her. And now, he needed to tell her this. In the school halls that afternoon, he'd overheard a group of guys talking about who they were going to invite to the spring dance. Susan's name had come up. Jerry wanted to ask her. Sam knew for a fact that Susan didn't have a crush on Jerry, but she thought he was a swell enough guy. That might change if they went on a fancy date, and she might start to like him. Sam had been privy to all of Susan's crushes over the years. They started out strong, but fizzled quickly. They always laughed about that. Ironically, Sam never had crushes on other girls. Sure, he'd date, mostly double dating with Susan and her current crush. But he had never wanted anyone more than he wanted her. He found her in the backyard after knocking on her front door. "Hey," he said, spying on her lounging on the hammock with a book in her hand. She was always reading something, and invariably he'd end up reading it too, just so they could have a conversation about the book. "Hey!" Susan turned her head and gave him a lazy smile. He loved her smile. He loved the way her lips quirked, and he loved the light blue of her eyes and the freckles that seemed to dance along her skin. "Your mom said you were back here. Are you busy?" She held up the book. "Not really. Have you read my Antonia?" "Not yet. You getting ahead in English class?" "I've read it before," Susan said, moving to sit up on the hammock. She patted the space next to her. Sam didn't hesitate to join her. Sitting next to her on the hammock would mean that their shoulders would be pressed together. He didn't mind, but also he wondered if it was the best situation to confess to her. "Of course you've read it before. Is it good?" Susan laughed. He loved her laugh, too. "Do you think our English teacher would assign a bad book?" She nudged his shoulder. He nudged her back. "I guess not." She smelled of strawberries. He already knew it was her shampoo because she'd told him once. She used her foot to propel them into a swaying motion. "Did you get the job?" "No," Sam said. "They gave it to a man with a family. He's a war veteran." Susan's brows lifted. "The gas station doesn't pay enough to support a family." "It doesn't, but my folks say things are getting more desperate around here." He shook his head. With all the soldiers having returned from the war, the jobs were snatched up in minutes. "Yeah, my mom said that we have to start scrimping more, no extras." They swayed for a couple more minutes, then Sam said, "You thinking about going to the spring fling?" Susan scrunched her nose. "That's weeks away. No one's asking yet." "I overheard some guys talking about it." She turned to look at him. "Already?" "Yeah." She lifted a shoulder. "I won't have a dress, so I'll probably stay home. Are you asking someone?" "I want to ask someone, but I don't know if she'll say yes." Susan gave a small laugh. "She'll say yes. You're a catch, Sam Davis." "I am?" "I mean, you shower, you're on the baseball team, you have goals in life, and you're not terrible looking." He knew she was teasing, but what if she was serious, too? "Does that mean I'm good looking?" She smirked, those rosy lips of hers curving. "You know, in a nice boy way." "I'm not a dreamboat." She drew back so their arms were no longer touching, and acted as if she were evaluating him. "Maybe you'd be a dreamboat for the right girl." not you." He laughed, then shoved his arm. But she was blushing, too. "You're nuts, Sam. You're like my brother." He knew it. Of course he knew it, but hearing her say the words felt like she'd socked him in the stomach. He thought he'd kept his expression neutral, but apparently he hadn't. "Sam?" Her mouth dropped open. Then she scrambled off the hammock and faced him. "Do you—" Her voice cut off, as if she wasn't physically able to finish the question. He was at a crossroads. He could laugh this off, say he was teasing, meant nothing by it, or he could confess. He decided to do what he'd come here for. Rising to his feet, he swallowed, and then said, "Look, Susan, I need to tell you something." She took a step back, her eyes rounded. He folded his arms, then unfolded them and set his hands on his hips. "I'd like to take you to the spring fling. You don't need to worry about a new dress. You'd look beautiful in anything." Was he talking too fast? "And we could go as friends like we've always been, but if there's any chance that you see me as something other than a buddy or a brother," he winced, "I wouldn't mind that either." He drew in a breath, although he wasn't sure if Susan was breathing at all. "I like you, Susan. As a friend, of course, always have, but lately I've realized something else. I like you more than a friend. And I have to tell you because it's been eating me up inside for a while. I want you to know the truth." Susan didn't say anything for a long moment, but her face had gone from pink to a rather pale white, which made her freckles more pronounced. "Sam," she whispered. "You don't have to come up with any answer right now." Deflation coursed through him. "Maybe we could talk later today or tomorrow or whenever you want." She gave a slow nod, but didn't respond. Sam should go. He really should. He'd shocked her enough. He bent to pick up the book that had fallen and set it on the hammock. Then he shoved his hands in his pockets and headed out of the yard. His house was only 3 down, and by the time he got home, his throat felt like a boulder was stuck in it. He didn't know if it being a Saturday was good or bad. He wouldn't see her until Monday unless he went to church, and that would be really obvious. Surely she wouldn't make him wait too long, right? Even if her answer wasn't what he wanted to hear, it would at least put him out of his misery, because miserable was how he felt. He headed into the house. His mom had left the windows open to let in the late winter air. He could hear a radio playing music from the kitchen, and he guessed she was in there getting an early start on dinner preparations. His father had taken on a second job and worked weekends, as well as his regular job during the week. It had been decided after a vigorous discussion between his parents of whether his mom should take in ironing to help with their budget. His father had finally declared that he didn't want his wife to iron another man's clothing. The statement was extreme, but it seemed the entire country was dealing with anxiety over finances, and his parents were no exception. Sam would normally hang out in the kitchen and help his mom, but right now, he needed to get his head straightened out. And his heart. He took the stairs 2 at a time to his second-floor bedroom. A poster stared at him from the wall that said, "Join the air service. Learn, earn." Sam aimed to join the air service. He flopped onto his bed and sprawled out, propping his hands behind his head, thinking about Susan. Doubts began to plague him, and he wondered if he should have told her that he liked her. She was his best friend, and he didn't want anything to change that. Why couldn't he have been more patient? He'd let the boys talking about the spring fling push him into confessing too fast. He should have waited, because he liked Susan for life, and he didn't really care about a school dance. Sure, it wouldn't be any fun seeing her go out with Jerry or whoever else, but the silence between them was much worse. Sam moved off his bed and paced the small room between the twin beds and the single dresser. He supposed he could go talk to one of the fellas, but they'd just tell him he was an idiot, and he already knew that. With a sigh, he headed out of his room and down the stairs. His mother sat at the kitchen table now, peeling a few potatoes. "Want some help?" he asked. She waved him off. "I'm almost finished. I thought you were going to see Susan." "I did see her." At the flat tone of his voice, she seemed to know things hadn't gone well. She reached to turn off the radio. "What's going on? Did you two get in a fight?" It was kind of a humorous thing to ask, since he and Susan hadn't been in a squabble since they were maybe 10 years old. "I'm not sure what it was," Sam said. "I asked her if she wanted to go to the spring fling with me." "Oh?" His mother's forehead creased, and she set down the potato peeler. "That seems unprecedented." Sam dropped his gaze and ran a fingernail along the groove in the table. "It is, but I wanted to ask her." His mother rested her hand on his arm. "What's going on, son? Do you want to date Susan?" He couldn't deny it, could he? At least not to his mother. "Yes. I told her I liked her, and she..." He scrubbed a hand through his short hair. "She was very surprised." "Ah." His mother folded her hands atop the table. "I thought this might happen." He lifted his gaze. "That Susan wouldn't like me more than a friend?" "No." She seemed to be sorting through her words. "I've noticed how you felt about her for some time now, and it was clear that she didn't catch on to that." Sam puffed out a breath. "Is that good or bad? I mean, if she can only see me as a friend, then I'll just have to live with that, but now I've made things really awkward between us." Ugh. He groaned. His mother gave a soft chuckle. "Is this entertaining?" he said, then immediately regretted it. "Sorry, I didn't mean to snap." His mother rose from her chair and cleared off the potato peelings. "She'll come around, Sam. You'll see." "What does that mean?" "It means," she said in a quiet voice, "you're a great young man, and if she has any sense in her, she'll go on that date with you. Now that you've told her you like her, she'll start thinking in that direction. Who knows what she'll come up with?" "That's just the thing," Sam lamented. "Staying friends might be agony." His mother smiled again. "I think you're sore right now, but tomorrow or the next day that will fade. Whatever happens will be the right thing. You can't force love." Sam was sure his ears were bright red. They definitely felt hot. "Well, if you need me or if Susan comes over, I'll be in the backyard digging something." "Smart plan," his mother said. "Work will sort out your thoughts. While you're at it, can you edge around the fruit trees? Dad will be grateful." Sam headed into the backyard, wondering if any amount of digging could sort out his thoughts. Chapter 6. 1919. Susan made Sam wait an entire week. Sure, he'd seen her at school, she'd even said hi, but her tone and actions made it clear that she wasn't open to further conversation. Every class, every bell, every passing in the hallway was agony on Sam. How had he been such an idiot? If she wasn't even speaking to him, was there hope of keeping a friendship at all? Had he acted too early, too impulsively? Maybe he was confused. Maybe he wasn't really in love with Susan, but they'd spent so much time together that he mixed things up. "Sam," his mother said outside of his room just before she knocked softly on his door. You have a visitor." Sam immediately stiffened. He'd been slogging through his homework with the single lamp in his room as the shadows of twilight deepened around him. He hadn't realized it was nearly 10 o'clock on a Friday night, which he'd spent all alone. Who would be coming by this late? There was no censure in his mother's tone. "Who is it?" he asked, his heart climbing in his throat. It was likely a couple of his buddies stopping by to see if he wanted to join them for sodas. They would have considered it too late to call his house in case his parents were sleeping. "Susan," his mother said. Was it possible for a heart to suddenly stop beating, then start again? "All right," he somehow managed to say in a semi-normal tone. "I'll be right down." He pushed up from his desk and glanced wildly about his room. Should he change his clothing? Should he rush to the bathroom and check his hair? No. He'd be who he was right now. He didn't need to spiff up to get rejected. He grabbed a mint from the small box on his desk. Then he was ready. Walking down each step felt like he was descending to his doom, his life sentence, to hear the words of his judgment. His mother was nowhere to be seen, and Susan stood in the doorway of their living room as if she was undecided if she wanted to come into the house or flee back to hers. "Hi," he said, his voice sounding scratched. "Hi." Susan's eyes were wide as she surveyed him. She was dressed as if she were going to a party. She wore one of her nicer dresses, and her hair was styled with finger curls. She wore low-heeled pumps that made her a couple of inches taller. "How are you?" she said after a long moment. Sam rubbed the back of his neck. She was here, and that was something to be grateful for, right? "I've had better weeks." Her smile was tentative. "So have I." Now what did that mean? Guilt crept in. He'd ruined their friendship, so of course she was probably hating him right now. But she'd been courteous enough to come over and end it officially in person. "I'm sorry," he ventured. "About everything. I never should have made you uncomfortable. I should have kept those thoughts to myself." Her brow furrowed, and she stepped toward the door. Now what had he done? Before he could apologize for apologizing, she spoke. "Do you think we could talk outside?" She glanced past him. His parents weren't on the main floor, but that didn't mean that they wouldn't be able to hear them in the quiet of the house. "Of course," he said. Susan turned and pushed through the door, Sam following. She didn't stop on the porch, though. She continued across the front yard, then stopped under a group of trees at the corner of the property. They'd spent many afternoons lounging in the grass in the shade of these trees, sometimes reading or playing games, other times talking about outrageous future plans, all of which seemed laughable right now. When Susan stopped, Sam stopped, leaving plenty of distance between them. They were back far enough from the street that if a car drove through the neighborhood, they'd stay concealed. "Sam, I've been thinking about what you said." He folded his arms, creating some sort of protective barrier against her words and his emotions. "And I like you too." She released a breath, as if it had been a difficult thing to say. He knew she liked him. They were best friends, or had been. "And if you're still asking, I want to go to the spring fling with you." Now this was a surprise to him. "As friends?" he blurted out before he could think reasonably. She'd just raised the flag of peace, and he had to question it. She smiled then, and he knew he'd give his right arm to know what was going on inside her head right now. "Yes, his friends," she said with a laugh. But the laugh only pierced his chest like a hot fire poker. "We've always been friends, Sam. Do you think that would change just because we're going steady? Wait, steady? As in on more than one date? Her smile grew. If you'll ask me, I suppose I could ask you too. I mean, it's 1919. Sam blinked. Were Susan and her red hair and smile a mirage? Had he fallen asleep at his desk doing homework? Would he wake up in a couple of hours with a kinked neck and a dry mouth? He dragged a hand over his face, then refocused on her. You want to go steady with me? His voice was barely audible, but surely she heard it. I do. She took a small step closer to him. If you haven't changed your mind. Sam laughed, mostly in surprise and relief. I haven't changed my mind. I'd never change my mind. Good. Susan was grinning now. Because I want to try something. Race through the dark streets, jump out of a tree. She could name it, and he'd do it. What do you want to... His voice was cut off when she closed the distance between him. Placing her hands on his shoulders, she pushed up on her toes and pressed her mouth against his. It all happened so fast, so unexpectedly, that Sam didn't react at first. She drew away, releasing him, her eyes filled with vulnerability. He was still an idiot. She'd kissed him, and he'd done nothing. Well, she was still standing there, and so was he. Sam moved his hands to her waist and pulled her close. Then he kissed her. She was much quicker to react, and her hands returned to his shoulders. This was definitely not an expert kiss, but there were plenty of fireworks. Mostly his skin burned at the press of her body against his, and the softness of her lips, and the all-encompassing scent of Susan. This time, when she drew away, she didn't step out of his arms. He rested his forehead against hers. Is that what you wanted to try? Her laughter was soft. Yes. And what did you think? Well, you're definitely not my brother. Sam smiled. Definitely not. Then he kissed her again. After he walked Susan home that night, Sam wasn't sure his feet actually touched the ground as he headed back to his house. He couldn't have dreamed up a better scenario, and he'd be surprised if he slept at all that night, or the next night, or the next. By the time Monday afternoon rolled around, everyone at school knew that they were an item. Susan had held his hand in the hallways, and Sam wasn't about to protest. His head was in the clouds, his heart was soaring, and his feet barely touched the ground. His friends teased him, but he didn't care. Susan was going steady with him, and nothing could change his elation. Until the night before the spring fling. When she showed up at his doorstep right after the dinner hour, her cheeks were stained with tears. Sam ushered her onto the porch. What's wrong? My dad lost his job this morning, Susan said. He's been making phone calls all over the city, but there's nothing. Sam felt like he had been kicked in the gut. His father had undergone more than one pay cut at work, a fact that Susan only knew because she'd overheard it in conversation between her parents. They'd been economizing, like everyone had. But it's worse than I thought, she said in a quiet voice, her eyes focused on the porch. I overheard my parents talking. They haven't been able to pay their mortgage for the last 3 months. Sam frowned. Oh no. Susan gave a short nod. We're going to be kicked out, she whispered. The bank isn't going to keep floating us. He swallowed hard, his mind racing. Susan had an aunt in the city, but she lived in a small apartment. You could come live here, Sam said. We'll make room. My parents would be happy to accommodate. Susan lifted her chin. but her eyes were sad. The 6 of us wouldn't fit. Besides, my dad's pride wouldn't allow it. My mom is making phone calls too. She might work at the bakery. They both knew that there weren't jobs at the bakery. Susan's mom might get a few hours, but that wouldn't pay a mortgage. New tears started down her cheeks, and Sam pulled her into his arms for a tight hug. She cried against his chest for a few moments until she was able to steady her breath. "I have savings," he whispered against her ear, "and I can sell my baseball card collection." Susan drew away and shook her head. "I'm not going to use your savings. Besides, we need a long-term solution. We'll figure something out. We just have to have faith." Sam had to hold on to her words because the alternative was too painful to think about. "I'll talk to my parents," he said. "Maybe my dad will have some things in mind." Susan shrugged. "Maybe." But there was no hope in her eyes. "I don't know if I should go to the spring fling. It seems inconsiderate to go to a dance when my parents might be losing the house." Sam dragged in a breath and grasped her hand. "We'll do whatever you want. Just let me know." Her eyes glimmered with new tears as she lifted up on her toes and kissed him, right there, in front of the whole neighborhood. Sam's heart skipped a couple of beats. He'd never get tired of Susan's kisses or her touch. "Thanks for understanding, Sam." He nodded, ignoring the tight twist of regret in his stomach. The spring fling didn't matter. Susan and her family did. And if she felt like she needed to focus on their predicament, then dances could wait. There'd be more. The following afternoon, Sam had mostly forgotten about the dance since he was caught up in scouring the newspapers for job opportunities he could pass along to Susan's dad. He even called to inquire on a few, but was told the positions were no longer available. When a knock sounded on the door, he was the one to answer it since his parents were both out of the house. Susan stood on the porch, wearing a blue floral dress. Her eyes danced, and her mouth curved in amusement at his expression. "Surprise!" she said in a light tone. "We are going to the spring fling." "We are?" She nodded. "My dad found a job." Her mouth was smiling, but her eyes glimmered with unshed tears. "That's amazing. Where?" he asked. She hesitated. Then her voice trembled as she said, "It's in Nevada, so we'll have to move. We're going to live with my uncle, and my dad's working for him." Sam couldn't have been more shocked. "Nevada? When?" She lifted a shoulder. "Soon. We'll finish out the school year there." His mind reeled. "Maybe you can stay here to finish. It would be hard to—" Susan stepped close and kissed his cheek. Then she took his hand. "I have to go with my family, but we'll write all the time and we'll figure out how to see each other in the summer." Questions raced through him, but he could see that her emotions were already on the surface, as were his. He squeezed her hand. "I'll get ready." Chapter 7, 1981. The moment Carly came through the door, Anita brushed off her hands and hurried inside the house. It was her first day back, and Anita had worried about it all day. Mostly about rumors affecting Carly and how the friend circle was doing. "Well," Anita asked as she set down her backpack, "how did it go?" "Fine," Carly said as she picked out an apple from the bowl on the kitchen counter. She took a bite out of it and picked up her backpack. "I have homework." With that, she disappeared into her bedroom. Anita blew out a breath. She'd spent part of the day at the mechanic's having the battery replaced and everything else looked over. Then she'd come home to an empty mailbox when she was hoping one of her commission checks would show up. Next, she'd endured another phone call from Glenn, who seemed to have the day off. She really needed to tell him that she wasn't interested. Hearing Mr. Davis talk about his wife Norma, and then the mysterious Susan, it made her realize that he'd been a man who'd loved two women, one he'd lost and the other he'd married. The softness of his tone and the tenderness in his eyes when he spoke of them told Anita that Glenn didn't hold that type of place in her heart. The doorbell rang, and she frowned. She wasn't expecting anyone. When she opened the door to Phyllis, she pushed back the irritation. They'd already talked earlier that day over the fence in the backyard. "Look what's come up early," Phyllis said, holding out a basket. Sassy ran into the house, weaving between their legs, and disappeared somewhere, likely to Carly's bed. Anita peered into the basket. "Oh, they're carrots." They were carrots, but they were a deep orange, almost brown color. "I don't think those are early carrots, though." Phyllis's brow pinched. "You think they're from last year?" "I do." Anita picked up one of the carrots. It was soft in her hands. "Yes, definitely from last year." "Oh." Phyllis looked so deflated that she said, "That's great that you found them, because I might be able to dry them in slices and use them in my art." "That's so clever of you." Phyllis's entire face brightened. "I knew they'd have some use, even if they aren't edible." Anita thought again about the lonely comment that Carly had made about their neighbor. "Phyllis, if you don't have dinner plans, would you like to eat with us?" Her brows popped up. "You two go ahead. I'm on a special diet." Anita couldn't have been more surprised. Phyllis was very trim and went on a brisk walk every day. What sort of diet? "The grapefruit diet," Phyllis proudly stated. "It's a 7-day plan and it promises I'll lose 10 pounds. I started it yesterday." Anita scanned the woman's face, from her gold-framed glasses to her carefully lined lips and lipstick. "You look wonderful already, Phyllis. I don't think that you need to lose 1 pound." The woman's cheeks flushed, which she found curious. "You're so sweet to say so." She handed over the basket. "Now enjoy your dinner with your daughter, and I'll see you tomorrow." Anita grasped the basket of carrots. "All right, see you tomorrow." Closing the door, she shook her head. What did Phyllis see when she looked in the mirror? When could a woman stop worrying about her appearance? Apparently not in her 70s. Anita headed into the kitchen and set the basket of carrots on the counter. She didn't know if she'd be able to really use them, but she'd experiment. She turned to the refrigerator and opened it, scouring the contents for a dinner idea that would decidedly not include grapefruit. She finally settled on tacos to use up the leftover chicken from the night before, but instead of calling Carly to come help with the preparations, Anita turned on the television. The Phil Donahue show was playing, but she didn't pay much attention. She just wanted background noise to distract her from her thoughts as she prepared dinner. As she was shredding the cooked chicken, the phone rang. She quickly rinsed off her hands, then picked up the receiver, hoping that it wasn't Glenn again. It was. "Hello, Anita. I'm glad I caught you." "Oh? Why's that?" she asked, pushing down her irritation. She told herself she'd break things off with him the next time he called, but at this moment, she didn't want to deal with it. "I'm just down the road at the gas station," he said in a cheerful tone. "What are your dinner plans?" "Fixing dinner right now," she said, and then winced. Maybe she shouldn't have said that. "Oh, that sounds nice," he said. "Want company? I can bring drinks." "I'm sorry, Glenn." She wasn't exactly sorry. "It's just me and Carly tonight. She's going through some things that need my full attention." He was quiet for a moment. "I think you need a night off. The kid can stay on her own for a bit, or maybe she could hang out with friends. I'll take you somewhere nice. The sentiment was probably genuine, but it irked Anita because it felt like he was overriding her parenting decisions. That's kind of you to offer, she ground out. And I know this isn't ideal over the phone, but I just don't think our relationship is going anywhere. I've got to focus on my daughter and career right now. I thought I'd have more time for you, but it turns out I don't. So I think we should just stay friends. Glenn laughed. Was this funny? Amusing? You're a real heartbreaker, Anita, he said sarcastically, which told her that he didn't think she was a heartbreaker at all. Just so you know, you're missing out. I don't see the men lined up at your door, so if you're turning me down, then your loneliness is your fault. She opened her mouth to protest, but Glenn barreled on. You're the one who flirted with me, and I wasn't too excited that you had baggage, but I was willing to stay open-minded. Carly isn't baggage, Anita cut in. She's my daughter. Well, put yourself in my shoes, he said. Why would I want to raise another man's kid? No one asked you to raise her, she cut in again. Good, because you're a cold witch and I don't want anything to do with you or your kid. Anita gripped the receiver, ready to deliver her own insults, but Glenn hung up. 1 second, he was breathing fire at her, and the next, the line clicked off. Anita was stunned. Glenn had gone from a gregarious, complimentary, if a bit cheesy guy trying to get a date to a spiral of viciousness. She set the receiver in its cradle, then sank onto the kitchen chair, resting her head in her hands. What a creep. She should be glad to be rid of him, but tears stung her eyes anyway. Dating as a single mom wasn't easy on her end, which is why she put it off for so long. She always had to consider Carly, but would every man think like Glenn, that she was full of baggage? Mom? Anita snapped her gaze up to see Carly in the kitchen, sassy in her arms. What's wrong? She asked. Anita quickly wiped her eyes and tried to think of what Carly might have overheard. That was Glenn. We broke things off. Not that we were doing a lot of dating anyway. Carly smiled, petting Sassy. Good. He smelled. This wasn't what Anita expected at all. What do you mean he smelled? Her daughter's nose wrinkled. Like he used a whole bottle of cologne before he came over? She smiled. Yeah, he does like cologne. Carly exaggerated, rolling her eyes. Like it? He must have a mail subscription that comes every week. Anita laughed, and it felt good. Well, I'm glad you're not heartbroken over it. Carly scoffed. She set down the cat, then moved to the stove. What's for dinner? Oh, Anita pushed to her feet. They were changing the subject, and that was good. Chicken tacos. The rest of the week was fine. Pleasant, in fact. Carly came home straight after school and didn't complain about being grounded. Anita made excellent progress on her projects, and she got Mr. Barton's portrait delivered. Friday after school, Carly burst into the house. She rushed past Anita, who had just come in from the garden, and shut herself in her bedroom. Carly, she called, heading down the hallway. Sassy trotted after her and stopped in front of Carly's door. Anita paused by the door, hearing sniffling. What's wrong? She heard a mumbled, Go away. Anita closed her eyes and leaned her head against the closed door. The school hadn't called, so it wasn't an administration problem. She hadn't gotten into trouble again, right? Then she remembered Carly had had a gnarly math test today. How did math go? She asked through the door. Fine. Carly's tongue was tight, but at least she was still speaking. Anita released a slow breath. Can I come in? And Sassy too? There was a pause, Then Carly said, "If you want." Gratitude flooded her as she turned the doorknob. At least her daughter was willing to talk. They could fix whatever this was together. Carly was curled on her bed, tears staining her cheeks, and this brought Anita up short. "Oh, honey, what's wrong?" Then she started to cry in earnest. Anita sat on the edge of her bed and wrapped her arms around her. Sassy jumped up on the bed and nudged Carly, purring. After several long moments, she was composed enough to say, "Samantha and Evie are mad at me." Anita drew in a breath, not sure how to react. "What happened?" Carly wiped at her cheeks, then drew away from her embrace. She scooped Sassy onto her lap and held her close. "They wanted to walk down to get milkshakes and skip the period after lunch. I told them I couldn't skip or I'd be grounded for longer." More tears dripped along her cheeks, and Anita handed over a tissue. Carly dabbed at the tears. "So they left me. And when I saw them after school, I tried to say hi, but they both ignored me. Everyone was watching, too, so now the whole school knows that I was ditched." Anita's mind raced. Wow, that was really rude of them. Was this just a tiff? Was it serious? Was it bullying? "Honey," she said, rubbing Carly's shoulder. "If they really ditched you, then you're better off without them. Also, you can have your own opinion about things and not always have to go along with a poor choice in order to maintain a friendship." Carly frowned. "That's such an adult thing to say." "Well, I am an adult." Carly's mouth lifted. "True." Anita smiled, then sobered. "I'm really sorry they were mean to you, but I'm really proud of you, too. Standing up for yourself is so important, and it doesn't end in middle school. It's just a hard thing to do when you're friends with someone who doesn't care about your well-being." Carly's brows lifted. "They care, or at least they did when we were friends." Anita touched the edge of her braid. "Friendships can be complicated no matter how old you are. But if a person doesn't care about you getting into trouble, then they aren't your real friend in the first place." Carly bit her lip, her gaze falling. "Yeah, maybe." She rested her chin on top of Sassy's head. "What if they call me and want to be friends again?" Anita was more than happy to tell the two girls good riddance, but she knew Carly had to navigate this herself. "If they do call you, and if you want to forgive them, you should still tell them that you're not going to do things that will put you in a tough spot." Carly nodded, and she felt gratitude rush through her. Maybe her parenting skills were finally spot on tonight. "I think that's a good plan." Anita smiled, but not too wide. "Okay, great. Now, are you hungry? Maybe after dinner we could go and get some ice cream." Carly's eyes lit up. "Okay, that would be great." Anita tried not to do a victory jump after leaving Carly's bedroom. She hated to see her daughter in pain, but if that pain gave her more wisdom and helped her mature, then maybe it was a blessing in the end. After dinner, when they loaded into the car and headed toward the ice cream shop, Carly said, "I guess we're both starting over." Anita raised her eyebrows. "What do you mean?" "You dumped Gwen, and I have to find a new circle of friends." She reached over and squeezed her daughter's hand. "I have no doubt that you'll find those friends." "What about Sarah? You've done a couple of things with her before you became friends with the others." "Yeah, she's cool," Carly said, twisting a piece of her hair around her finger. "She asked me to do something a couple of weeks ago, but I already had plans." "See," Anita said, "you're an easy person to be a friend with. Maybe call her tonight. You can make plans for tomorrow night if you want." "Am I done being grounded?" "I've been thinking about that. she said. You showed a lot of maturity sticking up for yourself today, so I think you've learned your lesson. Yes! Carly pumped her fist in the air, and Anita laughed. It felt good to be on the same page with her daughter once again. What about you, Mom? What about me? You know, are you going to find another man to date? I've never really looked, Anita said in a light tone, although her stomach felt pinched. I'm perfectly happy with the way things are right now. You're my priority, then my art comes second. A man just muddles things up. Carly scooted down in her seat and propped her knees against the dash. Whatever, Mom. You don't want to be a spinster forever. Well, maybe not forever, she said in an exaggerated voice. But I'm not in any hurry. Chapter 8. Mr. Davis waved a hand from his place at a table when Anita walked into the dining room with Carly. Anita smiled as Carly increased her stride and called out, Hello, Mr. Davis. She wasn't sure exactly what had connected these two so quickly, but she was grateful for it. Who would have thought that her daughter would be sharing her friendship woes with a war vet? But that was what happened when they were halfway through a Scrabble game. Have you heard the phrase, there are friends for a season and friends for a reason? Mr. Davis asked, pausing before he took his next turn. No, Carly said, tilting her head. Today she wore a high ponytail with one of the scrunchies she'd made herself. The bright pink fabric matched her nearly fluorescent pink t-shirt. Mr. Davis's expression was somber when he replied, You don't have to regret a friendship even if it ends badly, or even if you're sad about it not being something more. Friendships help us grow as a person, and they also teach us to be better friends down the road. Carly's eyes brightened. So, if Evie and Samantha keep me out of their friend group, then I should be okay with it? I believe so. Mr. Davis laid out the next word on the Scrabble board. They were friends for a season. Now it's time for you to find another friend. You've outgrown the antics of skipping classes or raiding kitchens. I can tell you're a serious student, and you have a bright future to keep in mind. He laid out the word, Petrie. Petrie? Carly said. Like a petri dish? Exactly, he said with a nod. See, you're already smarter than most kids your age. He glanced over at Anita. I'll bet your mother had good advice about your former friends. Carly didn't hesitate. Yeah, she said those girls aren't my real friends if they don't care about me getting in trouble. Your mother's a wise woman, Mr. Davis said, then threw her a wink. Anita couldn't help but smile. Then he started in with a story about his high school days, talking about his friends, including Susan. It was at that moment Wyatt arrived. Anita immediately noticed his frown at the mention of Susan. It was none of her business, not really, but it still made her wonder. Had Wyatt ever done any investigating into Susan? Maybe he looked for her name in phone books, checked old high school records? Hey, Gramps, he said in a friendly tone, although his eyes darted from Carly to Anita. Had there been a quick furrow of his brows? He hugged his grandpa, then settled in next to him. Looks like your favorite visitors are here. Ah, Mr. Davis waved a hand. You're my favorite. Carly is a close runner-up, though. Wyatt's smile remained in place, but there it was again, a pull of his brows. Anita hadn't imagined it after all. Was their visit bothering him, or was it something else? I was just telling Carly how to navigate friendships, Mr. Davis said. It's been a while since I was in school myself, but there are some things that I'll never forget. I guess it might be unusual, especially in my day, to have a girl as a best friend, but Susan was just that. Yeah, that's nice, Gramps, Wyatt said, dismissing the conversation thread altogether. He slipped off his suit jacket and set it on the back of the chair before sitting down. Both times Anita had seen him, he'd been wearing a suit. Did the man never dress down before coming to visit his grandpa? Paula said she's coming to visit today, Wyatt said. Mr. Davis clapped his hands together. Wonderful. I thought she couldn't get away. She was able to get the day off from the hospital. Mr. Davis looked over at Anita and Carly. Paul is Wyatt's little sister. She's a nurse. Did I tell you that? I don't think so, Anita said at the same time that Carly shook her head. What kind of nurse? Carly asked. The interest in her voice was something Anita hadn't heard before. She takes care of the new mothers and their babies. Labor and delivery, Wyatt added. She works most weekends, so I never see her, Mr. Davis said, not complaining, but sounding like he missed his granddaughter. Anita wondered where the parents were, the son or daughter of Mr. Davis. Paula saw you last month, Wyatt said. Mr. Davis frowned as if he were trying to remember. Then his brow relaxed, and he turned back to the Scrabble game. Want to join us for the next round? Sure, Wyatt said, with a barely concealed sigh. I'll get some drinks. He rose and paused. Does everyone want a drink, punch or water? Punch, both Mr. Davis and Carly said at once. I'll have some water, Anita said. Wyatt tilted his head toward her. She took the hint and said, I'll help. As they walked toward the refreshment table together, he looked at her. Did you ask my grandpa about Susan, or did he start talking about her on his own? Anita wasn't sure how to respond at first. Was Wyatt accusing her of something? He barely brought her up when you arrived. My daughter and I aren't asking him those types of questions. He must have caught the defensive tone in her voice because he paused in his step. I appreciate you spending time with Gramps. He seems to enjoy the company and playing games with someone other than me. But I don't want his false memories encouraged. Anita didn't answer for a moment. The intensity of his green eyes told her that Wyatt wasn't just concerned his grandfather was dealing with memory loss or false memory creation, but he was worried about something deeper. They reached the table, and she poured a cup of punch for Carly, then looked over at him. You know, you can find out pretty easily. Wouldn't the city library have copies of old yearbooks? Why don't you look up your grandfather's class? Wyatt folded his arms, a frown marring his face. That's actually a good idea, but I don't think it's necessary. Because you don't think Susan is real? He never mentioned her before, Wyatt said firmly, and the postcard wasn't even addressed to him. What are you worried about? That she's real, or that your grandfather is dealing with memory confusion? Wyatt glanced over at his grandfather. Either one, I guess. He's been through a lot in life, and I don't want him hurt anymore. Anita supposed there was a lot of depth to that statement. She wondered why Wyatt thought that his grandfather's memories of an old friend would hurt him. I think you should find out once and for all, Anita said. It would put your mind at rest, and you'd know how to better respond to the stories that he's sharing. Maybe you're right, Wyatt said, studying her. I just hate that all of his conversations turn toward a woman we've never heard about instead of my own grandmother. Maybe it's how he's coping, she suggested. Thinking of his life before he met your grandmother. Maybe. Wyatt turned toward the refreshment table and gathered a plate of cookies and the rest of the drinks. Anita walked with him back to where Carly was apparently winning in Scrabble against Mr. Davis. When Wyatt joined in the game, it moved much faster, and Mr. Davis started laying down more complicated words. Maybe he'd been holding back in his playing with Carly. By the time his granddaughter showed up, he had beat them all more than once. Hi, Gramps, Paula said, bending to kiss him on the cheek. Anita's first impression of her was a small fireball. She laughed easily, asked a dozen questions, and teased mercifully. Her dark hair, brown eyes, and petite frame were similar to her grandfather's, making her older brother even more of an anomaly. "I wasn't sure if you were here for Gramps or for my brother." Paula gave Anita a broad smile. She had to laugh. "We're here to visit the residence and ended up at your grandpa's table." "Ah!" Paula's eyes flashed with amusement. "I told Wyatt that coming here on weekends was no excuse not to date. He acts like he's too busy for all of that, but now that I see you, I understand why he's here 2 weekends in a row." "Hey," he cut in. "I can hear you, sis. You know I try and come every weekend." Paula grinned. "I came here more than you last month, so that's not true at all." She leaned toward Anita. "He's one of those numbers guys, stiff and boring, doesn't even know how to flirt." Wyatt's ears pinked, and Anita wanted to laugh, but she held back. She guessed Wyatt to be close to her age, yet he could still get riled by his sister. And what did Paula mean that he didn't know how to flirt? Had he never had a girlfriend before? She found that hard to believe. He was articulate, handsome, hygienic, and although he seemed a bit opinionated, he was well-mannered as far as she could tell. She'd also caught him watching her more than once. Not that she could read his expression or decipher his thoughts, but she didn't think he was someone to back down from a challenge, which meant if he was interested in a woman, surely he'd pursue her. "I'd rather not be known as a ladies' man," Wyatt told his sister. "We can't all be flirty like you, or no one would ever be in a serious relationship, which means that neither of us would exist." "You're such a sweet talker," Paula said, "when you're not being literal about everything." "Don't make me sit between the two of you," Mr. Davis said. "You're setting a bad example for the kid at our table." Anita didn't mind the banter between the siblings, and she noticed that her daughter was soaking it all in. After another round of Scrabble, with Carly beating everyone, it was finally time to go. "I'll lock you two out," Paula said, pushing up from the table. After saying goodbye to both Mr. Davis and Wyatt, they headed out of the dining room. Paula looped her arm in with Anita's. "Thanks so much for spending time with Gramps," she gushed. "He's tickled that you play games with him. He doesn't get any other visitors." "It's been fun," Anita said. "And as long as Carly wants to keep coming, I'll keep bringing her." She paused. "If that's all right with you and your brother." "It's wonderful," Paula squeezed her arm. "Now, just ignore Wyatt's fussiness. He always overthinks things, and I think it's fine that Gramps' mind wanders a bit." "Do you think Susan is real?" Carly asked suddenly. Paula bit her lip. "I'm not sure, but I'm surprised my brother hasn't launched an all-out investigation yet." "What would be the downside if Susan was real?" Anita asked. Paula released her arm as they reached the outer doors. "Wyatt was really close to Grandma, so I think he sees it as a nuisance or maybe even a betrayal." "Well, either Susan was real or she wasn't," Anita said. "It might give you and your brother peace of mind to know once and for all." Paula nodded. "I agree. Thanks again for visiting Gramps." She hugged the both of them, then waved them off. Anita and Carly headed outside into the cooling evening air. The sun had nearly set, the sky darkening with deepening twilight. As they climbed inside the bug, Carly said, "I like Mr. Davis." Happiness swelled inside of Anita, who was pleased her daughter had found so much value in visiting the assisted living home. "Me too." She started the car, but the ignition only clicked, then nothing. She released the clutch, then pushed it in again. Turning the key, she whispered, "Please start. Please start." Nothing. "The parking lot's flat," Carly observed. otherwise sounding nonplussed that they were once again faced with a dead car. The battery's brand new, Anita complained. If it was another issue, then that would just be more expensive. She opened the door and climbed out, surveying the parking lot. Carly was right. There wasn't a slope or a hill in sight. I'll check with the front desk to see if any of the employees have jumper cables. Okay. Carly climbed out of the car too, but seemed content to wait in the parking lot. Anita hurried inside. Paula was still in the front lobby, chatting with one of the employees. Did you change your mind? She asked. Want a rematch and Scrabble? Our car won't start. Anita glanced from the employee to Paula. Do you happen to have jumper cables? No, she said, but Wyatt should. He's like a Boy Scout in everything, always prepared. I'll be right back. Oh, I could ask him, Anita started, but Paula had already headed toward the dining room. A moment later, Wyatt strode out, his gaze landing on her. The battery? I had a new battery put in last week, she said, so I don't know what's going on. He only nodded and moved past her, pushing through the front doors. Can I see the keys? She handed them over and watched as he slid into the front seat. He tried to start the car, but no such luck. There's nothing, not even any lights coming on, he observed. Then he popped the hood and climbed out. Do you have a flashlight? He rolled up the sleeves of his dress shirt. She sorted through the jockey box. No. Wyatt continued with his inspection. The battery's hooked up fine, he said. Might be something else, like the starter. It will have to be towed to a repair shop. Dollar signs seemed to float in front of Anita's eyes. All right, I'll go inside and call a towing service. Wyatt straightened out from the car. I can get you both home after the towing service gets here. Oh, I don't want you to have to wait, she said. He closed the hood of the car. You'll need a ride home anyway. No luck? Paula asked, crossing to them. We need to call a tow truck, Wyatt said. I could call Jimmy, Paula said. He owes me a favor. Jimmy? Anita asked. Her boyfriend, Wyatt said. Unless you're just friends right now. Paula flashed a saucy smile. We're currently dating. I'll go call him, and he'll take care of all of this. Before Anita could ask any questions, Paula hurried back into the center. That's really nice of her and generous of you both. It's no trouble, Wyatt said, and he seemed sincere. Let's say goodbye to Gramps, then we can be on our way. Chapter 9. Anita did not expect Wyatt and Paula to be so helpful. Not only contacting the towing company, but offering a ride home as well. It was nice, though, and she wasn't going to complain. As they walked into the lobby together, she asked him, Are we putting you out too much? It's no problem, he said in a no-nonsense tone. Paula will wait for the tow truck, and I'll take you and Carly home. The next moments were a blur as Wyatt told his grandfather goodbye and Paula got their phone number, then said that she'd have Jim call them with an update as soon as he had one. Next thing Anita knew, she and Carly were climbing into Wyatt's car, which happened to be a shiny red Cadillac. This is fancy, Carly said from the back seat. It was Gramps' car before he couldn't drive it anymore. He and my grandma bought it right off the showroom floor in 1961. Wyatt adjusted the vents. Too cold? Too hot? It's fine. Anita glanced about the pristine upholstery. This car looks brand new. I can't believe it's over 20 years old. Gramps babied it, Wyatt said, firing up the engine. Now, where to? We're on Locust Street, Anita said. Your grandfather did an amazing job with this car. I wish the Bug looked this good. He cast her a smile. Maybe when you retire and have more time on your hands, you can spend every day polishing and buffing. That'll be the day, she said with a laugh. I'll probably never retire since I have no pension or 401k. Wyatt nodded. I guess being self-employed has its pros and cons. What's your job, Mr. Davis? Carly asked. Wyatt, please, call me Wyatt, he said. As much as I love my grandpa, I don't want to be called Mr. Davis. He paused, glancing in the rearview mirror at Carly. I'm an accountant for a couple of corporations. Anita could hear the frown in Carly's voice when she asked, What do you do there? I keep the books, attend meetings, print out reports, that sort of thing. It all sounded interesting and gave Anita a little insight into Wyatt's personality. She wondered if he felt cooped up, spending every day dealing with numbers. His shirt sleeves were rolled up, making him look the most casual she'd ever seen him. Do you have a 401k? Carly asked. Carly, Anita started to say. It's all right, Wyatt said with a chuckle. I do, in fact. Corporate America and all that, insurance benefits with dental and vision. Oh, that must be nice, Carly said wistfully. Anita turned to look at her daughter, mostly to give her a stern look to stop this line of conversation. We have to pay out of pocket for the dentist, Carly continued, completely oblivious to Anita's stare down. Which is why my mom is so hyper about us brushing our teeth and flossing. Those are good things to do no matter what, Wyatt said, clearly amused. You know, Carly, we don't need to tell Wyatt all of our secrets. I won't tell a soul. He winked at Anita. That's what I like about teenagers. They keep things real. She couldn't remember the last time that anyone had winked at her. And was Wyatt complimenting her daughter? What was it with the Davis family? They didn't seem to have any reservations around her or Carly. Oh, you should turn here. It's a shortcut, Carly said. Anita blinked. She hadn't even been paying attention to their route. In a few moments, they'd be at the house. Should she invite him in for refreshment or maybe offer him some money for gas? How did she repay this favor? They passed the middle school. Is this your school? Wyatt asked. Yeah, Carly said. It's a nightmare. Anita's mouth dropped open, and he said, What? Why's that? Apparently he wasn't as shocked as she was. Oh, I just got into the worst friend group, and now those girls have ostracized me. It seemed her daughter wasn't shy about holding back information from a near stranger. Granted, that stranger was driving them home and would now know where they lived, but still, Carly was surprising her more and more. Friendships as a kid can be tricky, Wyatt said. I take that back. Friendships as an adult aren't all that much easier. You never know who you'll connect with or who will actually have your back. Your grandpa told me that there are friends for a reason and friends for a season, Carly said. Wyatt glanced in the rearview mirror again. Sounds like something he'd say. I'd have to agree. Choosing your friends wisely is perhaps the most, wise thing that you can do in life. Yeah, I guess I'm learning the hard way. Not that I know you or your mom all that well, Carly, Wyatt said, turning at the next corner. But you seem like a great kid. Anyone would be lucky to have you as a friend. Those other girls just lost something good, but maybe it will be better for you in the long run. This was totally a lecture, but by the look on Carly's face, she was soaking it all in. Yeah, that's basically what my mom said, too. Wyatt glanced over at Anita with a smile, and she ignored the growing warmth in her chest. Then your mom's a smart lady. I guess so. Anita laughed. I can only speak from experience, and I loved what your grandfather said. He's full of great wisdom and has been a good friend to us both already. Wyatt nodded. He talks about both of you during every phone call we have. It's the blue one with the shutters, Anita said as he pulled onto their street. Wyatt slowed the car, then turned into their driveway. He shifted into park. Thanks for spending time with Gramps. He really appreciates it, and both my sister and I do too. As you've probably surmised, I've been really swamped with work, and Paula only visits a couple of times a month. It's been fun, Carly piped up. We've enjoyed every moment, Anita added. He's a great man and full of interesting stories. Yeah, like Susan, Carly said. His last girlfriend. Anita drew in a breath. How would Riot react? He hadn't been happy with all of the talk about Susan, who he didn't even think was real. About that, Susan may or may not be a real person, he said. Really? Why not? Carly sounded surprised. Gramps has some memory problems, and I don't really want to encourage any false memories. Can't we just ask someone who knew him when he was younger? Carly suggested. I mean, he's not that old, and he probably still has some friends around who knew him in high school. Anita felt Wyatt's gaze on her, but she wasn't going to get in the middle of this. Your mom suggested digging through old high school yearbooks, he said. I don't know what became of the ones belonging to Gramps, but the library probably has an archive. Can we go with you? Carly asked, practically bouncing in her seat. Oh, we can't do that, Anita said immediately. I don't see why not, Wyatt said. If I go alone, I might chicken out. Anita didn't know what to say. Well, she should say no. This was becoming too involved, and why would Wyatt want them along on his sleuthing trip? What about tomorrow? He asked. Libraries are closed on Sundays, Carly said. Oh, right. His gaze shifted to Anita. Monday or Tuesday? When she didn't answer right away, Carly grasped her shoulder. Mom, please. It will be fun, and then we can make photocopies and show them to Mr. Davis. Maybe there wasn't any harm to this plan. Mr. Davis would certainly love to see parts of his old yearbook again, and she was curious about whether Susan was a real person. All right. I think Monday is fine, unless you have too much homework. I'll get as much done as I can tomorrow, Carly gushed. Thanks, Mom. Now, you guys need to exchange numbers. Anita wasn't going to read any further into this situation with Wyatt because this was basically a research trip. She sifted through her purse to locate her small address book. She pulled it out, noticing the worn edges. All right. What's your phone number, Wyatt? He rattled it off. Then she gave him hers, which he scrawled across the back of a receipt that he pulled out from his wallet. How about I call you Monday afternoon when I know what time I can leave work for the day, he said. And whatever your car situation, I'll plan on picking you up. It's only fitting that we take Gramps' car on this excursion. Anita had nearly forgotten about her car problems and how on Monday she'd probably be facing a large repair bill. Sounds good, she said, before she could let her thoughts send her into stress mode. I'll be home by 3:30, Carly said, so any time after that works, or my mom can check me out earlier. Wyatt smiled. No need for that. I usually can't get out of my office any earlier than 4 o'clock. Well, thanks again, Anita said, reaching for her door handle. He popped out of the car and hurried around it to fully open her door. Thank you, Anita said, pleased by his chivalry. He was just dropping them off. This wasn't a date or anything. Next, he opened the door for Carly, who'd happened to wait. Thanks again, Anita said, wondering how many times she could thank someone in one night. Don't forget to call me Mom, Carly said as she headed to the front porch. The light was off, and beyond the window was darkness. Next door, the living room light glowed in Phyllis's house, and Anita thought she saw the front window curtains move. She hid a sigh. Her neighbor was probably watching. She gave Wyatt a half smile and turned to go. When his hand touched her arm, she turned, surprised. "Wait," he said in a low tone. "Are you sure you're okay with this? I mean, I know Carly is gung-ho, but I don't want to intrude on your schedule." "I think it would be great to find out once and for all. But you're the one who has to be okay with it, not me." She paused. "You weren't too thrilled earlier tonight." "I know. But I've changed my mind and I'm okay with it." "Mom, I need the keys," Carly called from the front porch. "Hang on," she said. Wyatt's gaze was still on her. "Monday, then?" He gave a single nod. "Monday." She turned toward the house again, and this time he didn't stop her. He didn't move either, but was apparently waiting for them to get their front door unlocked. After opening the door and turning on the porch light, Carly bounded inside. Anita turned one more time toward the driveway. Wyatt lifted a hand and then headed back to the car. The light in Phyllis's living room window turned off. So she had been watching and might be now. Anita waved toward her house just in case. If she waved back, Anita didn't know. She headed into the house and shut the front door. She wasn't going to peer out the curtained window to watch him drive away, no. Because she wasn't going to be nosy, like Phyllis. She walked into the kitchen, where Carly stood in front of the open refrigerator. "Hungry?" Anita asked. They could make something simple, like hoagies with deli meat and cheese. "Yeah." "Want a hoagie sandwich?" "Sure." Carly moved to the cupboard and pulled out the bag of hoagie bread. "I think he likes you." "What are you talking about?" "Wyatt Davis." Carly opened the bread bag and pulled out 2 buns. "He kept looking at you and smiling." "He hadn't been, had he?" Anita was grateful that the cool air of the refrigerator was keeping her from blushing. "I don't even know him. I mean, his grandfather is a nice man, but Wyatt could be married or have a girlfriend." "He's not, and you know that." Carly opened the rolls, laying them flat. Next, she fished a knife out of the utensil drawer, then picked up the mayo jar Anita had set on the counter. "He's your age, and he's single, and he kept smiling at you. He likes that we're friends with his grandpa, or he wouldn't have invited us to the library. And he's picking us up in his car instead of meeting us there, so it's like a date, except with your kid coming along." Anita shook her head and carried the lettuce to the sink to rinse it off. "None of that means he likes me. He's just a nice guy and wants to help out his grandpa, so he's grateful that we've been spending time with him." Carly scoffed. "I thought adults were smarter." Anita turned from the sink and grabbed a paper towel to pat the lettuce dry. "Believe me, I'd know if a man were trying to flirt with me, and Wyatt Davis wasn't doing that. Besides, I don't really want to date anyone for a while. I'm going to focus on you and my job." Carly wrinkled her nose. "That's so boring, Mom. What are you going to think about all day?" "What do you mean? I have plenty to think about." "I don't mean listening to the radio, then talking to the neighbors about the news. That's boring too." Anita set her hands on her hips and faced her daughter. "You know, sometimes boring is perfect. It's peaceful, it's being grateful. It's savoring the small things." Carly shrugged. "I guess. Besides, I can't wait to go to the library and see if there are any new books on tape." "Mom, you can't be serious. I know that you're totally into Wyatt Davis." Anita laughed. "Nice try, Carly. Sometimes a woman just looks forward to a good book to read." Chapter 10. "I can help you with those," Anita offered to Phyllis when she saw her lugging in grocery bags. She had been trimming a few plants in the front flower bed, Sassy following her about the yard when Phyllis pulled up. Carly was in the house doing homework, or else Anita might have brought her along to help too. "Oh, that would be wonderful," Phyllis sing-songed. She looked as immaculate as ever, lipstick in place, hair colored and coiffed, matching outfit of baby blue. Anita turned off the garden hose and walked across the lawn to Phyllis's driveway. The air smelled fresh from the light morning rain and the dewy rose bushes that lined up in front of her neighbor's house. Anita grabbed a couple of the bags from her trunk. Apparently the grapefruit diet was now over, because the bags were heavy and they looked like regular groceries. Walking into Phyllis's house, she was struck anew with the tidiness of the place. Though she'd been inside before, of course, she supposed that with only one person at home and not having art projects always in the works, housekeeping was simpler. "Just set the bags on the counter," Phyllis instructed. "I'll unpack everything, thanks." Her tone was bright, as usual, but something nagged Anita in the back of her mind. Phyllis's smile was too wide, her voice too puppy. Her insistence that Anita leave right away, unusual. Any other time she had helped with a similar task, Phyllis had invited her to sit and chat, have a drink or a treat. "Is everything all right?" Anita hovered next to the counter. "Of course," Phyllis said immediately. "I don't want to keep you waiting any longer since I know how busy you are." Normally, she would take the out, but still, she lingered. "I haven't seen your son around much lately. Are he and his wife doing well?" This question brought a flush to Phyllis's cheeks, and Anita swore she saw a sheen of unshed tears. Phyllis waved a hand. "Oh, they're all extremely busy right now. I haven't seen them in a few weeks, but I'm hoping when summer starts they'll want to visit Grandma's house." "Of course they will," Anita soothed. "If you are busy tomorrow, maybe we could share a quick lunch together? I need to force myself to take breaks, and that will be a good excuse." "That would be wonderful," Phyllis said. "How about I fix something so that you don't have to worry about it? I have a house full of groceries now." "I didn't mean to invite myself," Anita started. "Don't be silly." Phyllis waved a manicured hand. "If I were a better neighbor, I'd have invited you in the first place." "You're a great neighbor," Anita said, and realized that she absolutely meant it. A short time later, as she headed back to her house, she decided that the weekend had been better than she could have ever expected, besides her car issues, that was. But then again, that had been a catalyst for what was happening in a short time. Wyatt should be arriving soon to pick them up. When she entered the house, Carly was standing at the front window. "I was just helping Phyllis with her groceries," Anita said. Carly nodded. "I'm watching for Wyatt and the red Cadillac." "Wow, excited?" "As excited as you." Anita laughed. She didn't mind Carly's teasing about Wyatt. It was good to be teasing each other and not have the tension of suspension and grounding hanging over them. Maybe they'd get back to doing their weekend road trips, something they'd used to enjoy together. Today, she'd been worried most of the time, wondering how Carly's school experience would go. But she came home with a smile on her face, saying that she'd talked to some other girls in her classes. Maybe Samantha and Evie would be history, and that would be a good thing. "All right, you keep watch." Anita headed out of the living room. "He's here!" Carly yelled suddenly. She stopped. "Okay, I need to grab my purse." "I'll see you outside." Anita grabbed her purse, then followed Carly, locking the door behind them. When she turned, Wyatt was out of the car wearing what he must have worn at work: button-down shirt, tie, and slacks. "Ready?" he asked, a smile playing at the corner of his mouth. "Ready," Carly announced brightly. She hurried to the car, splashing through a small puddle, then stopped as Wyatt opened the rear door for her. Anita kept her stride at a normal pace, not wanting to seem too eager, even though she was probably just as keyed up. Wyatt remained by the car, watching her approach. Something was different about him, Anita decided. His green eyes seemed lighter in the afternoon sun, and he seemed to be more relaxed. Had it been a good work day for him? "How are you?" he asked as she neared. Something about his mellow voice warmed her chest. It was as if he were truly interested in her answer. "It was a good day," she said. "Once I found out Carly had a good day at school." He paused with a hand on the door handle. "Is she making new friends?" "She is." He smiled. Good to hear. He popped open the door, and she stepped past him and slid into the front passenger seat. He smelled of fresh air and the warm sun and maybe starch. Did he starch his shirts, or was that from the dry cleaners? She decided not to dwell on the fact that she'd spritzed a little perfume when she was getting ready. After he climbed in and started the engine, Carly said, "This car looks shinier than it did on Saturday. Did you wash it again?" "No, but the sunlight brings out the true color," Wyatt said, glancing back at her. "Did you have a good day at school?" "Pretty good," Carly said. For the next several moments, she rattled off a few conversations she'd had. "Mr. Davis will be happy that I took his advice." "What advice was that?" Anita asked. Why didn't she know about this? "He told me to talk to 3 people I hadn't before," Carly said. "He gave me some questions to ask, and, well, it worked. I have new friends." "What questions?" Wyatt asked. That was what Anita wanted to know, too. "If they grow up here," Carly said, "ask about the teachers they like, and then ask if they're into music and what kind." She paused. "Mr. Davis said to always have topics for conversation, even if you have to write them down and memorize them. He said that people like to talk about themselves, and all you have to do is ask the questions." Anita smiled. "That's pretty smart of him." "I didn't realize Gramps had a method that he used," Wyatt said. "It makes sense, though. Whenever I've gone anywhere with him, he strikes up conversations with people. He doesn't care who the person is, he just talks to them, and pretty soon they find they have things in common." "It's a gift," Anita said. "I don't think I could do it." Carly cut in. "Mr. Davis said it takes practice and preparing your questions. You should try it, Mom." "Okay, do I need that sort of help?" "Yes," Carly said immediately. "I mean, you're not friends with the moms of my friends, and they all do stuff together." She bit her lip. Was Carly talking about her old friends or her new friends, whom she didn't even know yet? And she couldn't do lunch dates or tennis matches with the other women because she had to work and support. "I think Gramps had great advice," Wyatt said. "We should all try it." "On each other?" Carly asked. "Sure," he said. "I can start." Everyone went silent, waiting for his question. "So, Carly, how was school today?" "No," she said. "It has to be something that doesn't have a one-word answer." Wyatt chuckled. Okay, Carly. What do you hope we find at the library?" "Oh, that's a good one." She leaned forward in her seat. "I hope we find out who Susan really was, and more about what high school was like when Mr. Davis went. I think it will be fun to tell him what we learned." She tapped Anita's shoulder. "Your turn, Mom." Anita cleared her throat. "All right. I'll ask Wyatt a question." He glanced over at her, a half smile on his face. "What was your favorite part about work today? And what was your least favorite?" He tugged at his collar. "Are you sure this isn't a job interview?" She smiled, and Carly giggled. Today, the best part was finishing a report that's taken 3 days to compile, he said. The least favorite part was getting a flat tire on the way to work. Oh no, this car? Yeah, this is my second shirt of the day and second pair of pants. What I originally wore is at the cleaners, and I can only hope that they'll get the road oil out of it. Road oil? What's that? Carly asked. Wyatt's expression went grim. It's when you pull over to change a tire, not realizing you've stopped a few feet from a large puddle of rainwater, and the oncoming car doesn't slow down at all. Oh, wow, she squealed. You got drenched? I got drenched, he confirmed. Anita couldn't help it. She had to laugh. Carly was already laughing, and within seconds, Wyatt's expression relaxed, and he laughed too. All right, he said, pulling onto the main road leading to the library. It wasn't funny at the time, but I can see how it's funny later. When they all sobered, Carly said, It's my turn, and I'm asking you a question, Mr. Davis. Wyatt. Okay, Wyatt. She paused. Have you lived here all your life? And how old are you? Carly, Anita said. It's not polite to... It's all right, Anita, he said, amusement in his tone as he patted her hand. She froze at his touch, not knowing if she should react or ignore it. He removed his hand just as quickly as he touched her, so she released a slow breath. It wasn't like she had tingles running up her arm from his touch, or there was some sort of electricity sparking between them like she'd read in a few books. This was different, though. She was aware of him, of how one hand gripped the steering wheel, how the other worked the gear shift when needed, how he smelled of fresh air and starch, how he'd had a 5 o'clock shadow on his jaw, how... I'm 41, which I know makes me an old man, and I've lived in Seattle my whole life. In fact, I've only been to a couple of other states, Oregon and Nevada, so you could say that I'm a die-hard Seattleite. So he was 6 years older than her, Anita calculated. My mom's 35, Carly declared. Barely 35. She wanted off this topic as soon as possible. Don't you like to travel? Before he could answer, Carly cut in. Road trips are the best. My mom and I do them all the time. Except for the last few months, that had been the case. Road trips, Wyatt mused as he turned into the library parking lot. All of my traveling has been for work meetings. Once it was for a funeral of a relative. Otherwise, my grandparents didn't leave Seattle on account of my grandma's poor health. Anita was fully curious now, with more questions. True to Carly's nature, she beat her to it. What was wrong with your grandma? She asked. And why didn't you just get somewhere with your parents? Wyatt pulled into a parking place and shifted the car into park. That's a lot of personal questions, Carly, Anita said. He turned toward her. It's fine. His green eyes were steady, not annoyed. My grandma had a heart condition, so Gramps didn't want to take her too far from home, or overnight somewhere. She had trouble sleeping when she wasn't in her own bed. He paused. And my parents, well, my dad took off before I could even remember him, and my mom, she had an addiction that eventually took her life. Anita's heart felt like it was being twisted out of her chest. I'm so sorry, Wyatt, she whispered. Not even Carly had words. It was all a long time ago, he said gently. Gramps and Grammy raised me, so if I seem overbearing around Gramps, you'll know why. He's everything to me. Anita blinked against the stinging in her eyes. She wanted to hug this man, but this wasn't the right place. That really sucks, Carly said. Anita normally would have reprimanded her for using such a coarse word, but right now, it was completely accurate. My dad left us too, Carly continued. My mom will try and correct me that he left her, but really it was us. I haven't heard from him in years, and I know he doesn't care enough about me to change that. So my mom is everything to me." The tears came then. How had she not known that Carly felt that way? About her dad, about her, about all of it. She wiped at her cheeks, then reached over the seat to grasp Carly's hand. "You're everything to me too, sweetheart." Wyatt didn't interrupt their moment, and only when their tears had dried did he get out of the car and open both of their doors. Anita stepped out, thanked him, then pulled Carly into a tight squeeze. They walked into the library with Wyatt leading the way. Surprisingly, it seemed busy. A senior group must have it as their activity night because there were at least a dozen elderly people milling about. One older man, leaning heavily on a black cane, was speaking to a librarian much louder than the "keep quiet" sign indicated might be acceptable. The man's white flyaway hair and deep wrinkles told her he had been nearing 90. "I can't pull out those little cards from the card catalog," he was saying. "My fingers are too stiff." The librarian murmured something, and the man said, "Speak up, I can't hear you." Anita smiled at the interaction. "I don't know where to start," Wyatt said, looking about the space. "Is there a sign on one of the aisles that says old yearbooks?" "Maybe over here." Carly pointed to one labeled Seattle History. "It's as good a place to start as any." Wyatt flashed her a smile. Then he lowered his voice even more. "Maybe after the librarian is finished helping that gentleman, we can ask for help if we don't find anything." "You'll be waiting a while," a woman said, passing close to them. Anita looked over to see an elderly woman with hair silver white. She wore a pale yellow blouse with a jeweled brooch at the center of her collar. Everything about her bespoke elegance, from the way she angled her head to her steady blue-green gaze and the soft scent of roses about her. The woman smiled conspiratorially. "Herb has been talking to the librarian since we arrived half an hour ago. He does this every trip." Anita smiled. "Oh, that's interesting. And no one complains?" The woman shrugged. "We've all learned to fend for ourselves here. I've become sort of an expert, so if you need help, maybe I can guide you in the right direction." "That would be wonderful," Wyatt said. "I'm Wyatt Davis, and these are my friends and research assistants, Anita and Carly." "Nice to meet you all," the woman said. "I'm Maggie Howard. Are you local to the area?" All of them nodded. Maggie sighed. "I've lived here for decades, and I've been coming to the library just as long." "Do you check out books on tape?" Carly asked. "That's what my mom does. She's an artist, so she listens while she works." Maggie's eyes seemed to lighten. "An artist? How wonderful. I've been collecting art most of my life. In fact, that's why I'm here." "To collect art?" Carly asked, clearly confused, like Anita was. "No," Maggie chuckled. "I'm looking for an artist, Orlando Gallo. Have you ever heard of him? Perhaps artists are all connected?" The hope in the older woman's voice was unmistakable. "Orlando Gallo," Anita repeated, sorting through any memories of an artist with that name. Nothing came to mind immediately. "His name isn't familiar. Is he from Seattle?" "No," Maggie said, sounding dejected. "He's from San Francisco. I knew him many years ago." Her gaze sharpened. "Now, what are you on the hunt for today? I'm sure your adventure is much more interesting than mine." Before she or Wyatt could answer, Carly spilled out all the information, starting with her suspension in school, then her service hours at the assisted living home, meeting Mr. Davis, and his high school sweetheart, Susan. "We don't know if she's real, though," she said, her voice nearly breathless from talking so fast. Maggie Howard didn't seem to have any trouble following, though. Her eyes had widened as if she was hanging on every word. "So we're trying to find old yearbooks." Carly glanced at Wyatt. From 1918 or 1919? From 1919. He smiled at Maggie. Maybe you can point us in the right direction. She set a hand on her hip, a couple of stunning rings on her hand catching the light. I think you were heading in the right direction. There's also a section on education a couple of aisles down from Seattle history. I can help you look, too. Oh, we don't expect that, Anita hurried to say. Maggie gave an exaggerated look where Herb was still talking to the librarian. I don't mind. I could use the distraction anyway. I've become discouraged in my search, and I think that the only recourse is to take a trip to San Francisco myself. You'd go that far just to track down an artist? Maggie's smile was soft. He used to be a friend. Although we didn't know each other for too long, we lost touch and, well, I'd just like to find him. Just like Mr. Davis wanting to find Susan, Carly said. Grams hasn't said anything like that, Wyatt cut in, his tone firm. We're just finding out information on our end. Anita set a hand on Carly's shoulder. Right. We don't want to encourage anything extra with Wyatt's grandfather. All right, she said dejectedly. Then she seemed to shrug it off. I can't wait to see what the old yearbooks look like. The hairstyles are going to be amazing. Right you are, young lady, Maggie said with a chuckle. As they walked over to the Seattle history section, Wyatt and Carly strode ahead. Maggie fell into step with Anita. You have a great girl there. Now, I noticed that neither you nor the gentleman you arrived with are wearing wedding rings. Is Wyatt your special someone? Oh, no, she said. We've only recently met, and since Carly and I became friends with his grandfather, it's sort of extended to Wyatt, too. There's nothing up between us. Maggie smiled. Friendships are very important in life. I should know. I've had over 90 years of experience. And Wyatt seems like a good man. I have a sense for these things. Warmth pricked along Anita's arms. You're in your 90s? 94, she said with pride. When you're my age, you wear it like a badge of honor. Mom, Carly Whisper yelled. We found the yearbooks. Anita and Maggie shared an eager expression and then joined the others in the aisle. Carly was right. An entire section was taken up with yearbooks. Wyatt had crouched down, exploring the titles in the bottom row. The oldest one here is from 1952, he said, then straightened. Maybe they have older ones on microfilm? Let's ask the librarian, Maggie said. I'll drag her away from Herb if I have to. Wyatt's face twisted with amusement. Do you need help? Her eyes twinkled. I've got this. She moved out of the aisle, and Anita and the others followed. They stopped a few paces from where Herb was still talking to the librarian. Herb, I think that Gerald could use your help, Maggie said. He's been standing in front of the mystery novels for 20 minutes. Don't you know all of the detective series? Herb turned his eyes on Maggie, his hand gripping his cane. I sure do. Where is Gerald? Just over there, she pointed. After Herb shuffled off, Maggie turned to the librarian who, frankly, looked relieved. Mrs. Proctor, we need some assistance, she said. Is the microfilm room available? Mrs. Proctor tucked a stray bit of auburn hair behind her ear. Of course. Come this way. What are you looking for? Wyatt explained about the yearbooks, and she gave a brisk nod. Just give me a few minutes, and I should be able to locate those couple of years. They crowded into the microfilm room, and everyone took a chair. When the librarian returned, she carried a film canister. This one has 5 years' worth, so you should be able to find what you're looking for if it's here. She loaded the machine and showed everyone how to advance the images to search through the yearbook pages. Wyatt sat in the middle chair and began to scroll through. They first found Samuel Davis listed in the index, and Carly wrote down all of the page numbers to check. Finding Susan's name was harder because they didn't know her last name. There were several Susans, and who knew if there would be pictures with both Mr. Davis and Susan together anyway? The index might not have every mention of a person, Maggie mused. There could be group shots of things like socials and dances. Wyatt turned to look at her. I remember one of his stories was about the spring fling. Carly clapped her hands. That's probably it. Hopefully there are pictures. He continued to scroll. A page appeared with group pictures. The larger the group, the harder it was to make out the faces. Some of them had identifying names at the bottom, others didn't. When they landed on a couple of pictures from the spring fling, Wyatt examined them, trying to look for a young man who looked like his grandfather. There, he pointed. I think that's him. Everyone leaned closer. Sam Davis, as a young man, had slicked back hair, wore a blazer and tie, and he had his arm around a girl with short bobbed hair and a wide smile. He wasn't looking at the camera, though. He was looking at his date, as if the sun rose and set with her. Is that Susan? Carly asked. It has to be her. Anita's heart stuttered. If this was Susan at Sam's side, then she was definitely real. What was Wyatt feeling right now? He blew out a breath. Let's see if we can match her up with pictures of the other Susans. He used the machine to print off a copy of the page with the spring fling photo. A few moments later, Wyatt had Carly hold it up as he scrolled to the page numbers that correlated with the girls named Susan. That looks like her, Carly said when he arrived at a page with the photo captioned, Glee Club. Wyatt held the printed page close to the microfiche screen. There was no doubt it was a match. Susan Martin, he said. It looks like she was a real person. No one spoke for a couple of moments, and then Carly said, What's a Glee Club? Maggie had the answer. A choir run by the students. It was an extracurricular club, so it was volunteer and not part of the classes. Wyatt selected the option to print off the Glee Club page. We might as well find the other photos of her as well as those of Gramps. As the printer rattled away, he stared for a long moment at the spring fling image. Carly asked Maggie more questions. Anita touched his arm. Are you all right? He snapped his gaze up, as if being pulled out of a fog. Yeah, it's just surreal, I guess. Gramps isn't making things up. It's complicated, too. I mean, I thought my grandmother was the love of his life. Maybe she was, Anita said. Most of us have relationships before settling on our true love. Her face felt hot. Or sometimes the first love doesn't work out. Wyatt gazed at her for a moment. Yeah, you're right. Just because Gramps cared about Susan doesn't mean he didn't love my grandma. By the time the pages had finished printing, Maggie's group was ready to be transported back to their senior center, where they'd share a meal together. It was wonderful meeting all of you, she said. I hope to see you again sometime. Anita rose to walk her out of the room. How often do you come here? The excursion is every Monday, but I come maybe once or twice a month. Maggie grasped her hand. Lovely to meet you and your daughter. Wyatt is a nice man, too. Wonderful to meet you as well. Maggie smiled and patted Anita's arm. Then she moved away, joining the senior group. She had a strange feeling as Maggie walked away, as if she'd just said goodbye to an old friend, but that was impossible. They'd only met an hour ago. Chapter 11. Sam wasn't expecting a phone call on a Monday evening so late. When Wyatt called him, it was usually right after the dinner hour, but now it was 8 p.m. Who could be ringing him now? He knew it wasn't Paula. She either called in the morning or on one of her shift breaks, or not at all. And really, there was no one else in his life who'd call. Sure, He'd had a visit once in a while from Charles Benson, his longtime neighbor, but Sam happened to know that the man was on a vacation with his kids and grandkids. "Hello? Who's this?" he said into the receiver after picking it up. Might as well get to the point. "Gramps?" "Wyatt," he said, relief running through him. "I wondered if it was too late to come over tonight. I found some yearbook pages you might be interested in seeing." "Yearbook, did you say?" Sam set a bookmark in the book he'd been reading. "I haven't seen any yearbooks around for years." "I found this at the library," Wyatt said. "Well, we did. I'm with Anita and Carly." Sam wasn't sure that he was catching on to what Wyatt was trying to tell him. "Why are you with them at the library?" "I can explain everything when we get there." Sam glanced at the clock on the wall just above the bookcase. He was usually in bed with his book by 9 o'clock, as opposed to in his chair with his book right before that. His eyes were already tired, and Wyatt sounded like he had more hours in him. "How about tomorrow after dinner?" he said. "I'm not going anywhere." There was a pause, and then some hushed conversation on the other end of the line. "Wyatt?" "Oh, yes. Sorry, that will be fine. We'll see you tomorrow at 6:30. After hanging up with Wyatt, Sam picked up his book again, but his mind wouldn't focus on the words. He should have asked his grandson which yearbook he'd found. Was it the one that had Susan in the pictures? Or was it the following year, when her missing presence was like a black hole in his heart? A few more moments passed as he let his memories return. The spring fling dance had been their one and only date. Sure, they'd spent time together every chance they had, but after the dance, life had become a whirlwind of Susan's family preparing to move. Sam had volunteered to help them pack their things and set up what they wanted to leave behind at a rummage sale. He remembered feeling like, although Susan hadn't left yet, he already missed her. He didn't know at the time that he'd never see her again, that their letters would be the only connection that would remain after their childhood spent together. Sam rose from his chair and went through his bedtime routine. If he took things slowly, he could do everything on his own. He wasn't at the point where one of the aides had to help him change his clothing or wash up. Climbing into bed, he left his book on the nightstand, still bookmarked. He didn't need to read to fall asleep tonight. He had plenty of memories to sort through, but mostly he wondered how Susan was doing after all of these years. If her marriage had been happy, if her children were well, and did she have grandchildren? "Mr. Davis, time for your morning medications." Sam opened his eyes, surprised to see that his room glowed with morning sunlight. He'd slept through the entire night without waking up once. Ginny smiled down on him. "Sleep well?" He cleared his throat. "I slept like the dead. What time is it and where am I?" Thankfully, Ginny was used to his quips. She laughed and held out a glass of water and a small paper cup of pills. He moved to one elbow and took the pills, then swallowed down some water. While he remained in bed for a few more minutes, Ginny bustled about the room. She emptied the garbage, folded the throw on his recliner, straightened a few books on the bookshelf. Once Sam felt awake enough to get out of bed, he pushed back the covers, then swung his legs over the edge. "How are you feeling?" Ginny asked. "Fine." And he did feel fine, well rested, no headache, no vertigo. The only thing he noticed was his stomach rumbling. Hungry. She smiled. "We can head to breakfast as soon as you're ready." Sam knew that if he'd complained about anything, then Ginny would have offered to bring his breakfast on a tray. But she was also of the mind that if he had the physical strength, then he should have breakfast in the dining room. "You need to stay social," she'd told him more than once. She brought over the walker, and although Sam didn't like to use it in his bedroom, previous incidents had shown him that his legs and balance were not always reliable first thing in the morning. He grasped the handle and pushed to his feet. So far, so good. My grandson is visiting tonight after dinner, he said, so I'll be staying in the dining room for that. I'll leave a message for tonight's staff, Ginny said. Sam nodded and headed into the bathroom. He shut the door but didn't lock it. In fact, the door didn't lock in case there was some sort of emergency. He washed up, then spent a moment studying his face in the mirror. He'd have to ask for a shave today, though his whiskers didn't grow as fast as they used to. He only made the request a couple times a week. A memory flashed through his mind of when Susan first noticed that he was growing stubble. She teased him about it, and then asked to feel his jaw. Memories were strange things. Sometimes they were murky like a hazy day. Other times, they felt like the event only happened a few days ago. Right now, Sam could remember the details of that moment when Susan ran her fingers over his jaw. The way her eyes had crinkled at the corners. How she wore a smirk he was so familiar with. The strawberry scent of her shampoo as she leaned close. The sensation of a girl, a pretty girl, who was his best friend, touching him. How she'd drawn back and laughed and then said coyly, "My friend is turning into a man." Was that when Sam had fallen in love with her? Or was it much sooner? Maybe that was when he finally had hope that she'd view him as someone other than her lanky best friend. He'd been all elbows and knees for years, until the summer between their sophomore and junior years. His family had gone on a road trip vacation for 8 days, and when they returned, it was to a much more mature-looking Susan. And he supposed he'd changed, too, in that short time. Or maybe it had seemed that way since they'd never been apart for long, until she'd moved for good. "Mr. Davis, need help with anything?" Ginny's voice tugged him out of his revelry. "No, I'm coming right out." He rinsed out the sink, dried his hands, then opened the door. By the time he was in the dining room and seated next to a few of the other residents for breakfast, he was back to reality, back to the routine, back to scrambled eggs and a piece of toast with grape jelly. He didn't pay much attention to the announcement about the activities going on that day. He might or might not join in. His gaze cut to a large bank of windows that framed the makings of a mild, sunny day. A break in the clouds was always welcome. Beyond the windows grew a walled-in garden that contained a circular walking path and a few benches nestled among the flower beds. A nice change in atmosphere. He took a final sip of his orange juice, then excused himself from the buzzing conversation at his table that he hadn't been paying attention to anyway. Using his walker so he didn't potentially get stuck somewhere if he got a hitch in his knee or hip, he headed toward the walled garden. "Mr. Davis, where are you going?" He looked over to see Ginny walking toward him. "I'm going to walk the garden path for a while," he said. "No need to follow." Ginny paused in her step and smiled. "All right, sir. Let me know if you change your mind. I'll be close by." She would indeed. But Sam didn't need the extra assistance today. His legs felt steady, and it might have something to do with wanting to have a good day, so by the time Wyatt came, he'd be ready to walk down memory lane. Entering the garden, he turned right on the path. The scent of roses and other flowering plants immediately surrounded him. "There he is," a woman's voice said, "the lone bachelor." Sam could guess the voice belonged to Kathy or Debbie, 2 women who were always up to something. They lived across the hall from each other in the women's section. When he'd first come to the center, he'd been seated at their tables, so he'd gotten an earful of their lives at each meal. They weren't related, but somehow they looked like sisters, both with silver gray hair cut short, dark arched eyebrows, and a habit of wearing ruby red lipstick. He only knew the exact color because they had told him, then proceeded to put it on right after their meals were eaten. "I think he's ignoring us," the other woman said. A couple of steps later, and they came into view. Today they were wearing matching cardigans and sitting on a bench. One of them, Kathy, held a book, and Debbie held a small bag of potato chips. How she managed to end up with extra snacks was a mystery to him. "I'm not ignoring anyone," Sam said. "I'm simply taking a walk." Both women smiled innocently at him as if they hadn't just been giving him guff. "That's wonderful, Sam," Kathy gushed. "You're looking healthy today," Debbie added. It was assisted living lingo, he guessed, to look healthy even though they were all in here in this place all together as their final destination in life. "Do you want to sit with us?" Kathy asked, her lipstick smile bright. "We're having a book club meeting." Sam slowed in his step and came to a stop. "Book club with 2 people?" Debbie lifted her chin. "You can have a book club with only 1 person, you know. And if you join us, we'll have 3. Sam had to chuckle, even if he wasn't sure Debbie was trying to be funny. "I haven't read the book." This prompted Kathy to hold up hers. "No need to read in advance. We won't give away the ending." "We never give away the ending," Debbie said. "Besides, we usually can't remember it. Does that happen to you? We know you're a big reader." "It depends on how long ago I read the book." He pushed the walker forward again to continue his walk. "Enjoy your book club." "We will," Kathy said. "And if you want to join us next week, we're reading Little Women." "And," Debbie rattled her chip bag, "there will be snacks." Sam chuckled and continued walking. He was past them now, but that didn't stop Kathy from calling out, "We always have snacks, you can be assured of that." Sharing a small bag of chips wasn't all that tempting to him. Besides, he didn't have a copy of Little Women, although he knew he'd read it at some point. One of his years in high school? About the only thing he remembered was that one of the characters was a writer, and her sister died. Sad stuff. Maybe if he could drum up a copy, he'd read it since he didn't have much else on the agenda for the week. He walked slowly on purpose, so he could breathe in the earthy scents mixed with the fragrance of blooming flowers. It reminded him of Norma, when she had to quit her full-time job because of her heart condition. She'd wanted to stay busy, just on a more restful scale. Although some days that she spent in the garden, he'd worried she'd overtax herself. Boy, he missed her. They hadn't been in love when they'd married. No. The circumstances were a bit unusual, but looking back, he didn't regret anything. Susan had been out of his life for years, and he was available to help Norma. His heart would follow later. Once Sam made it back to his room, a copy of Little Women in hand that he'd found at the center's library, he settled into his recliner, intent on reading until lunchtime. He got caught up in the story well enough, smiling, because Jo's personality reminded him of Susan, giving and industrious, not afraid to speak her mind. But as his eyes grew heavy and he slipped into a nap, it wasn't Susan who was on his mind, but Norma. She'd been the girlfriend of David Gerber, who Sam had crossed paths with a couple of times when a large group of them went bowling on Saturday nights. Norma was tall, willowy, and bookish. They got into more than one conversation about books, and Sam had never considered it flirting, but apparently David did. They'd had a confrontation one night after the bowling alley that almost came to fisticuffs. David had shoved Sam, and he shoved the guy back. They were evenly matched, but a crowd had gathered, and Norma had tearfully pleaded for David to back down. It seemed he'd been in trouble with the cops for something else, and she didn't want new charges brought against him. It was the last time he saw Norma or David for a few months. They hadn't disappeared exactly, but they stopped coming to bowling night. Then one evening, after Sam had finished working the late shift, he'd stop by the diner on the corner just on the edge of his neighborhood. He knew the kitchen of his college apartment probably only had a box of crackers, and he was starving. He ordered enough for 3 people and sat down to wait while Hal prepared his order. That's when he noticed the far table in the corner, where a young woman was sipping a drink, tears streaking her cheeks. His heart went out to her. But he aimed to mind his own business and leave her to her own troubles when he realized it was Norma. She looked up and recognized him too. They ended up spending the next 2 hours talking and eating. Sam had plenty of food to share. She was still dating that doofus, David. But Sam remembered coming away from talking to her thinking how her boyfriend didn't know how lucky he was. Norma was a great gal with a bright future. She was acing her classes in clerical school and planned to work for either a hospital or law firm when she graduated. David had no such aspirations and was working as a part-time mechanic. It was honest labor, though, and nothing that Sam could criticize. Only his personality needed some work. Apparently, he hated reading and thought it was a waste of time for Norma, which was why she brought a book with her to the diner while David hung out with his buddies on card night. Over the next few weeks, Sam would randomly run into Norma at the diner. They'd share a table and food, which he insisted on paying for. He ordered extra if he saw her sitting in the corner booth when he arrived. She always had a book with her, but she bookmarked it as soon as he came over to her table. Sam supposed he should have felt a twinge of guilt spending so much time with another man's girl, but there was nothing romantic between them. She was pretty and sweet, sure, but he knew from the get-go that she was taken. Until she wasn't. A tap on the door pulled him from his circling dreams about Norma. He drew in a sharp breath. It was the second time that day that someone had awakened him from sleep. "Come in," he called in a rasp. "I'm presentable." The door opened, and Ginny walked in. It took her only seconds to assess the situation. "Having a nap?" "Something like that." He stifled a yawn. "What's this? Blood pressure time?" "Yes, I'm afraid so." She didn't look apologetic, though. All smiles. She bent to strap on the blood pressure cuff. In moments, she was finished. "Everything looks good. You ready for lunch?" "I suppose," he said. Ginny smiled and adjusted the walker so it would be easier for him to grip and stand. Her gaze didn't miss much because she said, "You switched books, huh? Little Women is a classic." "I'm in a book club." Ginny didn't even look surprised. "I see Kathy and Debbie snagged you." "That's right. I hope I know what I'm getting into." Sam nodded toward the book on the side table. "How much trouble can there be with discussing Little Women?" "With Kathy and Debbie as part of the discussion?" Jenny chuckled. "Just make sure you're a huge fan of Louisa May Alcott, or there'll be trouble." He shuffled toward the door. "I'll be ready for it." The afternoon passed quickly, which pleased him, because he was looking forward to Wyatt's visit. Sam wasn't expecting him to bring Anita and Carly, though, so it was a nice surprise when the three of them showed up. "Well, I wasn't expecting a whole crew," he said, smiling as they approached the table where he waited. Then he remembered. "Your car was having trouble, right?" "Right," Anita said. "It's in the shop. Needs a new starter." Sam didn't miss the crease of her brow. Car trouble was never a pleasant thing, but he was happy to see them nonetheless. "We got a ride with Wyatt," Carly said. "Mostly because we wouldn't let him come without us." "Oh?" Sam wondered at the excitement in her eyes. He wanted to ask her about school and how her quest for new friends was going, but Wyatt had already settled on one side of him. "Here, Gramps," he said softly. "We brought you some copies of your yearbook, and we'd love to talk with you about some of the photos. Anita and Carly went to the library with me to look through the old yearbooks." "Ah, that was kind of everyone." Sam glanced at his inquisitive audience, wondering exactly what was going on. "It wouldn't have happened without Anita's prodding," Wyatt said. "I was reluctant, but she insisted." "Not exactly insisted," she countered with a coy smile. Wyatt smiled at her in return, and her cheeks were pinker than Sam remembered. She sat on the other side of Carly, her eyes focused on Wyatt more than anyone else at their table. Sam didn't miss the studied glance that Wyatt gave Anita. the curve of a quick smile, before he opened the folder that he'd brought. Sam dropped his gaze before he let his mind draw conclusions where there might not be any. Maybe Wyatt and Anita were just friends, but he couldn't remember a time when he'd seen Wyatt's attention so captured by another woman. He hadn't brought anyone home to meet him for years. Wyatt tapped the first page. These aren't the best copies since they came from a microfiche machine. Sam began to leaf through the pages. He didn't speak for a moment, because he knew exactly what the photos were, and the year and the month they were all taken. It wasn't something that he could forget. "That's me and Susan," he said, tapping on a photo. "Our first and last date, you could say." He raised his gaze to meet his grandson's. "She was a remarkable person." Wyatt nodded. "She's the one who sent that postcard a few months ago? You believe me now?" Sam hadn't expected the flush of guilt across Wyatt's face. I do believe you," he said. "I'm sorry that I didn't before." It was a fair apology. "Thought my mind was going." When Wyatt's face paled, Sam chuckled. "Don't worry. I know I'm getting on in years. Some things will eventually go. My memories can be foggy, but not about Susan. She was my best friend, you know." Wyatt swallowed. "I know. You've said that. But since you only recently brought her up, I had wondered if your memories were true. I'm sorry for doubting you." "I understand. You were thinking of your grandmother and wanting to protect her memory." Sam turned the next page to where Susan posed with her glee club. He used to go to the practices when he had time just to hear her sing. If he'd been able to carry a tune, he would have joined. He lifted his gaze, not realizing he'd spoken his thoughts aloud. Everyone was watching him. "Susan was my soulmate, I think. Is that what you call it nowadays? When her family moved, I never doubted that I'd see her again. We'd have much more freedom as adults, I assumed, but life happened, and the years passed. I met Norma, and Susan had moved on with another fella, at least that's what her letters seemed to indicate." He tapped a finger against the Glee Club photo. "Susan got engaged, and I moved on with my life, too. We stopped writing letters, and I wasn't even sure if she was still in Nevada. I only wished the best for her, of course." His voice trailed off. "So you never heard from her again until the postcard?" Carly asked eagerly. "That's right." Sam looked up from the black and white photo of a smiling Susan. "I was shocked to receive it, but I knew immediately that it was from the right Susan. I don't know her circumstances right now. She might have a dozen grandchildren and a busy life. Maybe she sent the postcard hoping it might reach me, or perhaps she knew I still lived in the same home I'd grown up in." Wyatt patted his arm. "We're happy to hear any stories you want to tell us, Gramps." Sam drew in a breath. "I suppose the older I get, the shorter my life seems. And my high school years don't seem all that long ago. I mean, I know that decades have passed, but I'd like to catch up with Susan. Find out which path her life took." Wyatt's shoulders slumped, but he said in an upbeat voice, "Maybe we can track down her address and you can write to her." Sam clasped his hands atop the table. "Finding her address would be important," he said, "because I'd like to visit her in person while I still can." Wyatt frowned, as Sam suspected he might. "If you can't take me, then maybe your sister can." "We don't even know where she lives," Wyatt said, "or if she'd welcome a visit." "We'll find her phone number then." Sam settled his gaze on Anita. "Maybe you can help if Wyatt's too busy." Chapter 12. Anita blinked, not sure if she understood Mr. Davis's request to track down a phone number for Susan. Surely Wyatt could do that. Then she realized Mr. Davis was trying to get her to support his goal to contact Susan. Wyatt had been the one to agree to find the yearbook in the first place, and Anita didn't want to get in the middle of any family debate. Wyatt's gaze was on her, and he wasn't jumping in to answer, so she said, "I'm happy to help with whatever is agreed upon." There. That was neutral, right? "I can help too," Carly said. "Our school librarian had us learn about censuses before." Everyone looked over at Carly, and Mr. Davis said, "That's an excellent idea." "Gramps," Wyatt said in a soft, questioning tone. "Carly, why don't you go ask one of the aides if we could get some drinks at our table?" Anita suggested. She popped to her feet. "Okay." With her daughter gone for a few minutes, Anita turned to the men. "Carly and I can give you some privacy. I'm truly happy to help with anything, but I don't want to be in the middle." "You're not in the middle," Wyatt said at the same time that Mr. Davis said, "You can be in the middle if it means finding Susan." Wyatt's expression went still, and Anita wished she could backtrack, maybe by not coming to the center tonight with him. Mr. Davis wasn't her grandfather, and she knew Wyatt was trying to be supportive, despite his complicated feelings. But tracking down the truth about Susan was a lot different than tracking her down in person. "Gramps, I need to talk to Anita for a second," Wyatt said just as Carly came back balancing 4 cups of water. "Thanks, Carly," she said, smiling. "Wait here with Mr. Davis. Wyatt and I will be right back." Mr. Davis didn't seem to mind, and he and Carly fell into conversation about her school. Anita followed Wyatt out into the lobby. He moved to one of the large windows that framed the orange sky from the setting sun. A line had appeared between his brows. Shoving his hands into his pockets, he said, "I didn't expect Gramps to want to track her down. I don't know if that's the best idea." Anita had been surprised as well, but maybe not as surprised as him. Maybe a phone call with her will answer any of his questions, and maybe it will bring them both some peace. Wyatt looked down at the ground. Maybe. He sighed, then met her gaze. Was he in love with Susan? I mean, he hasn't denied it, and they were dating, but was he in love with her the whole time he was married to my grandmother? Or is he just distracting himself from truly grieving over my grandmother? "I think that he was devoted to your grandma," Anita said quietly. She wasn't sure where the assurance was coming from, but she didn't see Mr. Davis as someone who didn't care about his wife. He served in the war. He had to be a realist, a man who could care deeply, too. Maybe now that he's a widower, he's curious about the people in his past. "You're right," Wyatt conceded. "But curiosity is one thing. Following through and reaching out is another thing." Anita nodded and fell silent. The orange of the sunset began to fade to a burnished red. "Maybe this can be taken one step at a time. You don't even know she can be tracked down. Phone books, censuses, calling city records office. All of it might be a dead end." Wyatt rubbed the back of his neck. "I worry that he hasn't dealt with his grief over Grandma, that he'll spend his energy on this Susan woman only to be crushed again for whatever reason." "We can't predict any of that." Anita took a couple of steps closer to the window, and Wyatt joined her. Together, they watched as the brilliant colors of the sunset faded. "We should get back," he said after a moment, "before my grandpa talks your daughter into some sort of escapade." Anita smiled and looked over at him. "They're often in cahoots about something." "She's been good for him," Wyatt said, sincerity in his tone as his gaze held hers. "The past couple of weeks, he's been more cheerful, more alive, as if he's looking forward to each day." Anita swallowed back the emotion. He's been good for her, too. It was a stressful weekend when we came for that first visit. I was sure I'd be taking home a grumpy teenager to deal with on my own, but only a short time with your grandfather, and Carly gained a new perspective on some things. Wyatt's gaze hadn't left her face, and she loved that he was really listening to her. He loosened his tie at his throat and scrubbed his hand through his hair more than once, giving it a rumpled look. Put together, Wyatt was a nice visual, but Wyatt a bit on the edge was also appealing. She pushed those thoughts away. What do you want to do? I don't want to step on anyone's toes. Gramps is set on this, he said. That look in his eye has never changed. Even as a kid, I knew it meant that he wouldn't be changing his mind. He set his hands on his hips. I just wish I knew if this was going to be a fruitless search. None of us can know what's going on the other end of this search, she said. Maybe whatever this is will bring him some peace about his past. Wyatt frowned at that. What do you mean? He seems to be sharing some nostalgic memories, but I think some of them have a double meaning. I think he's looking for closure on something that happened between him and Susan. His brows lifted. You're either very observant or very wrong. Anita didn't mind being called out. She could be wrong, but they'd never know until Wyatt followed this trail his grandpa wanted to take. All right, he said suddenly. I'll find Susan for my grandpa. Do you think you can help? I mean, at least be my sounding board if you don't have time to do any sleuthing. He sounded so frazzled that Anita didn't know whether to comfort him or laugh. She set a hand on his arm. I can help. His shoulders visibly relaxed and his gaze moved to where she touched him. Okay, thank you, he said quietly. That means a lot. Anita dropped her hand. No problem. I think Carly and I are pretty invested now. The edge of his mouth lifted, and she loved seeing all of his worry lines ease. From her outsider's point of view, this all sounded like an interesting quest, but from Wyatt's point of view, she could see how it would tangle up his emotions. He's probably talking Carly's ear off right now, Wyatt said. Let's go back in and give him the news. Sounds good. She turned toward the hallway leading to the dining room, and his hand touched the small of her back. Only for an instant, then the touch was gone. She shouldn't be feeling the warmth spread through her, but she was. Back inside the dining room, Carly and Mr. Davis were playing a game of Uno, a change of pace from their usual Scrabble, but no less competitive. He set down his cards the moment he spotted them. Well, conference over. What did you decide? Wyatt sat on the other side of his grandpa, and Anita took her usual place by Carly. We're going to track down Susan, Wyatt said. All of us. Me too? Carly asked, her eyes bright. You too, Anita said with a smile. Mr. Davis sat back in his chair, a triumphant grin on his face. Excellent. When do we start? Wyatt chuckled. I can start making calls tomorrow, but first, we need to know as many names and dates as you can remember. There might be more than one Susan Martin out there. Should we start in Medford? Carly asked. Mr. Davis smiled. You remembered the postmark. She nodded. Maybe we should just fly to Medford and start knocking on doors that belong to all the Susan Martins. He chuckled. There's a few problems with that. First, I don't fly, and second, I don't know what her married name is. Everyone at the table went silent. I didn't think of that, Wyatt finally said, rubbing his forehead. That should have been our first consideration. It's only a minor bump, Mr. Davis said. We'll just have to find out when she was married so we can find out who she married. Anita didn't know what was going through Wyatt's mind, but everything just got a lot more complicated. Instead of this project maybe taking a few nights of phone calls, this could stretch into weeks of phone calls, writing letters and requesting records that they may or may not be given access to. "Got something to write on?" Mr. Davis asked his grandson. "I'll give you the names of her family members, although her mother died about a year after they moved." Wyatt was empty-handed, so Anita pulled out a small notebook from her purse that she used to jot down her grocery list. "I've got something." Mr. Davis rattled off the names of Susan's parents and siblings, as well as the name of the uncle that they went to live with when they first moved. Then he picked up his Uno cards. "I'll let the two of you percolate over the details while I beat Carly in Uno." "Hey," Carly said. "You're putting your cart before the horse." Anita chuckled. "I haven't heard that saying in years, probably decades." Carly shrugged, and Mr. Davis only smiled. In moments they were enmeshed in their game. Wyatt rose and moved to sit next to Anita. "Well, any idea of where to start?" She turned the notebook toward him so that he could see all the names. "We should probably start with the uncle's name. Find out the name of the company he owned in Nevada. Then we can see if we can get a list of former employees." "Good idea." Wyatt tapped the paper with the names. "We could call the city hall of the town and find out if we can access any marriage records." "Okay, I like it." She paused. He looked at her expectantly. "Do you want to get together tomorrow afternoon? Join forces with our phone calls?" "What time do you get off?" she asked. "Most businesses will close by 5. At least Nevada is in the same time zone as we are." "I'll go into work a little extra early so that I can leave close to 3. Then I'll head over to your place unless you and Carly want to come to mine." "My place will be faster," Anita said. "I won't have to wait for Carly to get home from school." Just the thought of Wyatt walking into her house had her thinking of all the things that she should probably straighten up or clean. Not that she intended to deep clean or anything, but she wanted things to be more decent than what they were. "All right," he said in a low voice. "I'll plan on being to your place no later than 3:30 tomorrow. If anything changes, I'll give you a call." Anita bit her lip and nodded. It was a plan. Her week was definitely turning out to be much different than she could have predicted. Chapter 13, 1922. Sam got off work a few minutes earlier than usual, and it only put an extra spring in his step as he headed to the cafe for something to eat. He wasn't fooling himself that he'd hoped Norma would be there. They'd become good friends, he surmised. He'd told her about Susan, and she'd told him a little about David. A couple of weeks earlier, he'd received a letter from Susan saying that she was engaged to her fella. Sam knew that she'd been going steady with a guy for a few months, but he was taken aback when her letter came. It seemed things had moved very fast between them, and now they were going to get married? He'd shown up at the cafe carrying a whirlwind of emotions. Norma had let him blow off steam, and when he'd calmed, she helped him see that the Susan of today was probably not the Susan of high school. Years had passed, and although they'd kept up their letter writing, neither of them had made a huge effort to travel across several states to see each other. "That's because every time I make a plan, something happens to derail it," Sam had defended. Then he'd gone quiet. He'd let the canceled plans put him into a funk until he came up with another way to visit Susan. A few times she'd had hopes that she might be able to return to Seattle too, but money always stood in her way. Even when Sam had offered to send her a ticket, she'd told him to keep it for tuition, which he really did need to pay, but had continuing his crush on Susan been unrealistic? Talking to Norma had helped him see things in a different way, so when news of Susan's engagement came, she was the one he confided in. Because it meant that any hope he'd had as a teenager of spending the rest of his life with Susan had died once and for all. Tonight, though, He had good news to share with her. He'd passed his check ride for a monoplane, which meant that he'd be starting the next phase of the aviation program. He entered the cafe to find Norma at her usual table. She had a drink in front of her, absently stirring it with a straw. But her expression told him that she was upset about something. So instead of ordering right away, he headed toward the table in the corner. She glanced up at him as he slid into the booth across from her, then lowered her eyes again. "Hey," he said gently. "Hey," she whispered. He waited a moment, but when she didn't say anything more, he continued, "What's wrong, Norma?" She blinked and tears fell on her cheeks, then her face crumpled. Sam rose from his spot and sat on her bench. "What's going on?" he asked, setting his arm about her shoulders. She leaned against him, her shoulders shaking with her mostly silent crying. It's David," he guessed. She nodded against his chest. "Did he break up with you?" Another nod. "He's a piece of work," Sam said on an angry exhale. "Don't give him a second thought. You can do way better than the likes of him." Norma wrapped her arms around his torso, and he tightened his hold on her. He'd never touched her before, never hugged her, but this felt nice, comforting. She smelled faintly of roses. Maybe it was her shampoo or the perfume she'd put on that morning. "Seriously, Norma," he said, rubbing her arm. "You get one night to cry over him, but after tonight, no more. Do I need to cut him off at the knees?" "No," she said with a soft laugh. Laughing was much better than crying, Sam decided. "He's gone." Her voice was muffled by his shirt. "What do you mean, gone?" "He took off to California, going to work at his cousin's auto shop." "He works at the auto shop here," Sam said with a frown. "Didn't he invite you, or didn't you want to go?" Norma finally lifted her head and drew away from him. He handed over a napkin and she mopped her face. Even though her eyes were reddened, they were still a pretty brown. Her cheeks had flushed a deep pink, matching the color of her lovely lips. Sam blinked, pushing those thoughts away. This was a woman in mourning, and he didn't need to be thinking about how pretty and kissable she looked. "I don't know anything anymore," Norma said in a pained voice. "Last night, I found out some news, and when I told him, he put together a plan to get away from me." None of this made any sense. David had been so possessive of her, and she seemed content enough with him, so why the change of heart? "What was the news?" She looked down at her twisting hands. "I'm pregnant." Sam felt as if all the air had been sucked from his lungs. It took him a moment to understand the enormity of what she was saying. "And David doesn't want the baby?" "No," she whispered. "He told me it wasn't his, and that I'd better not come after him for any money or support." The tears were back, and her voice trembled at the next words. "He called me awful things. All lies. I've never been with anyone except him." She used the napkin again. Sam didn't know what to say. This was a tangle, that was for sure. Maybe David was in shock. Maybe he'd come around, not that he wanted Norma to forgive the jerk, but wasn't it better for a kid to have a dad around? "I'm sorry." He grasped her hand and held on. What else could he say? "What do your parents think?" She gave a half laugh that had no joy in it. "They want me to move to Portland, to stay with my aunt until the baby is born, then place it up for adoption." It sounded gut-wrenching to Sam. "What do you want?" Norma threw up her hands. "It's all so new. It's all so much. I don't know what I want. I thought that David would She covered her mouth with her hand and closed her eyes. "Want to marry you?" Sam finished. She nodded, the pain etching lines about her eyes. "I want the baby, I do. Even with David's rejection, I still can't imagine giving my baby up, but I don't have a choice." She folded her arms against her chest. "It's not fair for me to bring this child into the world with only one parent, and a parent who'd have to be dependent on her own parents. These things happen sometimes. It could all work out, although right now, it felt heavy." "You have 9 months to decide, right?" Sam said, hoping to ease the situation. "You don't have to decide everything just now. Everyone is reeling and making rush judgments." "More like 7 months, Norma said. "Besides, my parents already bought me a train ticket for Friday." Friday was 2 days away. "My aunt is preparing a room for me," she continued. "I'm not going to be called her niece when I'm there. I'll be a friend's daughter." Her eyes watered again. "I'm a shame to everyone, yet David gets to start a new carefree life." It wasn't fair. None of it was fair. Norma was paying all of the consequences of a two-partner relationship. "Maybe your parents will change their minds." She didn't look hopeful, though. "My mother's been shut in her room all day, and my father stayed home from work to make all the arrangements. They're not going to change their minds." Sam gazed at the tabletop, his eyes following the path of a couple of scratches in the scrubbed wood. "I'll track down David and talk to him. He needs to take responsibility." She set her hand on his arm. "No, the last month, things have been off between us. He was calling me moody, and maybe I was. At least I know I had an excuse. But I caught him lying to me more than once about his whereabouts." He furrowed his brows, looking at the hand on his arm, then meeting her gaze. She drew in a breath. "I think he was stepping out on me. In fact, I know it. Not that he confessed, but my gut is telling me not to ignore the warning signs." Hot anger raced through him, and his jaw tensed. "I'm tracking him down anyway. He needs to be taught a lesson." "Sam," she said, her voice pleading. "He's already left for California. I guess he didn't want my father banging down his door. Besides, I'm finished with him. You were right all along." For once, he didn't want to be right. Not about this. Or at least not with Norma ending up pregnant and alone. He wanted to be right 2 months ago and have her dump the idiot. "He shouldn't be able to get away with this," Sam ground out. "I'll track him down in California and—" "No," Norma said, her voice stronger now. "You're my best friend, Sam. I need you here with me. I need you to be my friend for the next 2 days before I'm shipped off to my aunt's. Then, I need you to continue with your own life. Live your dreams for me while I'm gone. And then maybe someday when I'm back, we can have our late-night talks at this cafe again. It will give me something to look forward to." She was crying again, and Sam rubbed at his jaw, his own tears starting. With Norma going away, he'd be losing his best friend too. Again. How had it all come to this? "Now listen to me," she said with a steadying breath. "I'm starving. Can you order some food? I don't want to waste our last couple of days together with sad stuff. Let's eat and talk about you for a change." Sam decided that Norma was the strongest woman he knew. He moved out of the booth, put in a giant order of food, then did just as she asked. They talked for the next couple of hours about his schooling, his flight training, what she'd pack for Oregon, how she hoped to take a leave of absence from clerical school and return in 8 months. By the end of the night, a plan had formed in his mind. He left Norma's side with a hug and a kiss on the cheek. Walking home in the opposite direction of her place, he slipped his hands into his pockets, hunching his shoulders forward. They were meeting again tomorrow night at the cafe, and before that happened, he had several things to do. The following morning, Sam made his inquiries. Then he visited Norma's father. The man was surprised to hear about his plan, but he didn't protest. Sam considered that a sign that he was doing the right thing. Now, all he had to do was convince Norma. The day passed quickly, and when night fell, he headed to the cafe. But Norma wasn't there. Sam told himself not to panic. He was earlier than usual, since he'd taken most of the day off to get his errands done. His stomach was too knotted to eat any of the food that he'd ordered in good faith, hoping Norma would indeed be showing up. As the minutes ticked by, he began to imagine all sorts of scenarios. Her father had changed his mind, or Norma had fallen ill with her pregnancy, or David had turned back around and swept her off her feet. "Sam?" He snapped his head up. There stood Norma, her brow puckered in concern. "I wondered if you'd fallen asleep sitting up," she said with a smile that struck him in the chest. How had he not noticed how pretty and sweet she was? Well, he'd noticed, but he'd never internalized it before. "No," Sam pushed to his feet. "I was thinking." Her brows lifted, and she slid into the booth seat across from him. "You were waiting for me?" A spread of untouched food sat on the table. He'd barely sipped his drink, and the drink he bought for her had its ice mostly melted. "Yeah. Are you hungry?" Suddenly he didn't know what to say or how to begin. "Definitely hungry." She took a long sip of the Coca-Cola, then stabbed a fork into the garden salad. Sam reached for his drink as well and gulped half of it down. Her forehead creased. "Something's off about you. What's going on? Are you sick?" "No." He pushed his drink aside. "I'm not sick. I need to talk to you, Norma. And I want you to know that I'm in earnest. And you need to know that this has nothing to do with Susan being engaged." Or at least he didn't think it did. He decided not to let that thought go deeper. "I visited your father this afternoon." "What? Why?" Her eyes widened. "Did you try and talk him out of sending me to Portland? He was probably furious." "Not exactly," Sam said. "I mean, I did talk him out of sending you to Portland, but it's not what you think." Her mouth opened, then shut. Sam reached for her hand. "Norma, I'm sorry for all that's been happening in your life. You must know that you're my best friend, too. And the best part of my week is sitting with you at this cafe. You make me laugh. You encourage me. You give me hope for a good future. You're a bright, talented woman, and you're drop-dead beautiful." Her cheeks went from pink to red. "I know that you cared for David, and you know that I cared for Susan," he said. "Both of them have moved on, and here we are." She tilted her head, watching him carefully. "You're going to be a mother in a few months, and everything's going to change for you," he continued. I've been thinking all about it, considering all the angles, and only one thing makes sense." He drew in a breath. "I don't want to lose you, and I don't want to see you lose something precious to you. So I spoke to your father to get his blessing to ask you to marry me." Norma stared at him for a second, then she tugged her hand from his and covered her mouth. Tears filled her eyes, and his heart sank. She was angry, hurt, or shocked. Whatever it was, she wasn't pleased. It wasn't happy or relieved. She didn't love him. And that was okay. He didn't love her in the way that he'd loved Susan. But there was potential, though, right? Or at least he thought there was. Yet Norma had started to cry. "Look," Sam said, his voice trembling. "I know that I'm still in school. I talked to the housing department and we can get on the waiting list for married housing. It would be small, but it would be ours. Or we could live with your parents if you'd like. It's up to you. Whatever you want." Tears coursed down her cheeks. Would she say something? Had he just decimated their friendship? "I know I'm not David, and you'll probably never feel for me what you did for him." Sam offered up his last line of reasoning. "But we're compatible, and I think that's a good start. Maybe down the road we'll fall in love with each other. I don't think it would be too hard on my part." Norma lowered her hand and swiped at her cheeks. "Are you serious, Sam? You'd marry me? I don't need you to feel sorry for me." "I'd only be sorry if you left for Portland tomorrow," he said, the truth vibrating through him. "If you stayed, then I'd honestly be the luckiest man in Seattle." She blinked several times, gazing at him, as if waiting for him to laugh and say that he was joking about all of it. But he wasn't joking. He'd never been so serious in all his life. "I don't want you to throw away your future on a mistake I made with another man," she said in a stilted voice. Sam felt those words right in his gut. The circumstances weren't ideal, that he knew. "We all make mistakes," he said. "It doesn't mean we have to keep making them. Marry me, Norma. Love me or not, but don't leave me." He had one more card to play. Sliding off the bench, he knelt on the floor facing her. Then he pulled out the ring he'd stored in his pocket. It had been his grandmother's ring, and he thought he'd be giving it to Susan one day. It symbolized family, love, devotion, and he wanted Norma to be the woman who wore it. Holding up the ring, he said, "Let's share our future." Her gaze focused on the ring, then moved to his face. "I don't want to let you down," she whispered. "You could never let me down," he whispered back. She leaned forward and took his face in her hands. "I already care about you, Sam Davis. I just didn't want you to regret anything." He kissed her then. It was a tentative kiss, but it sent his heart galloping. Somewhere in the middle of their kissing, she agreed to marry him, and Sam felt the rightness of her words all the way to his soul. Chapter 14, 1981. Anita scanned the front room that she'd vacuumed and dusted. There wasn't much else to do in preparation for her guests unless she decided to completely redecorate. That wasn't going to happen anytime soon, especially with her car repair bills. The bug sat beneath the carport now, a new starter installed, which had put a sizable dent in her checkbook. She'd been distracted most of the day and hadn't made much progress on her newest commissioned art project. She'd had lunch with Phyllis, which was becoming a regular occurrence. Soon after lunch, she gave up on trying to concentrate, and instead baked cookies. Carly would be happy at least. Anita couldn't remember the last time that she'd had freshly baked cookies waiting for Carly after school. It was interesting how some traditions faded over time. One day they were a part of regular life, the next, they were a memory. Anita crossed to the front window and stood where she could see the corner of the street. Wyatt should be arriving in the next few minutes. He hadn't called, so she assumed there hadn't been any work delays. Or Carly would arrive first. She'd been walking home with her new friend Sarah the past 2 days, and Anita couldn't be happier for her. Moving on from Samantha and Evie had been a good choice. Not only for Carly's school life, but their home life had been more peaceful. A cherry red Cadillac turned onto the street. It had to be Wyatt. She smoothed her hair. She brushed it into a low ponytail, not wanting to put too much effort into her appearance. Nerves thrummed through her as it was. The car slowed and pulled alongside the curb. Anita stepped back, staying out of plain sight as Wyatt climbed out. He wore a button-down shirt, a dark tie, slacks, pretty much what she always saw him in. She wondered if he ever dressed down. Well, of course he did, but she was curious all the same. Her heart rate began to skip as he walked along the sidewalk and then headed up the driveway. She moved into the kitchen, just standing there waiting for him. She didn't want to open the door mere seconds after he knocked. Anita exhaled, telling herself to calm down. She wasn't a teenager. This wasn't a date. They were two adults working together to help his grandpa. Besides, Carly would be walking in the door soon, and that would keep everyone grounded. The knock on the door jolted through her. Anita scoffed at herself. There was no reason to be jumpy. She headed into the front room, and after a couple of deep breaths, she opened the door. "Hi," she said. Wyatt's eyes crinkled at the corners with his smile. "How are you?" Fine. Come in. How was work today?" "I got in extra early and things wrapped up quickly, so I was happy about that." He glanced about her front room as she led the way to the kitchen. "That sounds good." The small talk was agonizing. "Well, have a seat. Carly should be here in a moment. I have pens and a notepad and the typewriter. There's the phone and the phone book. What else do we need?" Wyatt moved toward the kitchen table, but he didn't sit down. "Your garden looks amazing." She followed his gaze to where the back windows overlooked the garden she'd spent years cultivating. "It's a work in progress. Carly used to help me a lot, but now school and homework are a lot busier, so there are places that I've fallen behind on." Wyatt moved toward the back door. "Can you give me a tour?" Anita had thought they'd start right away with making phone calls. They only had a couple of hours before businesses would shut down. But the lighting really was better now, and she could show him more things. "Sure." Wyatt noticed her hesitation. "Or not. I don't want to be nosy." "It's fine." Anita flashed him a smile and wished her pulse weren't jumping around so much. Her garden was like a second child. She was proud to show it off. Yet it was also very personal. But it wasn't like he was going to criticize anything. "Come on through." Wyatt stepped out the back door after her, and Sassy showed up, apparently from a reprieve in the garden. "Oh, hello," he said. "This your cat?" "Meow," Sassy answered, rubbing against his legs. "Sorry about the cat fur," Anita said. "It's fine." He reached down to give Sassy a scratch. "Friendly cat." "Yeah, I think she spends more time at the neighbors than here. You're not allergic?" "Nope." Sassy got distracted and bounded off after something. Anita led Wyatt to the work table. "This is where you work?" he asked. "Most of the time," Anita said. "When the weather cooperates, of course. Today the clouds blocked most of the sun, but the rain had held off." Wyatt touched the edge of the table. "What's this project?" "Oh, it's Three Sisters," she said. The canvas was a large square, and she'd started the dresses on 2 of the girls, using dark green and deep burgundy leaves for the skirts, and a third one was outlined. Their mother wants this done before they all become teenagers. Wyatt studied it for so long that Anita felt antsy. You have a remarkable talent, he said at last. I didn't even know this type of art existed. She gave a small shrug. It's all around us, in the trees, the bushes, the flowers, shapes that resemble people. He nodded. Then his green gaze cut to hers. Out here in her garden space, her mind started to sort through the leaves and plants she'd choose to create his image. She'd have to mix 2 greens to get the right shade of his eyes. I don't think that stuff has ever crossed my mind. His mouth lifted to a smile. Like I said, you have a unique talent. All right, then. Anita could stare into his eyes longer, or she could get moving to show him around before Carly arrived. Mom! Carly's voice echoed through the house. Then a door slammed. Too late. She was here. We're in the garden, Anita called, breaking her gaze from Wyatt's scrutiny. Seconds later, she appeared, backpack slung over her shoulder, face flushed as if she'd run the whole way home from school. And perhaps she had. The cat appeared again and trotted to Carly, who picked it up. Oh, hi, Mr. Davis, she said. Wyatt, he corrected. How was school? Boring, Carly said, petting the cat. The only good thing about it was the brownie at lunch. Anita frowned at her daughter. Don't tell me you only had a brownie. She raised her brows in innocence, ignoring the statement. What are you guys doing? I thought you'd be making a bunch of phone calls. Your mom's showing me the garden, Wyatt said. Wanna come? Carly scoffed. No, Mom will just tell me to weed something. He chuckled. It only adds to your life skills. I won't have any life skills if I don't eat soon. She looked at Anita. Can I have the leftover pasta salad from last night? It took her a moment to catch up with the conversation. Yeah, sure. Carly grinned and headed back inside, carrying the cat. I can't believe she only ate a brownie all day, Anita said after she left. Kids can't focus in class living on sweets. Agreed. Does she not pack a lunch? Anita had to sigh at that. She used to. But then it wasn't cool anymore this year, so we've been paying for school lunches, or brownies, I guess. Wyatt patted her shoulder. I'm sure it will all balance out in a 24-hour period. He was right, Anita knew, but she was thinking about his hand on her shoulder. He moved it and walked past the table to the first row of rose bushes. She'd cultivated various colors, and he bent to touch one of the lavender petals. I don't think I've ever seen roses this color before. They're hybrid, Anita said, rotating her shoulder. It still felt the same. For the next 15 minutes, she showed him the various garden quadrants and answered his many questions. He seemed very interested in her answers. She hadn't really talked so in-depth about things like seasonal growing and fertilizer. Oh, hello, Phyllis said from her backyard, hovering quite near the fence. When had she come outside? The woman moved like a cat. Anita waved at her. Hi, Phyllis. Who's this, your brother? Phyllis knew very well that she didn't have any siblings. This is a friend of mine, Wyatt Davis. Wyatt, this is my neighbor, Phyllis. Nice to meet you, Phyllis. Her eyes narrowed a touch. Nice to meet you too, Wyatt. Where are you from? Here, he said. Oh, that's nice. And what do you do? I'm an accountant. Phyllis's eyes went wide. How lovely. Do you do personal taxes? Corporate. She frowned then. Very interesting. She paused as if she were about to ask something else, then changed her mind. Well, nice to meet you, and have a lovely evening, you two. In seconds, Phyllis was back inside her house. Wyatt looked over at Anita, his brows raised. She's sweet, but quite nosy, Anita said with a shrug. I've no doubt that she's still watching us from one of her windows. He snapped his gaze back over to the neighbor's house. Don't look, she laughed. Come on, we'll finish the tour. Lead the way, he said with a smile. When they reached the far side of the garden, where she grew climbing ivy that sprawled along the cinder block wall, Wyatt asked, Did you go to art school, or is this something you figured out on your own? I went to a semester of art school, Anita said. Then Bobby and I got married. We'd been together since high school. I guess I had my blinders on and I agreed. A year later, Carly was born, so I became pretty busy. I'll bet. She could see the questions in his eyes. The question of what happened to her marriage and why, after so many years, she was still single. But he didn't ask those questions. Instead, he said, Did you grow up with a garden? Not at my house. My grandfather gardened, and I helped him a lot. Hated to stay around the house when both my parents were home. They had one of those marriages that should have been a divorce. Instead, they stayed together and just fought all the time. Wyatt grimaced. Oh, sorry. Mom! Carly's voice sounded from the house. How long are you gonna be? I'm making popcorn to go with your cookies. We're being summoned, Anita said with an apologetic smile. Sounds like it. Wyatt glanced around them. Maybe we can finish the tour another time. Now, there's not much else. She stepped back onto the path she'd created with white gravel. Oh, I have lots of questions, he said, following her. She laughed. I don't think a kindergartner has as many questions as you. You might be right, he said, his tone warm. But this is all out of my depth, so it's kind of fascinating. Anita had to focus on not walking awkwardly after that. His compliments were subtle, but seemed sincere. As they neared the house, she smelled cooking popcorn. I guess she's still hungry. Brownies just don't cut it. Wyatt chuckled. Inside the house, Carly stood next to the stove, pouring kernels of corn into a pan with sizzling oil. She stirred the mixture with a wooden spoon, then set the lid on it and turned down the element. The first kernel popped. Anita found a bowl for the popcorn, then opened the refrigerator. What would you like to drink, Wyatt? She asked. We have cream soda, water, milk. It's powdered milk, Carly shot out. You should pass on it. He paused by the counter. Water's fine. You can't have water with popcorn, Carly said. You have to have cream soda. Carly, he can have water, Anita started. I'll have the cream soda then, Wyatt said with a smile. You're a persuasive young lady. Carly only grinned, and Anita pulled out 3 cream sodas. Soon they'd all settled at the table, popcorn between them. Wyatt turned to Carly. Since you have the best handwriting here, can you be the scribe? Anita raised her brows. How he knew anything about her handwriting was a mystery, but she pulled the notepad toward her, looking very pleased. Now, he said, we should start with the phone book and call all the Martins in the area. What are we going to say to them? Anita asked. What if no one wants to give out information? Carly added. We hope they'll want to help an elderly man find his old high school friend, Wyatt said. The next hour, they took turns making phone calls. Even Carly made one of the calls. But they kept hitting dead ends. The sky outside darkened with rain clouds, and soon it started to drizzle, making the world turn gray. Anita turned on a couple of lights. Do you think we could ask the city office where Susan lived in Nevada to mail phone records of any Martins they have? It's worth a try. Wyatt dialed information, then asked for the number. Next, he called the city office. Through the receiver, Anita could hear a woman's voice answer. Wyatt explained why he was calling. Anything would help. My grandfather is hoping to reconnect with Susan Martin. She'd be about 83 right now. He paused, then said, "They dated, yes." Anita decided that his side of the conversation was getting interesting. "I believe they were in love," he continued, a small smile appearing on his face. Carly drew a heart in the notepad. "Yeah, I suppose it's a sweet story. Gramps is very eager, that's all I know." He chuckled and glanced over at Anita. "Great, that would be excellent. Thank you so much." He rattled off his home address, then hung up a moment later. When his gaze again met Anita's, he said, "Well, she's intrigued and will mail us whatever she can find about any Martins in that city." "Wow, that's great," she said. "She was very helpful." Carly's eyes glowed. "She's excited about the romance. When you told her about that, she wanted to help more." Wyatt nodded, his smile growing. "I believe you're right." His gaze again connected with Anita, and she wondered if it was time to get everyone more drinks, with ice. "Now what do we do?" Carly asked, tapping her pencil against the notepad. "We wait for Ms. Anderson to send over what she finds." Wyatt folded his hands on the table. "Unless there's something else you can think of." "We should type up form letters," Carly suggested. So that when we get names and if some of the people don't want to talk on the phone, we can send them letters." Anita's brows popped up. "That's a great idea, Carly." "I agree," Wyatt said. "What should the letters say?" Anita guessed he was including Carly in the process as much as possible because surely he could compose a letter. Over the next hour, they put together a letter they were all happy with. Anita typed up a few versions and only had to use whiteout a few times to correct the errors. "You should stay for dinner," Carly said. "My mom's a good cook and I always help too." Anita's mouth nearly fell open. First, that she was inviting Wyatt to dinner, and next, that Carly thought she was a good cook. She hadn't really planned out a meal, and now her mind raced with what to say. "I don't want to impose," Wyatt said, but he was looking at Anita. What could she say? "It's no problem. Don't expect anything fancy." "We can have spaghetti," Carly declared. "Do we have everything for that?" "Yes, we do." She exhaled. "It's easy enough, and we'd be happy to have you." "Only if you let me make the sauce," Wyatt said. "I have a special recipe." His smile was easy, and suddenly she felt nervous. Working together on finding Susan was one thing, but sharing a meal in her home made everything feel a lot more domestic. "It's a deal," Carly said. "I'll do the salad. I make them a lot." "Sounds great," he said. Carly pushed up from the table and headed to the refrigerator. "Are you sure this is okay?" Wyatt asked in a quiet voice, his gaze not letting her look anywhere else. "It's fine," Anita replied. Like Carly said, spaghetti is easy, and it's nice to have company. Nice for me, too. She wasn't sure how to read into that, and she only grew more curious about his life and relationships. "I'm just glad Carly likes you so much. Less butting heads." "I'm glad, too." Wyatt stood and headed to the row of cupboards. "Can you show me where the spices are?" he asked Carly. Anita watched him for a moment, interacting with her daughter in the kitchen. It all seemed so foreign yet normal at the same time. She felt like she was looking through a window at some other family that wasn't hers as a man and his daughter bantered in the kitchen while they cooked. Anita gave a small shake of her head. She couldn't let those thoughts enter her mind right now. She wasn't looking for a relationship, and Carly didn't need the complication of more than what she was already dealing with. Anita stood and joined them in the kitchen, pulling out the pots. One for the sauce, one for the pasta. In the next little while, she found out that Wyatt liked to whistle, that he was particular about spaghetti sauce, and that his presence somehow made her home full of bright sunshine, despite the rain outside. Chapter 15. Anita hadn't realized she'd miss Wyatt Davis so much. For the past 2 weeks, she and Carly had visited Mr. Davis, but never when Wyatt was there. He'd called once, about a week ago, just to say he was still waiting for the mailings to come from Nevada. They'd agreed that when it arrived, they'd set another time to get together. Phyllis had brought up Wyatt at their shared lunches when they were sitting on the back patio overlooking one of their gardens, but Anita maintained that they were friends and that she didn't have any extra information to offer. Besides, she wasn't going to spill any of the thoughts circulating in her head about the man anyway. But when the phone rang a short time after one of the lunches, she answered to hear Wyatt's voice on the phone. She knew immediately why he'd called. "You received records from the city office?" she asked. "I did." Wyatt's voice was warm, deep, and it made her stomach do a little somersault. "Anything look interesting?" "It's hard to tell without making the calls," he said. "But there's more here than I expected." "Liz Anderson really came through," Anita mused. He chuckled. "She really did." He paused. "What's your schedule like in the next few days?" She walked over to the calendar on the wall. She knew the schedule, but looking at the date boxes with the handwritten details in them helped her focus. "Carly started in the school band and has practice 3 days a week after school." "Oh, it's great she's involved with band. What does she play?" Anita smiled at his enthusiasm. French horn for now. It's all new. She's doing it with those new friends she made." "Were you in band?" "No," she laughed. "I was an art geek. What about you?" No musical talent for me." She waited, and when he didn't continue, she said, "What did you do in high school?" She heard his sigh on the other end. "Cross country." She could easily picture him running. He probably still ran. That would explain his lean physique. "Oh, do you still run?" "I do." "I don't think you could pay me to run for fun," she said, twisting the phone cord around her fingers. "The last time I ran was for a PE class in high school." "You probably didn't give it a chance," he said. "The more you run, the more you want to do it." "That makes no sense." Wyatt laughed, warm and deep. "It's too hard to convince someone unless they actually try it." Anita found herself smiling. "I hope you don't think that I'm willing to be your guinea pig, because I'm not." "Suit yourself." She was still smiling when she hung up with Wyatt. They'd agreed to meet that afternoon. Carly wouldn't have band, so it would work out time-wise. It wasn't that she had to be with them, but she'd be upset if she were left out. She'd asked multiple times over the past 2 weeks for updates. Anita grabbed her keys and decided some grocery shopping was in order, just in case Wyatt stayed for dinner again. She headed to the store, grateful for the sunny day. Everything seemed brighter for some reason. The colors of the vibrant green bushes, the scarlet blooms, the shiny sky blue car. She didn't realize she was smiling to herself until an older woman pushing a cart full of potato rolls greeted her in the grocery aisle. "You're having a good day," the woman said in a friendly tone. She blinked. "I guess I am." The woman nodded and continued on her way. Anita looked about the aisle, not sure exactly what she wanted to fix for dinner. She headed to the meat section, decided on stir-fry. She had the time to marinate the meat. Next, she picked up salad fixings, then paused by the bin with the corn on the cob. She wondered if Wyatt liked corn. She picked up a few, deciding that most people liked corn. "Anita?" a man said from behind her. The back of her neck prickled. She'd know that voice anywhere, yet it was impossible to hear it in her local grocery store. Maybe she'd misheard another person talking. It is you, the man continued, coming around the other side of the bin. Anita's heart sank as she looked into the brown eyes of her ex-husband. Bobby? Robert. I go by Robert now. His brows pulled together as he studied her. She studied him right back. His dark brown hair was short, with a hint of gray at the temples. He wore a brand-name golf shirt that sat snug around his stomach paunch, revealing the weight he'd gained over the years, but clearly he'd never changed his shirt size. A gold chain winked at his neck, and he wore one of those watches that looked expensive. Even from here, she could smell his dose of cologne. It had been a long time since she'd seen this man. How long exactly? 10 years. What are you doing in Seattle? She managed to ask. You're looking really good, Anita. Bobby's open gaze perused her as if he had all the time in the world to be staring at her in a grocery store. What are you doing in Seattle? She repeated. His eyes flicked back to her face and he flashed his white smile. Visiting my parents. She nodded and gripped the handle of her shopping cart. How are they? Fine, his brows quirked. Where's Carly? She felt immediately annoyed by the question. She's at school, Bobby, with all the other kids her age. Right. He rubbed a hand over his chin, which had some stubble. She'd forgotten him always saying his little catchphrase of right. Are you single? Anita opened her mouth, then closed it. This man had no right to any information about her personal life, especially not after completely disappearing from Carly's life. Instead of answering, she said, Are you still married? His gaze flicked with something unreadable. Gloria and I are separated. Gloria. Had Anita ever known his second wife's name? Sorry to hear that, she said stiffly. How else was she supposed to reply? You didn't answer my question. He gave that white smile again, the one in which he expected to always get his way. Why couldn't there be some sort of interruption, maybe another person needing to pick out corn, or an announcement about a sale on cucumbers coming over the PA system? Or maybe she could have arrived at the store 15 minutes later and avoided all of this. I'm still single, she said. He nodded as if he weren't surprised at all. That makes things easier, he said, moving a few steps around the corn bin. Makes what easier? Visiting Carly, Bobby said. I miss her. Anita wanted to laugh or cry. How long has that been going on? He cocked his head. What? Missing my daughter? I've missed her since the day we parted ways. Anita folded her arms. Carly hasn't seen you in 10 years, Bobby. And don't tell me a couple of cruddy birthday cards count. For the first time, he looked uncomfortable. His brows tugged together as he rubbed the back of his neck. Things have been very busy and complicated. I'm sure you understand. Not really. Anita's mind raced as she wondered what Bobby was really about. Was he going to contact Carly, then ditch her again? Would it be better if there was no contact at all? Anita didn't have the legal right to keep them apart since they technically had joint custody, although he'd never taken his half seriously. I've never skipped child support, he continued, so you can't paint me as a deadbeat dad. Anita had so many responses to that, but she only spoke one of them. Carly doesn't even know you, and you don't know her. So I guess that speaks for itself. Bobby's gaze shifted to the floor. Had she really gotten through to him? And if he missed their daughter so much, why had he been so AWOL? When he raised his gaze, she saw a flash of who he used to be when they were younger. She pushed back any affectionate memories. Look, when I was with Gloria and her kids, things were tricky. If I even brought up visiting Carly, I'd get the cold shoulder for days. And when I came to visit my parents, she came too. I could have at least sent more cards, but I kept hoping I could visit in person. Anita stared at him for a moment, wondering if he was sincere. Was she supposed to believe that Gloria was so cruel as to keep a man from his kid? Bobby lifted a hand. He still wore his wedding ring. Look, why don't I give you my parents' number? You can talk to Carly, and if she wants to see me, have her call me. That way we can go by her schedule. It actually sounded kind of fair. Anita would never keep Carly away from her own father, but there were definitely going to be emotions. And she would support her daughter's decision. She was old enough to know her own mind. All right. Bobby's expression brightened, and his smile returned. Great. Let me find something to write the number on. He fished a wallet out of his back pocket. It's fine, Anita said. I already know that number unless it's changed. He paused. No, it's the same. In fact, nothing about their house has changed. Not the furniture, not the faded pink flamingos in the flower beds, and not the bent red flag on the mailbox. Anita shared a smile with him, something she didn't know was still possible. How are they? Still healthy? It was a personal question, she knew, but she wanted as much information about Bobby and his family as possible before turning Carly over to them. Mom's great, staying busy as usual, fussing over everything and everyone. Dad has diabetes now, so he's trying to adjust to that. He's not much for exercise, so Mom's trying to get him to take walks about the neighborhood when it's not raining. What about mall walking? Mall walking? He stared at her as she'd suddenly broken out into a foreign language. Yes, it's popular with seniors, Anita said. The malls are open extra early for people who want to walk the mall. The stores aren't open yet, but you don't have to worry about weather issues. Interesting, he said. I had no idea. She shrugged. Your dad might like it. Thanks, I'll tell him about it. Bobby paused. I might be the one driving them to the mall. Neither of them like to drive too far out of town. I understand. Bobby seemed to run out of steam or conversation. He suddenly looked antsy, shifting from one foot to the other. I've got to get back home. He nodded to the basket at his feet with a few groceries inside. Mom is waiting. A surreal moment, to be sure, since when they were in high school, the last place Bobby spent any time was home. His parents were strict and conventional and stuffy. They'd never liked Anita, an artist, but she also knew that their divorce was completely disgraceful in their eyes. I'll talk to Carly and let you know what she says, she said, even though she dreaded the conversation with their daughter. Maybe it would be all right, though. Years had passed, and soon enough, Carly would be an adult and would have to eventually figure out her relationship with her father. Thank you, I appreciate it, Bobby said in a perfectly polite tone. His gaze moved over her for a few seconds. It was great to see you, Anita. I'm glad you're doing well. He hadn't even asked her how she was doing and didn't ask her anything personal. She wasn't surprised, and she didn't want to tell him anything personal either. He'd always been that way, only focused on his own interests and needs. She supposed that in high school she was charmed by his daredevil personality. He was good-looking, and half the girls in school had a crush on him, so Anita had been flattered when he picked her out of the crowd. A short time into their marriage, she realized he was really only interested in her when she made him look good or complimented him. He'd been attracted to her artsy personality since it was so opposite his own upbringing, and he probably knew it would drive his parents crazy, which it had. Having a baby and a wife at home had been too restricting, too boring. He'd started to prioritize his friends over her, and that's when things between them crumbled. She grew up, and he didn't. That he'd married another woman with a kid was kind of ironic, except Gloria lived the fast life too. Apparently she was all right with nannies and babysitters, not to further a career or go on a couple's vacation with her husband, but to live a full nightlife as if she didn't have a kid who needed a parent. Anita knew she shouldn't judge, but she supposed she was anyway, especially because it was that type of mindset that had broken up her marriage, or at least in part. If it weren't for Carly missing out on a father, she would have been happy to have her relationship with Bobby over. Their dating in high school was fun and exciting, but for her, that didn't translate to the rigors of adult life and responsibility. Still, as Bobby walked away, she could see how much he'd changed, physically especially. They'd all aged at some point, Anita decided. They'd all matured, and hopefully for the better. Maybe he would follow through with Carly. Maybe they could have a new beginning. Turning back to the produce section, she stood for a few moments, unseeing. Emotions warred in her chest, and she couldn't remember what she was planning on fixing for dinner. Then she remembered the corn. She loaded up on a few ears. She could do something normal, like fixing dinner. And tonight, after Wyatt left, she would have a talk with Carly. Somehow the rest of the afternoon passed, and it was time for Wyatt to arrive at her house. He was on time, and she found herself analyzing him as he came up the walk, carrying a box. She liked him. She knew that. Was this how it was with Bobby when she'd first met him? No, she told herself. Bobby had been a flashy personality, popular at school. Wyatt was subdued, serious, solid. Bobby wore his heart on his sleeve, whereas Wyatt showed his heart through his actions, his concern. Stop comparing them, Anita scolded herself in a fierce whisper. She opened the door for Wyatt, and he carried in the box. Wow, it is a lot of stuff, she said. Yeah, I was surprised too. He paused in the entryway, his eyes locking on her. How's your week going? All right. She knew it was just a casual question, but Wyatt always seemed to see her, to listen to her, to want to know more. How was your week? Better now. He lifted the box a couple of inches. Should I put this on the kitchen table? Yes, sure. She shut the door and followed him into the kitchen where he set the box down. He began pulling out folders. Smells good in here. Oh, Anita moved to the other side of the table. I have some meat marinating, so you're probably smelling the sauce. It's pretty strong. Ah, he fished out another folder. And you're welcome to stay for dinner, she said. Carly will probably ask you. Wyatt set the folder down he held, the edge of his mouth lifting. You don't have to feed me. She gave a small shrug. I don't mind. The more the merrier. I should have brought something, dessert at least. It's fine. I'm actually making a new recipe, something I've wanted to try for a while, and the portion is too much for 2 people. Wyatt's brows raised. I'm happy to be your taste tester anytime. Anita might be blushing, even though she knew he wasn't teasing her that way. Hey, is everything all right? He asked suddenly. If tonight's not a good time, we can reschedule. Oh, yeah, things are fine. Are you all right? He pressed. You seem stressed. She folded her arms because her hands felt shaky and her heart was beating too hard. Would it be terrible to tell Wyatt what happened today? Maybe it would be good to have an outsider's opinion. It wasn't something she'd discuss with any of her neighbors or clients. I ran into Carly's dad today. We haven't seen or heard from him in years. He's back in town staying at his parents'. Wow, that's a lot. Yeah, and he wants to see Carly. So I'm telling her tonight. Anita didn't mean for the tears to fall. She hadn't cried over Bobby in a long time. Hey, Wyatt said in a soft voice. He walked around the table and pulled her into his arms. She hadn't expected him to hug her, and she hadn't known how badly she needed a hug. Someone's arms holding her, someone caring about how she felt, someone comforting her. It was nice. Sorry, she whispered, wiping at her eyes. I didn't expect to blubber about it. He gave a soft chuckle. You can blubber on me any time. Anita drew away and met his gaze. I'm sure you don't mean that, but you're very gallant for offering. Wyatt released her, smoothing a bit of her hair from her face before stepping away. Gallantry has nothing to do with my offer. I've been heartbroken before, so I want you to know there's no judgment on my part. These things take time. Chapter 16. If Carly hadn't walked through the door at that moment, Anita would have asked Wyatt who'd broken his heart. She knew he hadn't been married, so was it a serious relationship? At least wondering about it was a distraction from Bobby. As she watched Wyatt interact with Carly and how she seemed perfectly happy right now, Anita steeled herself for that changing. Where do we start first? Carly asked as she munched on an apple. Sassy had parked herself on Carly's lap. That's a lot of phone calls if we have to call everyone on those lists. Wyatt tapped one of the lists. I put an asterisk by the ones I think we should start with. See their residency dates? They're the ones who have lived in the town the longest. Good plan. Carly took another bite of her apple. A memory stirred about Bobby as Anita watched her. They used to meet for library study sessions, and he always sneaked in snacks. It was a challenge for her to not get caught. She blinked the memory away. Okay, let's do this. Carly pointed at the first name. Let's call Mr. Leo Martin. Wyatt pulled the phone closer to him and dialed, then lifted the receiver to his ear. After several moments, he said, No answer. Carly wrote CB next to the man's name for call back. What about Alice Martin? Wyatt dialed the next number. Alice Martin, he said into the phone. This is Wyatt Davis, and he moved the receiver from his ear and looked at Anita. She hung up. Carly shrugged and wrote CB next to the woman's name. Maybe Mom or me could try her later. She probably thought you were one of those Kirby vacuum sales guys. Wyatt chuckled. Probably. Can I try the next one? Carly asked. Wyatt looked as surprised as Anita felt. Sure, go for it. She dialed, and as she waited for Marjorie Martin to pick up the phone, Wyatt met Anita's gaze. You okay? He mouthed. She couldn't explain the expansion of her heart. I'm okay, she mouthed back. Hi, Mrs. Martin, Carly said in a rather professional tone. Anita raised her brows, very interested to see how this conversation was going to go. My name is Carly Gifford, and I'm helping my friend's grandpa find a long-lost friend. She paused, her nose wrinkling. No, it's not a school fundraiser. How old am I? 14. Another pause. I actually live in Seattle, but the friend moved to your city in 1919. Carly nodded. Yeah, I know, it was a long time ago. The woman is Susan Martin, and she'd be about 83 right now. Anita smiled, impressed with her daughter no matter the outcome of this phone call. Wyatt reached over and squeezed her hand, his smile wide too. Oh, you do? Carly said, reaching for a pencil. Oh, but she moved away? Anita covered her mouth and stared at her. Did they already have a lead? Do you know where? She continued. No. Do you know if she got married before leaving? She scribbled something illegible on the paper. Okay, well, Is there anything else you can remember that might help my friend and his grandpa? Another moment passed, then Carly said, Thank you very much, Mrs. Martin. She hung up and wrote down another sentence on the paper. Well? Anita asked, too impatient to wait. What did she say? Carly lifted her gaze. She said she knew a Susan Martin who used to work at a grocery store. She moved away, though, when they were about 20 years old. If it really was the Susan we're looking for, she didn't marry before leaving Carson, Nevada. Wyatt frowned. That might make things easier if we don't have to figure out her married name, but Gramps said she was engaged the last he heard, so she must have ended up somewhere with a husband. Let's keep calling, Anita said. We at least have more information now to work with. Over the next hour, they made several phone calls until they hit the jackpot, almost literally. Jack Martin, Anita said, pointing to the next name on the list. He's been in that town for 30 years. Born there? Wyatt asked. Maybe. Could be a nephew. He began to dial the number. She listened as Wyatt introduced himself, and then his eyes widened. He grabbed the pencil and began to write. You're saying that Susan Martin is your aunt? He paused, his gaze shifting to Anita and Carly, then back to the notebook. Where is she now? Wyatt closed his eyes as he listened to Jack's reply. Anita wished she could hear what he was saying, but all she could hear was his murmured voice. Wyatt opened his eyes and began to write more things down. Do you happen to have her address or phone number? Anita's mind spun. Susan was alive and reachable. Amazement and gratitude flooded through her. What would it be like when they told Mr. Davis? Moments later, Wyatt hung up. He drew in a slow breath and then said, Susan is in Medford, Oregon. Where the postcard came from? He nodded. She's living with her daughter, Lila. She divorced a long time ago, I guess. So she did marry. Anita cleared her throat. How's her health? A line appeared between Wyatt's brows. Her nephew said that she is healthy physically, but she's had some mental struggles. She's basically a recluse. She's agoraphobic and doesn't leave the house. Anita said nothing, but Carly's brows popped up. Why won't she leave the house? It's part of a mental illness, Wyatt said. Maybe something bad happened to her, Carly suggested, to make her afraid. I honestly don't know a lot about agoraphobia, he said. I don't either, Anita said. Did her nephew say anything else? Yeah, Wyatt tapped the paper. He said I could call her, maybe introduce myself before I give any information to Gramps. Test the waters, so to speak. Do you think she wants to be contacted? Anita asked. It's hard to say. He retraced the phone number with his pencil. She did send that postcard. With no return address, Anita hesitated. Does she have any other issues like dementia? Not that Jack knows of, Wyatt said. He spoke to her a couple of months ago. Anita nodded and stared at the number and address he had written down. Well? What are you thinking? He asked in a tentative tone. We should call her right now, Carly said. Wyatt rubbed his forehead. I'm thinking that too. If we're all ready to do this. Carly raised her hand into the air. I'm ready. Anita smiled and Wyatt chuckled. All right. Here we go. He linked his fingers and stretched out his hands, then picked up the receiver. Anita moved over a seat to be right next to him, and Carly scooted her chair closer. They could hear the ringing of the phone, and then a woman answered it. Lila Martin, he said. This is Wyatt Davis. I'm the grandson of Sam Davis, an old friend of your mother's. My grandpa has been hoping to get in touch with her. The woman didn't say anything for a moment, and Wyatt moved the receiver out a few inches from his ear so Carly and Anita could listen in. Finally, the woman spoke, her voice sounding sharp through the receiver. Sam Davis, from Seattle? Yes, that's right. Wyatt gave Carly a thumbs up. I guess your mother sent him a postcard a few months ago, and hearing from her brought back a lot of memories. The woman took a long moment to answer again. I told her not to send that postcard, but I guess she found a way to without me knowing it. Wyatt blinked. I'm sorry, is there a reason you don't want her to get in touch with my grandpa? Lila didn't hesitate this time. Yes, he broke her heart decades ago, and she never got over it. She has to move on, needs to move on. It's been over 60 years, as you know. It has been a long time, Wyatt agreed. But she moved from Seattle with her family. From what I heard, there was no other option, so I don't see how she can say that my grandpa broke her heart. That's her story to tell, Lila said. But I don't want her upset all over again. I understand. Wyatt drew in a breath. Would it be possible to speak with her? Maybe it would actually be healing. Lila scoffed. Her life has been far from easy. All those promises made to her by Sam Davis were broken, and I'm not going to watch her suffer over it one more day. I'm really sorry for all of her pain, Wyatt said. Do you think it will help her to talk through all of this? I can have my grandpa call her. No, Lila said. I don't know how you got this number, but I don't want to ever hear from your grandpa. Anita touched his arm. Give her your number, she whispered. He nodded. I got this number from Jack Martin. I didn't mean to stir up painful feelings or memories. Could you please write down my number in case you do happen to change your mind and speak to her? He paused. Then finally he recited his phone number. When he hung up, he rubbed at both temples. What happened that Gramps isn't telling us? Anita laid a hand on his arm. I don't know, but it sounds like Susan was very hurt by it. Wyatt nodded. Yeah, I don't know either. Gramps made everything sound like they wanted to see each other again, but circumstances never worked out. Then they both married and fell out of touch. Do you think your grandpa forgot what happened between them? Carly asked. Possibly, he acknowledged, but obviously Susan hasn't. Maybe it's better we tell Gramps that we couldn't find her. The truth might hurt too much. Or be healing, Carly said. Isn't that what you told Lila? It is, Wyatt said. And I know we can't keep this from Gramps, but it worries me too. He met Anita's gaze. Are we opening a can of worms by doing this? Carly rose from the table. I vote we call Susan's house again another night. Maybe she'll answer. Maybe her daughter is protecting her for a reason that doesn't matter anymore. Susan wrote to your grandpa after all. Wyatt's brows shot up. Are you sure you're only 14? She smiled. Yep, and I'm starving. Let's get dinner ready. I'm in. Wyatt rose from the table too, and as Carly headed into the kitchen, he turned to Anita. What do you think? Should we continue down this path? She drew in a breath. I agree with Carly. Your grandpa keeps talking about her, and maybe he broke her heart, but they can work through it, right? It's never too late. Wyatt gave a thoughtful nod. Right. He peered at her. Are you sure you want to keep helping me? I mean, you have a lot on your plate with talking to Carly later. Honestly, this has helped her with a larger perspective on life. She stood. And as for the other, I have to trust that Carly will be able to handle her father. Wyatt's gaze moved over her face. If there's anything I can help with, let me know. Of course. He grasped her hand, his touch warm and gentle at the same time. I mean it, Anita. I want to help. You've both helped me along this tricky road. I would have ignored it if not for Carly. She smiled, but mostly her stomach fluttered at the way he held her hand. It was short-lived, of course, because Carly was only a dozen feet away in the kitchen. "All right, I'll let you know. Thanks for the offer." Wyatt stepped away from her, and they both headed into the kitchen. "What can I do?" he asked. "Cut these up." Carly handed over a couple of peppers. "Orange peppers?" "They're sweet," Anita said. "Do you think you can handle an onion, too?" "Bring it on," Wyatt smiled. "I can't promise not to cry, though." Once the meat and veggies were sizzling in the wok, Carly said, "I think we should tell your grandpa all about what Lila said. Then we'll see what his answer is." Wyatt paused where he was setting napkins on the table. "You're right. The more I think about it, the more curious I am. Don't you think it's odd that Susan would claim he broke her heart?" "Or maybe Lila is just dramatic," Carly offered. "Like some of my friends." "That's a long time to hold on to a heartbreak, though," Anita said. Carly shrugged and sat down at the kitchen table. "Not so long. I mean, divorced couples hate each other for the rest of their lives." Anita stilled. "Where did you hear that?" Carly looked up. "No one. It's just what I observed. You hate Dad. And my friend Becky said that her parents have been divorced for 5 years and they still hate each other." Anita wondered what Wyatt was thinking about all of this. "I don't hate your father, Carly. I just hate that he disappeared on us. Of course, that could all change now. Can we talk about this later? I don't want to spoil our dinner." Maybe putting off a teenager's caustic remarks wasn't the best parenting move, but she couldn't keep up with the conversation with Wyatt here. There was too much to talk to Carly about, and it needed to be done in private. "Anyone want some rice?" Anita scooped rice from the pan into a serving bowl. "I do," both Wyatt and Carly said. The next half hour was spent eating and chatting, with Anita steering the conversation to things like school band and her newest art client. Wyatt even talked a little about his day at work. All too soon, dinner was over. They all agreed to meet at the assisted living center the following night and talk to Mr. Davis. Wyatt gathered up his files and headed to the door, and Carly disappeared into her bedroom to call one of her new friends. Wyatt paused at the front door. I guess we didn't need so much information after all when Jack Martin turned out to be a direct link. "We got lucky," Anita said. For some reason, she didn't want him to leave yet, because when he did, she'd have no more excuses to put off talking to Carly about her dad. "Call me later," Wyatt said, his green eyes on her. She hesitated, and he rushed to say, "Or not, but I'll be hoping for the best for your talk with Carly." "I'll call you." Her pulse sped up. "I don't want you home alone dying to know what's going on." His mouth lifted. "That perfectly describes what I'll be going through if you don't call." Anita folded her arms. "So, you mentioned that you've been through heartbreak. What happened?" Surprise crossed his expression. "You remember?" "I do." He glanced away for a second, then said, "Her name was Cynthia. She basically left me at the altar. Well, I did get a few hours' notice, so I wasn't actually standing at the altar." "Oh, I'm sorry," she winced. "How long ago did that happen?" 3 years. He shifted the box in his hands. Long enough to be over the rejection, but not long enough to completely forget it. Anita could see the pain in his eyes. He'd obviously really cared for Cynthia. "I'm sorry. That sounds like a rough breakup." Wyatt nodded. "The long view is that it was for the best, and life moves on, and sometimes there's something better waiting." Chapter 17. Anita awakened the following morning after a restless night. She hadn't slept much, and it wasn't because of her talk with Carly. That had actually gone much better than she could have predicted. Carly was both curious and wary about her father being in town and wanting to connect with her. In fact, she'd called him last night, and they chatted for about 10 minutes. Anita heard her half of the conversation, and after it was over, Carly simply said, "He's going to visit on Friday. I'm not ready to go do anything with him, but I told him he could come over for a visit." Anita thought that was a good idea, a baby step. Not that she was looking forward to having Bobby in her home looking things over, but this was about her daughter, and she had to focus on that. What surprised her, though, was the phone call she received around lunchtime from Wyatt. Thankfully, Phyllis wasn't over that day. His warm voice coming through the phone somehow settled her circling thoughts. "How are you?" he asked. It was a common enough question, but coming from Wyatt, she knew it was genuine. "I'm doing all right," she said. "Are you on a lunch break?" "I am, and I guess I was too curious to wait for when you were going to call me." "Oh, I was going to call you, huh?" He chuckled. "Am I being too transparent?" She sat at the kitchen table. "I think you need to be more transparent after a statement like that." She could hear the smile in his voice when he replied, "You're a taskmaster, Anita. I'm sure that comes with being a parent, but also being both an artist and a businesswoman." "Ah, starting out with the compliments, I see." "Is it working?" She smiled to herself. "I won't turn any down." "Good." Wyatt paused. "I don't want to pull any punches, Anita. I like you, and I've enjoyed spending time together." Anita wondered at the depth of his words, but goosebumps broke out on her arms anyway. "I like you too, Wyatt." "I think you just made my day." She touched her cheek. Sure enough, it was plenty hot. "How did the talk with Carly go?" he asked. "Surprisingly well." Anita didn't mind questions, so she updated him on the conversation and the outcome. "He's coming to visit Carly tomorrow night at our house." "How do you feel about that?" She winced. "Ugh, can I plead the fifth?" Wyatt laughed. "You certainly can, although pleading the fifth pretty much makes your opinion clear." "Well, I'm telling myself it's all good and that it won't turn out to be too good to be true." "Do you think your ex will flake out?" "He could. Or maybe he will later, visit a handful of times and disappear again." She wrapped the phone cord around her fingers. "I just don't want to see Carly disappointed." "Yeah, I get it. She's a great kid, and I think any man would be proud to have her as a daughter." Anita's heart twisted at his kind words. "Thank you. I believe that as well. But I also know that not all people are wired to be attentive parents." She cut off her words, hoping that she wasn't crossing the line. "Yeah, I know that firsthand," he said softly. "I'm sorry, Wyatt. I didn't mean to bring that up." "It's fine. I shared about my mom with you and Carly, and I'm glad I did. I wanted her to know that there are a lot of people out there who are dealing with hard things." Anita still felt bad about bringing up something that must be painful. "I've made peace with my parentless life because I've realized how blessed I've been with such steadfast grandparents." "Your grandpa is a sweet man," Anita said, glad that she'd sidestepped a landmine. "And I'm sure your grandma was wonderful too." She really was. Wyatt's tone remained subdued. "Are we still on for meeting at the center tonight? I'd love to have you and Carly there, to ease him into the news about Susan." "We wouldn't miss it for the world. 6:30, right?" "Right, soon after dinner." "Okay." "Hey, should I pick you two up? It's not much out of the way." She didn't hesitate. "Sure, that would be great. I've become fond of the red Cadillac." Wyatt laughed. "Me too." She was tempted to ask him to come earlier and have dinner, but maybe that would be too much. "It's a plan then," he said, in his low voice rumbling through the phone. "I'll see you in a few hours." After hanging up with Wyatt, Anita remained at the kitchen table for several moments, sorting through all the things in her head. Complications for sure, but new hope too. Wyatt had brought in that hope, as well as his grandpa. She was determined that tonight would be a good night. She'd enjoy being with Wyatt and her daughter and finding some answers for Mr. Davis. To pass the time, she headed into the backyard to do some mindless gardening. She saw Phyllis in her yard before the woman noticed her. "Hi, Phyllis. How are you?" Her neighbor didn't turn to greet her, so Anita moved closer to the fence. "Phyllis?" she said loudly. The woman spun, reaching for the headphones that she had on her ears. "Oh, I'm sorry that I didn't hear you. I'm trying out this new Walkman that my son sent me for my birthday. He sent me 3 cassette tapes. Do you want to try it out?" Anita reached for the Walkman over the fence. "It's your birthday?" "Next week," Phyllis said. "But he's not going to be able to visit. I suppose that's why he was sure to send this in advance. Pretty fancy, don't you think?" "It's a very nice gift," Anita agreed. She pushed play on the Walkman and slipped on the headphones. "Great sound, too," Phyllis beamed. "I love it. I feel so hip. You should tell Carly to come and listen when she has some extra time." "She has one," Anita said, "but I'm sure she'd love to try yours out." She handed the Walkman back to Phyllis, and the woman proudly set it back on her ears. Anita smiled to herself, then got busy with gardening, but it did nothing to keep her mind off Wyatt. By the time 6:30 rolled around, she was a bundle of nerves. She found Carly bouncing on her toes, waiting for the red car to pull up. "He's finally here," she said. Wyatt turned into the driveway, and Carly pushed out the door. "Hang on," Anita said with a laugh. But Carly was already halfway to the car. Anita grabbed her jacket, then closed the door and locked it. Wyatt had stepped out of the car and opened the back door for Carly, then the passenger door, waiting for Anita. His gaze scanned her as she approached. Maybe she'd dressed up a little more than usual. She wore a lightweight denim jumpsuit with a wide leather belt along with kitten heels. "Good evening," he said as she neared. She smirked at his formality. "Good evening, Mr. Davis." His smile appeared, and she stepped past him and slid into the passenger seat. He closed the door and walked around to the other side of the car. Carly leaned close and propped her arms on the upholstery between Anita and Wyatt. "Guess what, Wyatt?" "What?" he asked in a cheerful tone as he backed out of the driveway. "My dad's in town, and I'm seeing him tomorrow night." Wyatt cut a glance to Anita, but didn't reveal that he already knew the information. She realized they hadn't discussed this possibility. "Are you excited?" he asked. Yes and no." This caught Anita's attention. "Nervous then?" Wyatt continued, his glance moving from the road to the rearview mirror. "It's been a while since you've seen him, right?" Carly sighed. "Yeah, 10 years. He's probably all gray now." Wyatt's brows popped up. "Isn't he around your mom's age?" She shrugged. "So maybe he's not all gray, but I'll bet he looks old." Wyatt shared another glance with Anita, and they both listened as Carly rattled on about her dad. She brought up some of her memories from when she was a kid, and Anita was both surprised and grateful at how comfortable Carly felt around Wyatt to tell him so much. In no time at all, they were turning into the parking lot of the assisted living center. "I'm really glad that you'll have a chance to get to know your dad again," Wyatt said. "Family is so important, no matter how complicated." Carly scrunched her nose. "That sounds like something your grandpa would say." He laughed. "I'll take it as a compliment then." When they walked into the dining room where Mr. Davis waited at a table, Anita's heart tugged to see him. In moments, he'd learned that they'd been in contact with Susan, but that things hadn't gone so well. "Gramps," Wyatt said, reaching him first. He leaned down and gave him a hug. Mr. Davis patted his back with a shaky hand, and then his gaze moved to see Anita and Carly. "What a surprise, you brought friends." Wyatt smiled. "I'm sure I don't have to introduce them." Mr. Davis held out his hand and Anita grasped it. Then Carly did. "We have some news about our search for Susan," Wyatt said without any more preamble. "Can we talk in your room or someplace more private?" Mr. Davis reached for his walker. "You heard from her?" He pushed himself up, and Wyatt reached to support him. "Let's go to the atrium. It's a nice enough night." And it was. The weather was mild and the sky clear of most clouds, with the sunset painting it a deep orange. "That sounds great," Wyatt said. Their small group moved through the dining room, then outside, where there was a walled-in garden area. "There's a couple of benches at the end of this path," Mr. Davis continued. The fragrance of flowers bloomed about them, and Anita was impressed that the center had such a place. It was surely a refuge for the residents. "No one else is out here?" she asked. "They're all settling in for movie night," Mr. Davis said. "What are they watching?" Carly asked. I think it's one of those videos they've shown a dozen times. It's either Somewhere in Time or 9 to 5, he said. "I don't pay much attention, 'cause I'd rather read." Carly moved ahead and found the open circle with a couple of benches. She sat at the end of one, and Anita settled next to her. "We have good news and not so good news, Gramps," Wyatt said. Mr. Davis frowned. "I want it all. Is she still alive?" Anita shouldn't have been surprised at the question, but it caught her off guard. Of course he'd wonder about that. "She's alive and fairly healthy," Wyatt said. "I spoke to her daughter last night in Medford, where she's living now." "Medford?" Mr. Davis nodded. "What do you mean by fairly healthy? Why didn't you talk to Susan?" Wyatt cleared his throat. "Susan's daughter is named Lila, and she wouldn't let us speak to Susan. Lila has heard about you, and she doesn't have a very favorable opinion." Mr. Davis looked confused at this. "What does that mean?" "I'm not sure exactly." "Lila says that you broke Susan's heart," Carly interjected, clearly too eager to let Wyatt beat around the bush. Mr. Davis looked over at her, his brows pinched. "Broke her heart?" His voice was quiet. "Her daughter said this?" Carly nodded, and Wyatt said, "Yeah." She made it sound like it was devastating, and that Susan's still not over it after all these years. Mr. Davis rocked back on the bench. "I don't understand. Susan and I were the best of friends. We dated, we were in love, yes, but life happened. We wrote to each other for years, and she completely stopped after getting engaged. I'm the one who was heartbroken." His voice trembled at the end of his speech, and he raised a shaky hand to wipe his eyes. Anita found a tissue pack in her purse and crossed to hand him one over. "I'm sorry," she said. "We didn't know what to make of Lila's comments, so we were hoping that you could tell us what happened." Mr. Davis used the tissue, then raised both hands in surrender. "I honestly don't know. I don't have that final letter anymore. When Norma and I married, we both purged our things of old girlfriends and old boyfriends. We started with a clean slate. She knew about Susan, of course, and I knew about Norma's former beau." His voice trailed off, and he closed his eyes. "Gramps," Wyatt set a hand on his shoulder. "Are you all right?" Mr. Davis released a long breath. "I need to talk to her. I need to find out what Susan told her daughter." Wyatt exchanged glances with Anita, She didn't have any answers. Lila had made her stance pretty clear. Mr. Davis turned to his grandson. "Can you call again? Give them the number here. Ask if Susan can call me, or her daughter is welcome to as well." Wyatt dipped his chin. "I can try again, Gramps, but I don't know if that will just make things worse." "It's already at its worst." Mr. Davis raised a trembling hand and rubbed his forehead. "I know my memory isn't what it used to be, but what in the world does she mean?" Wyatt rested a hand on his grandpa's shoulder. "I don't know, Gramps." Anita's stomach twisted into knots at the obvious distress Mr. Davis was feeling. He looked at Carly. "Can you help me write a letter to Susan? My handwriting is no longer steady." She straightened and looked at Anita, who gave her a nod of approval. "I'd be happy to," she said to him. "When should we write it?" "Tonight," he said in a determined voice. "Then one of you can mail it. The mail service here is slower than a snail's pace." Wyatt's forehead creased, but he said, "All right, I can mail it tomorrow. No problem, Gramps." So, they headed inside, and Anita located some paper, an envelope, and a pen. As Mr. Davis dictated his letter to Carly, Anita sat near Wyatt. "What do you think?" she asked quietly, so they wouldn't be overheard. "I think a letter has a better chance than a phone call," Wyatt said. "But it still might not get past Lila." "That's true," she sighed. "I wish Lila would have told us a little bit more." He leaned back in his chair, folding his arms. It's hard to know if this is a case of lost memories or something that Gramps didn't realize he had done, a miscommunication or something, or maybe he's not admitting to it. Anita bit her lip. "Maybe. Although it would be strange for your grandpa to forget something that obviously really hurt Susan." Wyatt nodded, and they both watched and waited as Carly finished the letter writing. After Mr. Davis had dictated his last words, he reached for his walker. "I'm ready to turn in for the night." "Already?" Wyatt moved to his feet. "Are you feeling all right?" "I'm tired, son," Mr. Davis said. "I appreciate all you've done and that you were able to track down Susan. Now, we just have to pray that she'll be willing to talk to me. Let me know the moment you get in touch with her daughter again." "I will." Wyatt reached his side and grasped his elbow. "Do you need help to your room?" "Nah, it looks like Ginny's taken me." The aide arrived just then. "Everything all right? Did you have a nice visit?" "It was an interesting visit, Ginny," Mr. Davis said in a subdued tone. "I'm ready to go to my room now." "Of course." She glanced at Wyatt. He simply nodded. "Good night, Gramps." Mr. Davis shuffled away, Ginny at his side, without a backward glance or any sort of goodbye. Carly stared after him. "He's really sad." It was a fair assessment. "Let's hope that Susan will get his letter," Wyatt said. Carly handed it over to him. "Maybe you can send it certified mail to be signed by the person that it's addressed to?" Wyatt's brows lifted. "That's an excellent idea." But Anita wasn't as sure. "Would that give it too much attention and alert Lila?" "That's true," he conceded. "I wish we could just go visit her," Carly said. "It's not fair that Mr. Davis feels so sad about this. Why couldn't Lila be nicer?" Anita gave her a side hug. "We probably don't know the whole story. Maybe Wyatt will have more luck contacting Lila again." He puffed out a breath of air. "I hope I don't make her too upset by calling again. At least I can tell her I gave Gramps the message about Susan being heartbroken." They all fell silent for a moment. "It's not that late," Carly said. "We could call her right now. Maybe Susan will answer." "Carly," Anita began, but Wyatt cut in. "That might be a good idea," he said. "We can call her tonight. Not worth losing sleep over it for any of us. Carly beamed. Okay then. We're going to our house to call. There's not much privacy here. Wyatt looked at Anita for confirmation, and she nodded. Let's do it then. He walked with them out of the center, and they loaded into his car. Once they reached the house, Anita could only hope that Lila would give Wyatt a chance to talk and explain. Maybe they could speak to Susan. They settled at the kitchen table, and he called the number from the night before. Again, Anita and Carly scooted close to hear as much as possible. Is this Lila? He said when the woman answered. This is Wyatt Davis calling again. We spoke on the phone last night. I told you not to call here again, Lila said. Please don't hang up. I have more information that you might be interested in hearing, Wyatt rushed to say. There was a pause. Then Lila spoke. What could you possibly have to say? I already told you. We spoke to my grandpa tonight and told him what you said. Wyatt's gaze connected with Anita, and she nodded for encouragement. He doesn't have any memory of doing something that would break Susan's heart. To get to the point, he's devastated about it. He'd love more information, either from you or Susan. He doesn't want there to be any misunderstandings. He dragged in a breath and waited. They all waited. Lila's words came loud and clear. Mr. Davis, unless my mother walks over my dead body to get to the phone, she'll not be speaking with you or your grandfather. The line clicked, and Wyatt moved the receiver from his ear. She hung up on me. The three of them sat in silence for a long moment. Finally, Anita said, We'll mail the letter and cross our fingers. He nodded. Exactly. Maybe Mr. Davis can call, Carly suggested. Maybe Lila will listen to him. Wyatt patted her shoulder. I think that's a great idea. We'll see if anything comes of the letter first. Wait a week or two. Okay. Carly stood from the table. Well, if you're done making phone calls, I'm going to call my friend Sarah. She'll want an update. Wyatt pushed the phone toward her. I wish you had better news. Yeah, we all do. Carly picked up the phone and headed out of the kitchen, the cord trailing behind her. That kid is going places, Wyatt said with a soft smile, his gaze connecting with Anita's. She's so invested in this. I worry that she's being pushy. Anita brushed an errant crumb from the table that had escaped dinner cleanup. She's not being pushy, he said. I like that she's invested, too. It makes me feel like I'm not trying to come up with all the solutions for Gramps. Yeah. Are you okay? Lila was pretty rude on the phone. She's upset, that's all, Wyatt said. I don't know the whole story, but if I did, maybe we'd have more sympathy. True. He rose from the table. Well, I've hogged enough of your evening. I'm sure you have other things to do. Not really. Anita laughed and stood. Well, I guess I do, but all this intrigue is so much more entertaining than starting laundry or going through bills. Wyatt reached for her hand and squeezed it. Thanks again, to both you and Carly. He let go of her hand, but the warmth remained. Anita wished he'd stay, but what excuse could she come up with? She could at least walk with him to his car, so she did. And good luck with the ex tomorrow night, he said once they were outside. Oh, Anita had forgotten about that. Spending time with Wyatt and his grandpa had been a nice distraction for that reason alone. Her mind now spun with Carly's upcoming visit with her dad. Thanks. And if you want to call me and talk, I'll answer the phone. She smiled up at him, finding his eyes on her. Okay, I might just do that. Be careful what you ask for. I am being careful. His words were cryptic enough that she wasn't sure if he was flirting. All right, Mr. Careful. Again, sorry about the Lila disappointment. Crossing my fingers that the letter reaches Susan. Thanks, Anita. Really." He held up the letter. "How many times are we going to say thanks tonight?" He chuckled. Then he stepped close and pulled her into his arms. She wasn't expecting a hug, but she was all for it. It took her a couple of seconds to get over her surprise. Then she wrapped her arms around his waist. He smelled like fresh air, and she didn't mind his arms around her either. When he drew away, it was much too soon, and her mind was spinning for completely different reasons. Chapter 18, 1923. The apartment wasn't much, but it was theirs. The married housing portion of the college apartments only had the bare minimum, with a couch that filled most of the tiny living room, a single row of cupboards, and a small icebox in the kitchen, a full-sized bed that had become very crowded with a baby who preferred to sleep snuggled against one of her parents, and a shower that a person could barely turn around in. But Sam and Norma both loved it. They'd been married a year now, and baby Olivia was nearly 6 months old. Sam was absolutely besotted by her. It might have started when Norma was several months into her pregnancy, and the baby responded to his voice by kicking inside Norma's stomach. Or it might have been when he first held the infant, and Olivia stared at him as if he were the moon and the stars. Or it might have been the night when she was a week old and wouldn't settle down. Sam had walked the floor with her for hours until they both fell asleep on the couch, Olivia cradled in his arms. Currently, Sam was walking the floor with her relaxed against his shoulder. It was nap time, but she seemed to sense that her mother was out of the apartment. On Saturdays, Sam took over baby care for a few hours while his wife caught up on errands that were made complicated with a baby. She'd gone to the library to return books. When Olivia squirmed and lifted her head, Sam patted her back. "Shh, baby girl. Time to sleep now." Her little body relaxed as he continued to pat her back. He began to hum, knowing that the vibrations of his chest would soothe her even more. Soon, her breathing deepened, and her fingers loosened from where they had been gripping his shirt sleeve. Now for the transfer. He walked slowly into the bedroom where they'd set the bassinet on the other side of the bed. Not that Olivia slept in it much. She was starting to turn over on her own and was close to sitting up, so they really needed to invest in a crib. Or maybe borrow one? The last expense they could afford was furniture pieces. Carefully, Sam transferred Olivia to the bassinet. She stirred, but thankfully didn't awaken. A missed nap would mess up her night schedule because she'd fall asleep way too early. Then the vicious cycle would begin. Sam exhaled silently and set a folded baby blanket across her. Her eyelashes fluttered, and he was struck with how much she looked like Norma. Honey-colored hair and green eyes. Sam gazed at Olivia for a long moment. He didn't know if he could love this baby any more than he did, not even if she were his own flesh and blood. Watching Norma in her motherhood had been a tender and sweet experience. It had brought him closer to her, and he could honestly say that he loved his wife. Whatever collision path they'd taken to get to this moment didn't matter in the long run. What mattered was that they were together now. Someone knocked on the front door, and Sam moved out of the bedroom, shutting the door behind him. He hoped the sound wouldn't wake up Olivia. Maybe Norma had forgotten her keys. She was back earlier than he'd expected, but it would be nice to spend some quiet time together during Olivia's nap. When the child was awake, she took full attention from both of them. Sam swung open the front door, fully prepared to see Norma. But a man stood on the porch, framed by the gray clouds beyond, a man who Sam recognized immediately. His skin went cold and his stomach felt like he'd just plummeted off a 3-story building. David. I didn't believe it when everyone told me. David wore a pressed dress shirt and black slacks. His dark hair was slicked back, shoes shined. In his hand he carried a bouquet of flowers. It didn't take much deduction to decipher who he was here to see, and why. I couldn't figure out why another man would take on a pregnant woman, David continued, his tone tight, his eyes perusing Sam. But after working in California for a while, I began to miss her. I went out with a few gals, but no one was as sweet or as beautiful as my Norma. I asked around, and it seems that I was the only fella in her life, so that baby is mine, and Norma asked to make a life with me. And I turned her down. Sam's blood simmered. He stepped onto the front stoop and pulled the door tightly closed behind him. Folding his arms, he said, "Don't speak about my wife like that, David." The man had the gall to laugh. "Ha! Wife! Yeah, you really did marry her, legal and everything. I checked at the courthouse." Sam tilted his head. "What do you want?" David's lip curled. "I'm back for good, and I'm back to get what's rightfully mine. I don't care if you married her. That's my kid in there, and Norma's my girl." It was Sam's turn to laugh, although he sounded bitter. "You signed away your parental rights. Norma showed me, and I've legally adopted Olivia." Oops. David's brows lifted. "Olivia? That's her name?" "Norma is my wife, not your girl." Sam took a step closer. "You'd better leave now, or you'll get what's coming to you." Again, David sized him up. "You think you can take me? I can take you." He might be a college student, and David might have the physique of a mechanic, but Sam was defending his own. There was no way he'd be the one to go down. David's chuckle was low. "As much as I'd love to get into a brawl with you, I'd rather hear what Norma has to say when she sees me." Sam had never been so glad of his wife going on an errand. "She's not available right now." A line appeared between David's brows, and he shifted his stance. "I can wait." Sam wished he could contact Norma and give her a fair warning. Maybe he could track her down at the library. Maybe... A familiar figure came into view at the end of the parking area. Sam's heart rate spiked. Norma was already coming home. There was no way to send David on his way without her noticing him. He exhaled a thready breath. This was it, the moment he hoped would never come. David returning with an apology and a changed heart, begging for forgiveness. And now, Norma had a decision to make. David didn't miss Sam's gaze shifting, and he turned, releasing a low whistle when he spotted who was walking their way. Over one shoulder, she carried a canvas bag likely filled with more books and maybe a few items she'd picked up for dinner. All so ordinary, but not ordinary at all. Not with the situation she was about to walk into. Sam saw the moment Norma realized who the man was on her doorstep. Her mouth thinned into a line, and her brows tugged together. He hoped that was a good sign, that she was displeased, and that she'd send her ex away. "Well, hello, darling," David boomed with a grin as she neared. "David?" Norma looked from him to Sam, then back to him. "What are you doing here?" "I'm having a nice chat with Sam here," David continued in a voice that was unnecessarily loud. "We're catching up on old times, and he informed me that our little girl's name is Olivia. I love it. Named after your grandmother, right?" Her cheeks flushed. "Right." "Norma," Sam said, "let's go inside. David can be on his way. He has no business here." "Ah, don't be such a spoil-sport, Sam," David said in a mockingly cheerful tone. "I'm the father of the little girl in there. You wouldn't want her to grow up without knowing her real daddy, would you? I can give her a lot more than a shabby student apartment. I'm a partner now in my cousin's shop." The last sentence was directed at Norma. Sam was done with this man's pretension and snake oil words. He moved towards David, but he was stopped by Norma grasping his arm. "Sam," she said in a firm tone. "Where's the baby?" "She's taking a nap." Norma gave a stiff nod, then turned to face David. He flashed a smile and held up the flower bouquet he'd brought. "I only want to talk, Norma. Figure out how all this went wrong between us, maybe heal a few wounds. There's no reason for us to be strangers, not when we share a child together." To her credit, Norma didn't make a move to take the bouquet. "You can't just show up after a year of silence, David, and expect to get anything. I'm married, and Sam's legally adopted Olivia. There's no place for you in our lives." Something like anger crossed David's face for an instant, but just as quickly, he cleared it. "I understand that you're upset about how things ended between us, but I'm here now. I've brought you a peace offering, and all I want to do is talk. Do you have a few minutes for a man who's come a long way?" Sam couldn't see Norma's expression, but he could feel her thoughts turning. "Please say no," he wanted to shout. But he had no right to tell her what to do, not even as his wife. Because if there was something that he wanted more than anything in the world, it was for Norma to choose him. "All right, David," she said. "Let's talk. But then you're leaving." David's face broke out into a smile. Of course. He leaned over and set the bouquet of flowers on the lowest step, then straightened. "A walk around the block?" Norma hesitated, then nodded. That nod felt like a knife to Sam's chest. She was going to listen to whatever that louse David was going to tell her. But what could Sam do? If he couldn't trust his wife, then what was the point? He needed to trust her. He would trust her. He slipped the book bag from Norma's shoulder and stepped toward the door. Then he opened it and walked inside. Next, he did one of the hardest things in his life. He shut the door. Resting his forehead against the wood, he released a long breath. For several moments, he just breathed. Then he straightened and moved to the kitchen window that overlooked the parking lot. There, Norma and David were walking side by side. David at least a foot taller than she was. Her arms were folded while he gestured generously with his arms, no doubt creating an elaborate maze of excuses. How long would they walk together? And what would Norma say when she returned? Would she let David see the baby? Would she let him be in Olivia's life? Or even worse, would she forgive her ex and regret her decision to marry Sam? Was all that he'd done, all that he'd changed and sacrificed for her, about to be swept away and tossed into the trash? Would his love for Norma become insignificant in her eyes? Yes, he thought, he loved his wife, and he knew that she was fond of him. They had laughed together. They helped each other, served each other, and were generally compatible. They both doted on Olivia, and if anything took Olivia from him, he didn't know if he'd ever recover from the heartbreak. The minutes dragged on until a full hour had passed. Now Sam was pacing, checking on Olivia, who was apparently having the best nap of her life. Then he was pacing again. He stopped at the kitchen window every so often, searching for the pair, but they were long out of sight. Sam shook away any thoughts of them embracing each other, speaking sweet nothings to each other, planning a future. The front door clicked open. Sam spun to see Norma step inside. Without a word or a glance at him, she shut the door, locked it, then headed to their bedroom. She'd been crying, if her puffy red eyes were any indication. He remained rooted to the floor, listening as she shut the bedroom door. The telltale sound of the bed springs creaking filled the ominous silence. Apparently, it wasn't loud enough to awaken the baby. What was Norma doing? Deciding on their future, coming up with a gentle way to tell Sam that she wanted another chance with David? He sank onto the kitchen chair and dropped his head into his hands. Should he sit here and wait for her to come out? Should he storm into the bedroom and demand answers? Then he heard a small cry. Olivia was awake. He wanted to rush to the bedroom and scoop her up, hold her close, and kiss her button nose, smooth her sleep-damp hair from her face, and... Sam? He almost didn't hear Norma's whisper. It felt like he was coming out of a deep sleep full of nightmares. Lifting his head, he saw Norma standing in the kitchen entrance, holding Olivia. He scraped his chair back and stood. "Are you all right?" Norma's eyes were still red and puffy. She sniffled. "Do you love me, Sam?" It wasn't even a question he had to think about. It was also something he'd told Norma plenty, but it seemed that in this moment, the question was different than any he'd ever been asked before, and the answer would turn their life either left or right. "Yes, I love you, Norma," Sam said, his voice cracking. "With all my heart." She nodded, and new tears slipped down her face. Then she walked toward him and wrapped one arm about him. Olivia nestled between them. He wrapped both of his arms around his girls. "I love you too, Sam," Norma whispered. They'd both said the words before many times, but this time her words traveled from her heart to his heart, creating a bond as strong as steel. He tightened his hold and kissed the top of her head. She released a sigh. "David left. He said he'll be back tomorrow to meet Olivia, but he won't be. I could see it in his eyes." She drew away and looked up. "I told him I'm in love with you, and that our marriage is the best thing that's ever happened to me. I told him that Olivia is your daughter in every way that matters, and if David wants to be in her life, he'll be like an uncle. For once he took me seriously. For once he heard the truth. And then he made false promises, ones that a child could see through." Sam ran his fingers over her cheek. "I'm sorry." Her eyes glimmered with tears, but her smile appeared. "Don't be sorry. His rejection and cruelty led me to you, and you're the best man in the world, Sam." His chest expanded with warmth and relief. "In the world, huh?" She laughed softly. "In my world." He met her smile with a kiss, reveling in the sweetness that was everything Norma. "I think we need to celebrate," he said when he drew away. One of her brows lifted. "Celebrate?" "Yes, we're celebrating our little family," Sam declared. "We're going out to eat." Norma's forehead crinkled. "I don't think Olivia's ready for that. She's not going to sit still at a restaurant table." "We'll take her to the diner," Sam said. "Introduce her to the place where it all started. If she can't keep her manners, then we'll box up the food and bring it home, have a picnic, and she can babble to her heart's content." Norma's smile widened. "I love you, Sam Davis." "And I love you, dear Norma." Chapter 19, 1981. The ringing of the phone awakened Anita from a dream that fled her mind instantly. She sat up, disoriented, trying to figure out why it was still dark. The clock radio next to her bed said that it was only 5:30 in the morning. So that's why it was dark, but who was calling? She scrambled to get out of bed to answer the phone before its ringing awakened Carly. "Hello?" she said, her voice a scratch. "Anita," the man said on the other end of the line. "I'm glad I caught you. I know it's early, but..." Every word of Bobby's was like an ice cube down her back. "Don't you dare cancel on Carly," she broke in. "Look," he said with a heavy sigh, "I don't have a choice. It's a work thing, but I'll be back in a few days, so I'll call you up and put together another time." Anita's grip tightened on the receiver. She could try to believe the man, but her knotted stomach told her that she'd be lying to herself. "Bobby, if you don't show up tonight, then don't show up at all." "Hey, that's not fair," he said, his tone defensive. "We're turning over a new leaf, remember? Things happen, and we have to adjust." "You're getting back together with Gloria, aren't you?" "Well, we've been talking." Anita closed her eyes, hating this, hating everything right now. "One more day," she ground out. "You can delay. One more day. Do it for your daughter, or don't you care at all?" Were all those words in the grocery store just platitudes? "Anita, I'll be back in a few days, next week at the latest. I'll call Carly after school, explain everything. It'll be peachy, you'll see." She wanted to throw something, anything. She knew by experience that begging, pleading, or even yelling wouldn't help change Bobby's mind. Fine, whatever. She hung up. Either he'd call or he wouldn't. There was nothing she could do about it except try to soften the blow for Carly. But first, she needed to get out of the house, out of these four walls before she combusted. Anita stepped into the backyard in the pre-dawn light. The moist fragrance of the plants and the soil surrounded her, bringing a measure of calm. She walked the dim paths of her garden, letting her disappointment and anger seep out of her. Breathing measured breaths helped to slow her racing heart. As she reached one edge of the garden, she glanced over at Phyllis's house. Strangely, all of her lights were on. Was that normal for this early in the morning? Anita tried to think of a time when she'd been up this early and outside to notice the lights at Phyllis's. Surely it had happened, but she had never seen all the lights on, not even at night. Her stomach tightened. What if something was wrong? What if there was a medical emergency? Phyllis wasn't a young woman, no matter how healthy she might seem with all of her strict diet fads. Anita moved toward the gate that led to the front yard. Her steps moved faster until she reached Phyllis's front door. Maybe the lights had been left on from the night before, and she was sound asleep in her bed, oblivious. But from her position, she could see that the bedroom light was on, too. Hopefully she was overreacting. Phyllis would find humor and forgiveness. Anita knocked on the door, loudly. As she waited for an answer, her heart rate climbed. The phone call from Bobby had been a crappy setback, but it didn't compare to Phyllis having some sort of emergency. She knocked again and rang the doorbell for good measure. Then she called out, "Phyllis, are you home?" It was a silly question because her car was nestled beneath the carport. Maybe she'd gone somewhere overnight with her son's family and forgot to turn off the lights? "Phyllis!" Still there was no answer. Anita couldn't just stand here on the porch yelling in the near darkness. "Please be all right," she mumbled as she reached for the doorknob and turned. She fully expected to find it locked, but the door opened. And that's when she smelled smoke. "Phyllis!" she yelled, hurrying inside, looking wildly about. Was there a fire? And if so, where was the smoke? She couldn't see anything, but the scent was unmistakable. Her eyes watered as she shouted again, "Phyllis!" She hurried into the kitchen to find all of the lights on and a scorched pan on the linoleum. None of the stove's elements were on, but whatever had been in the pot was charred beyond recognition. Anita felt a small measure of relief. There wasn't a fire, just a burnt pot, but where was her neighbor? "Phyllis, where are you?" She called out as she headed down the hallway. The bathroom lights were on, but it was empty. The first bedroom lights were on, but Phyllis wasn't in there. It looked like a guest bedroom anyway. The second bedroom lights were on as well. She stopped in the doorway and gasped. Phyllis was on the bed, curled up on her side, clutching the receiver of her phone. Anita hurried toward her. "Phyllis, what's wrong?" Phyllis opened her eyes. but said nothing. She seemed to be breathing all right. "Phyllis, what happened?" she asked, taking the phone receiver. Phyllis released it easily. Anita put the receiver to her ear. "Hello?" she said, in case there was someone on the line. Who had she been trying to call? Heart thumping, Anita pushed down the switch hook, then dialed 911. She gave the operator the address, then waited for the ambulance to arrive. "I've called the ambulance," she told Phyllis as they waited. "Everything will be all right. You'll see." She grasped the woman's hand, holding on, wishing that she knew what had happened. Her mind raced through the scenarios as they waited, and she wondered how to track down Phyllis's son. His name was Cameron, but that's all she really knew. When the paramedics arrived, Anita answered as many questions as she could. Then she watched as Phyllis was loaded onto a gurney, then into the ambulance. It was an eerie feeling watching her being driven away, leaving her house and neighborhood behind. A few neighbors came out of their houses, and Anita could only tell them the basics. "Mom?" Anita heard Carly's voice and turned. She'd come out of the house wearing a robe, her eyes as wide as saucers. "What's going on?" Anita hurried over to her. "Phyllis has had a stroke or something. I found her in her house and called the ambulance." "Will she be okay?" Carly asked in a small voice. She wrapped her arms around her daughter. "I think so. Her vitals were good, so we just have to wait and see what the doctors say." Carly nodded against her shoulder. "The ambulance woke me up and I was worried." Anita exhaled. "I'm sorry I didn't tell you. Things happened really fast. Come on. I need to find her son's phone number and call him." They went into Phyllis's house, and Anita rummaged through the kitchen to find an address book. With relief, she found Cameron's number and called it while standing in the middle of Phyllis's kitchen. Carly sat at the small kitchen table, looking as dazed as Anita felt. "Cameron," she said when he answered. "This is Anita Gifford, your mother's neighbor. She had a medical incident and was just taken to the hospital." After the phone call with Cameron, she looked about the kitchen. "It's weird being here without Phyllis," Carly said. "It is," she agreed. "How did you know to come over? Did she call you?" "No." Anita told Carly about seeing all the lights on, but she didn't bring up the early morning phone call from Bobby yet. "It looks like she burned whatever she was cooking." She picked up the burnt pot from the floor and set it in the sink. "Let's turn off the lights." Once they'd turned out the lights throughout the house, they headed back home. "Can we go visit her in the hospital?" Carly asked. "I think so," Anita said, "unless they restrict it to family members." She looked over at her daughter and her worried expression. "If you want to skip school today, we can go over in a couple of hours, see if they'll let us visit." "All right." Carly stepped into the house. "Can we make hot chocolate? I'm not really hungry, but I'm cold." Anita understood perfectly. Once they had their hot chocolate made, Carly decided to go back to bed. So, Anita found herself alone once again in her kitchen, which felt strange in its familiarity. Perhaps her adrenaline was finally wearing off, but the tears started as the house became silent again. She stood for a long moment, looking out the back windows to the garden that was beginning to come to life with the first hints of dawn. The deep lavender of the sky gradually lightened, promising to be a beautiful day. A day of uncertainty, though, for Phyllis. How was she doing? What had the medical staff discovered? Anita reached for the phone and settled in a kitchen chair with the phone book. She looked up the hospital number and called, hoping to find any updates, but the person who answered wouldn't give out any information to a non-family member. She sighed and hung up the phone. Dropping her head into her hands, she closed her eyes. The argument with Bobby flooded her mind, and she pushed it aside. He could be dealt with later. Phyllis's life was more important. Anita stood from the table and paced the kitchen, folding her arms against her torso as the kitchen gradually lightened with the sunrise. At least Carly had gone back to sleep, and she could wake her in a couple of hours. She thought through the times when she'd been impatient with her neighbor, and now guilt slammed her chest. Phyllis was a sweet woman, nosy, yes, but that was probably a good thing in a neighbor who cared. Anita moved back to the phone and called another number. When Wyatt answered, she felt another rise of emotion in her chest. "Hi, Wyatt. I hope I didn't wake you." "Not exactly," he said. "I just returned from my run." His voice did sound a little breathless. "Is everything okay, Anita?" he asked. She realized she hadn't said anything for a moment. "My neighbor Phyllis was just taken to the hospital. You remember her from my backyard?" "I remember," Wyatt said. "What happened? Will she be all right?" "I don't know." Anita's voice cracked. She dragged in a breath, then told Wyatt all that had happened. "It does sound like a stroke or maybe a heart attack," he said. "I'm glad you were able to get a hold of her son." "Me too." She paused. "I'm happy I didn't wake you." "I'm glad you called," Wyatt reassured her. "Do you want me to come up to the hospital later with you?" "Oh, no, that's fine," she said. "I don't want to take up your day more than I already have." His laugh was gentle. "Anita, you can take up my day. There are more important things than meetings and accounts." She exhaled and closed her eyes. "Thanks for listening." "Any time," Wyatt said, "and I mean it." "I know you do." And she did. She could hear the sincerity in his tone. She could feel it. "So, if I'm not going with you to the hospital, can you keep me updated? I'll give you my office phone number." Anita agreed, and a few minutes later, when she hung up with Wyatt, she felt much better. Just sharing what had happened with him made everything feel more manageable. Phyllis was getting the care that she needed, and she had aided in that. She had to let herself be relieved and happy about that. When the phone rang, cutting through the silence, Anita startled. She picked it up, wondering if it was Wyatt calling back, or even Bobby. "Ms. Gifford," the man on the other end said. "It's Cameron. I'm at the hospital with my mom, and she told me to call you." "She's talking?" Relief rushed through her. "She's talking a little," Cameron said. "She's had a stroke, and the doctors are still running tests to figure out the severity of the damage. She can't move much of the left side right now. Her speech is slow, but understandable." Anita gripped the receiver tighter. "That's good, that she can communicate at least." "Yes," Cameron said, relief in his own tone. "She keeps telling me to tell Anita thank you." She closed her eyes, the tears starting. "Does she understand what happened?" "I'm not sure how fully she understands, but she remembers you finding her and calling the ambulance." Anita nodded to herself. The more time passed, the more of a miracle it seemed that she saw the lights on at Phyllis's house. If Bobby hadn't called, not that she wanted to give him any credit, but there it was. "What did the doctors say about her recovery?" she asked. "It's too early for answers right now," Cameron said. "There will definitely be some big changes, though. Probably physical therapy for a while, maybe a home health nurse, or we'll bring her to live with us." Those would all be big changes indeed. "Is it okay for me and my daughter to come and visit today?" "I think she'd love that," Cameron said. "I can't thank you enough for finding her and getting her help." Anita's throat tightened. "I'm grateful it all worked out. She's been a dear neighbor." And it was true. She realized as she thought of Phyllis in a hospital bed, trapped by her body's frailties, the tears were coming back. "Thanks for the update." After hanging up, Anita rose from the table. The sun had peeked over the horizon finally. With the golden light casting its web over the garden, she headed outside. She'd begin a new canvas this morning, one that she wouldn't ever be paid for, but one that would represent Phyllis. She picked up a basket to collect petals and leaves and began to walk through her garden. Chapter 20. Anita grasped Carly's hand as they approached Phyllis's hospital room. She could hear the murmur of voices coming from inside. Tapping on the partially closed door, she pushed it open to find a blond man with glasses talking to a nurse. They both turned as Anita and Carly hovered in the doorway. "Cameron?" she said. "I'm Anita." His expression brightened, and he crossed the room to shake her hand. "Thank you for coming. It's nice to officially meet you." "You too. This is my daughter, Carly." Cameron nodded to Carly. "Come on in. She's been asking for you." He stepped aside, and there was Phyllis, propped up by a few pillows in bed. Her normally immaculate hair was flat, and her eyes were like hollows on her face. But she lifted her right hand. "Carly," she said slowly. Her expression brightened as Carly moved tentatively toward the bed. "Hello," Carly said. "I'm sorry you're in the hospital." "I'm sorry too." Phyllis's mouth lifted to one side. "The food isn't great." Carly smiled and simultaneously wiped a tear on her cheek. Anita moved close and wrapped her arm around her daughter's waist. "It's good to see you, Phyllis. Thanks for letting us visit." Phyllis reached her hand toward Anita, and she grasped it, holding on tight. "You found me," she managed to say. "I did." Anita released a breath. "You had all the lights on in the house, so I decided to check up on you." Phyllis squeezed her hand. "I don't remember much." "It's all right," she said. "The important thing is that you're okay, and you'll only get better." "Cameron came." "Anita called me Mother," he said, moving into view on the other side of the bed. "Remember? And of course I came to the hospital." Tears filled Phyllis's eyes. "He's a good son." Cameron smiled at her, tears in his own eyes. Anita's heart expanded. She knew that Phyllis was in good hands with her son. They kept the visit short, and when they left the hospital, her step felt much lighter. She'd watch over the house for her neighbor and stay in touch with Cameron. She and Carly would visit as much as possible and hope for a full recovery. As they drove back home, Anita finally broke the news to her daughter. "Your father called early this morning. It was actually why I was awake and saw the lights on at Phyllis's house." Carly looked over at her, knowledge written all over her face. "He's not coming tonight, is he?" "No." There was no other way to say it. "He said maybe next week." Carly's shoulders slumped. "Probably not then, either." Anita didn't say anything. She didn't want to confirm that that was her belief, too. She didn't want to douse the smallest of hopes. Well, I guess his calling to cancel led to one good thing, Carly said quietly. Yes, it did. Anita reached over and squeezed her daughter's hand. Now, what should we do for the rest of your day off? Bake cookies? Anita smiled. Who knew such a simple thing with her daughter sounded like the best thing in the world? It's a deal. But when they turned onto their street, a red Cadillac sat parked in front of their house. Wyatt's here, Carly said. Anita's heart beat double time. It looked like the man had just arrived or was waiting for them. As she pulled into the driveway, he climbed out of his car. This is a surprise, she said, wondering if this was a good visit or something to be worried about. It was the middle of the day. Had Wyatt come over on a lunch break? Sorry I didn't call first, he said. Well, I did, and there wasn't an answer, so I figured you were at the hospital. We were, Anita said. Phyllis had a stroke, Carly said. She's talking, though, but it's really slow. I'm glad to hear she's speaking. What have the doctors said? We don't have a lot of information yet, Anita said. They're still doing tests, but her left side is basically immobile. She'll be in the hospital for a few days, then move to a rehab center for a while. Wyatt puffed out a breath. That's rough. Her son Cameron is with her, though, Anita continued. So things are getting taken care of. We're going to watch the house, Carly added. Wyatt smiled. Of course you are. You're good neighbors to her. Anita didn't miss the trepidation in his eyes, even though his tone was light. What brings you to our neighborhood in the middle of the day? She finally asked. Oh, well, I got a phone call from Lila, he said, slipping his hands into his pockets. What? Carly said. I thought she said she didn't want to hear from us again. That's what I thought too, Wyatt offered a brief smile. She said that Susan wants to talk to my grandpa. She was very insistent about it, so Lila was finally forced to call me. Wow, Anita said. That's great, right? They can discuss the past and maybe find some healing. Wyatt gave a short nod. Yes, right, but here's the thing. Lila told me that Susan wants to talk to Grandpa in person. She won't have it any other way. In person? Carly said. Is Susan coming to visit then? Not exactly. Wyatt rotated his shoulders. Lila said that Susan doesn't travel, so I'm going to have to take Gramps to her. Anita stared at him. Will your grandpa be up for a road trip? I honestly don't know, he said. I need to talk to the medical director at the center, find out if he's under any traveling restrictions. I don't think he is, though. I'd just have to be updated on his medication schedule and his general routine. Anita watched the worry flit across his face. That's a lot of responsibility to take him by yourself. Yeah, I thought so too, Wyatt continued. I talked to my sister about an hour ago, and there's no way she can get any days off work right now. She took a vacation just last month. Anita didn't know if he was asking directly or indirectly, but he had driven out to her house in the middle of the day to talk about this. When are you thinking of going? This weekend, if possible. Wyatt folded his arms. I mean, waiting only drags everything out. How long of a trip? Wyatt's gaze focused on her. He knew where this was leading. 3 days, driving one day, the second day for the visit, then returning on the third. Carly and I can come with you if you want extra help. Carly squealed, "Really, Mom?" "Really," she said, but she kept her gaze on Wyatt. His expression was one of gratitude and relief. "Are you sure? I mean, I wouldn't ask if it weren't important, because I know you have your own lives." She touched his arm. "I'm sure. It will be a fun adventure, and as you can see, Carly is ready to pack." Carly laughed and hugged Anita, and then she hugged Wyatt. He gave a surprised laugh and patted her back. "I still have to get clearance from the center, but it's a go if we do." "Well, call them right now," Carly said. "We have a phone, you know." "Carly," Anita said in a warning tone, but she just grinned and ran toward the house. "I'm gonna look for the suitcase." Anita set her hands on her hips as she watched her daughter go. "This trip might be more than you're bargaining for." "I'll take that chance," Wyatt said, his eyes smiling. "I think I will call right now if you don't mind me borrowing your phone." "I don't mind." 20 minutes later, they had the beginnings of a road trip plan in place. Wyatt had received permission from the center to pack up his grandfather, and of course Mr. Davis was on board. Now, Anita just had to make lists of the to-dos and get ready for the trip. Carly had her bedroom in disarray as she tried to decide what to pack. "It's only 2 nights," Anita told her when she came out of her bedroom for the 10th time to ask a question, Sassy trailing behind her. Anita and Wyatt were sitting at the kitchen table, writing down details. "Will there be a pool at the hotel?" Carly asked, looking between the two of them. "I don't know because Wyatt hasn't called to book one yet." "I'll get on that as soon as possible," he said with a chuckle. Carly scrunched her face, then disappeared back into her bedroom. "Sorry," Anita winced. "She's excited, to say the least." It's a good distraction for her, though, after the disappointment from her dad. Wyatt's brows furrowed. "What disappointment?" "Oh, no." Anita exhaled. "This morning, Bobby called early and canceled. Said he was leaving town for work, but I think that's just an excuse." Wyatt's jaw clenched. "He couldn't wait one more day?" "That's what I asked." Anita lifted a shoulder. "I can't control his actions, and I'll go crazy if I try. Carly's actually doing pretty okay with it. Better than me." Wyatt covered her hand with his own. "I'm sorry he did that to you, the both of you. He's missing out on a great kid." Tears pricked, and Anita blinked them away. "Thanks, Wyatt," she said in a quiet voice. "You showing up here today of all days was kind of fortuitous." He tightened his hold on her hand, and she appreciated the touch, the connection. "I'm glad everything is coming together then." She nodded but didn't say anything. "She'll be all right, Anita," Wyatt continued. "Carly's a great girl who has an amazing mom. You've been there for her through everything, and you need to be kinder to yourself." "To myself?" "Yeah, you're too hard on yourself," Wyatt said, his thumb tracing over her hand. "From where I'm sitting, you've provided your daughter a safe and loving home. She's talented, intelligent, and has a good heart, just like her mom." She stared at him for a moment. "It's okay to accept a compliment," he said, the edge of his mouth lifting. "Just say thank you." Anita smiled. "Thank you." Then she leaned forward and hugged him. It was just a hug, a friendship hug. But something deep inside of her wished it were more. Sassy interrupted. Anita drew away from Wyatt, grateful but also disappointed in the interruption. She could focus on the cat without him seeing how much she was probably blushing. "Are you hungry, Sassy?" She answered with another meow, and Anita rose from the table and crossed to the pantry to get the cat food. "I should probably get going," Wyatt said, standing too. "I need to go to the office for a couple of hours and reschedule some things, book a hotel, see if I need to pick up anything for my grandpa for the trip. Do you need anything else?" Anita looked over at him. His steady green gaze made things inside of her melt. The atmosphere in the room had changed. His holding her hand, then his kind words and their shared hug. Was she doing the right thing by agreeing to this road trip? It went beyond casual friendship. It was involving her daughter, and it was involving both of their hearts. "I don't think so," she said. "If I need something, I can run to the store. I'm just going to talk with one of the neighbors about feeding Sassy. Usually Phyllis does it when we go out of town." Wyatt nodded, his gaze still on her. "Okay. Call me if you need my help. I'll be doing errands tonight and can get whatever you need." He moved a couple of steps closer. "Thanks again for coming. It means a lot to me." Anita's throat felt dry. Her cheeks warmed again. "You're welcome," she managed to say. Then Wyatt moved another step closer and kissed her cheek. "See you tomorrow morning." He stepped away, and before she could figure out what her reaction should be, he headed out of the kitchen. She remained in her spot by the pantry as she listened to the front door open, then close. Moments later, she heard the sound of his car engine start. Anita touched her cheek where Wyatt had kissed her. Was this happening? It was happening. What did she think about it? What was she feeling? Her heart was racing, her pulse was pounding, and she was smiling. She wanted to run outside and demand a real kiss. She also wanted to run to her bedroom and burrow under the covers until the sun came up again. "You're blushing," Carly said in a matter-of-fact tone. Anita flinched. "Oh, I didn't hear you." Carly smirked. "You like him, Mom. You might as well admit it." "Like who?" Carly tugged open the refrigerator door and pulled out the pitcher of orange juice. "It's okay," she said nonchalantly. "I like him too. And it's all right with me if you want to date him." Anita opened her mouth and then shut it as she watched her daughter walk down the hallway carrying her cup of juice with her. Apparently, Carly was getting the last word. Chapter 21. "Where's Mr. Davis?" Carly asked as they loaded their bags into the trunk of the Cadillac. "When I stopped by, he wasn't quite ready," Wyatt said. "I thought I'd come here and pick you up, and then we can go back to the center. I guess he had a rough night." Anita's gaze connected with his over the hood of the car. "Is everything all right?" "They assured me it was," he said, but she didn't miss the concern etched on his face. They slid into the seats, and Wyatt started the engine. "I guess he woke up from a nightmare, and after they got him settled, he couldn't fall back asleep for a couple of hours." "Well, I can always take another day off of school if they need to delay the trip," Carly said in a nonchalant tone. "Let's hope that doesn't need to happen," Wyatt said, backing the car out. They pulled onto the road. Everything's set up with Susan and Lila and all the other arrangements. It would be a shame to cancel it. "Everything will be fine. You'll see," Anita said, hoping it would be the case. She patted Wyatt's hand, and he glanced over at her with a smile. Her heart did a little tumble. Carly put on her headphones and pressed play on whatever cassette she had put into her Walkman. "I talked to Phyllis's son this morning," Anita said. "He's staying at her house." "Ah, How's Phyllis? Wyatt asked. She'll probably be moved today or tomorrow to go to the rehab facility. He's going to feed our cat while we're gone. Said it was the least he could do to thank me for finding her. Wyatt smiled. Good plan. He paused. You didn't call last night. Do you have everything you need? I think so. Anita glanced at Carly in the back seat. Her head was bobbing to whatever music she was listening to as she looked outside the window. Carly has noticed our, interactions? Wyatt raised a brow. Like when I kissed your cheek? Not that, Anita said, warmth shooting through her. Other things, I don't know exactly, but she accused me of liking you. Wyatt didn't answer for a moment. After turning the next corner, he asked, Do you like me? He said it so softly, so tenderly, that Anita didn't feel as embarrassed as she might. I like you, Wyatt, but I don't really know what that means. He gave a short nod. Is Carly upset that you might like me? No, quite the opposite, in fact. Wyatt's smile reappeared. Like I said before, Carly's a smart kid. Anita laughed, and then stifled it to avoid drawing her daughter's attention to the front seat. Anita, Wyatt said in a low voice, I like you too, and I don't know what that means either. I like being around you, and I like everything I know about you so far. I'm good at hiding my flaws, she said. He reached for her hand and then threaded their fingers. From Carly's position, she wouldn't be able to see the hand-holding, but it felt risque all the same. Wyatt's hand was warm, his fingers long, his grasp firm. Their hands fit well together, and Anita wondered if she'd ever had so many goosebumps racing up her arm when it wasn't cold. My life is complicated, she said quietly. Wyatt glanced over at her, his green eyes intense. And you handle the complications with grace, which is another thing I like about you. My head is getting pretty big by now. As it should. He moved his thumb slowly over her skin. All too soon they arrived at the center, and he released her hand, which was a good thing because the longer he held it, the more she wanted from him. And she hadn't been glib when she told Wyatt that her life was complicated. Dating a man didn't just involve her, it would involve Carly. And her last choice, Glenn, had proved to Anita that she didn't always make the best choices. She didn't want that to become a pattern. He's ready, Carly announced from the back seat in a too loud voice. She tugged off her headphones. Inside voice, Anita said with a laugh. Sorry, she said, not sounding sorry at all. Sure enough, Mr. Davis sat in a wheelchair situated in front of the glass doors of the center. A small suitcase stood off to one side, and a nurse was fussing with getting a sweater on him. Looks like he's pretty anxious to get going, Wyatt said, both humor and relief in his voice. Our road trip is back on, Anita added. They all climbed out of the car and greeted Mr. Davis. He beamed at them. Ready for our adventure? We're ready, Gramps, Wyatt said. How are you feeling? Oh, I'm fine. The nurses here are just fussy. He smiled over at Ginny, who shook her head good-naturedly. See, I have an entire army to help me. That you do, Mr. Davis, Ginny said, squeezing his shoulder. Now, let's get you settled. Are we taking the wheelchair? Wyatt asked. No, his grandpa said. This is just for show, giving me the 5-star treatment to get into my own car. I told him I'll do just fine with my regular old walker. When Wyatt opened the passenger side door, Mr. Davis said, "Oh, no, I'll sit in back with Carly." "I'm all right in the back," Anita protested. "We want to make sure that you're comfortable." But Mr. Davis waved her off. "I've already made up my mind. You're up front." She glanced at Wyatt, and he shrugged. "All right," she conceded. Once Mr. Davis was settled into the back seat with a lap blanket that he claimed he didn't need, Anita climbed into the front seat. She was both excited and nervous about this trip. Excited to find out the full story about Susan and Mr. Davis, but nervous about it bringing up previous sadness and regret. "How long is this drive?" he said as they pulled out of the parking lot. 8 or 9 hours at least, Wyatt said. "We have some planned stops on the way." "That sounds fine. Did you give Susan and her daughter a time when we'd arrive?" "Yes, they're expecting us for a brunch tomorrow," Wyatt said. "We'll stop at a grocery store so that we can contribute a few items. Lila thought a brunch would be best in case we need to sleep in." Anita glanced back at Mr. Davis when Carly asked, "Are you nervous?" "I'm as nervous as a turkey in November," he said, but his eyes twinkled. "I'm happy your daughter is allowing the visit. I hate to think about Susan being upset with me." Carly reached over and patted his hand. "It's probably just a misunderstanding." "How old are you?" he asked. She grinned. "Teenagers are more mature these days than back in your time." He chuckled. "Maybe, and smarter too. You have all those newfangled gadgets to figure out." "Like this?" Carly held up her Walkman. "It's great when Mom wants to listen to the news and I want to listen to my music. Do you want to try it?" And the conversation between the pair of them continued. Anita's heart soared at their friendship. Since her own parents were long gone, Carly didn't have grandparents she saw. Wyatt glanced over at her. "Everything okay?" he asked in a quiet voice. "Yeah, I love their banter." "Me too." He smiled and reached for her hand. Wyatt holding her hand felt strange and wonderful at the same time. Anita could get used to this. Expanding her relationships, living richer moments, going on interesting quests into the past. "Speaking of news," Mr. Davis said in a louder voice from the back seat, "how about we put the radio on? I've been living in a land of 3 square meals and board games. I don't know what's going on in the outside world." So, Wyatt put the radio on a news station, and for the next part of their journey, the news updates blared through. At one point, Carly tapped Anita on her shoulder. She looked back to see that Mr. Davis had fallen asleep, his head resting on Carly's shoulder. Carly smiled, and Anita reached over to turn down the radio volume. "Your grandpa is asleep," she told Wyatt. He looked in the rearview mirror. "I think we'll continue past this next town, and when he wakes up, we can stop for lunch." "Will that take you off your plan too much?" "We're making good time," he said. "Besides, part of the fun is getting to drive this more than about town." Anita ran her hand over the smooth leather upholstery. "No complaints here." Within the next few minutes, Carly had closed her eyes too, her headphones on. "If you're tired, you can sleep," Wyatt said in a teasing tone. "Then who will watch the road for you?" "Huh, right, I do need you awake." He squeezed her hand because he was currently holding it. It was a soaring feeling to be holding hands with this man, a man she hadn't even kissed yet. She hoped that would change, and fairly soon. But for now, she could wait. The hours passed by surprisingly quickly, and when they pulled up to the hotel that Wyatt had booked, Anita should have been tired, but she wasn't. They ate a simple meal at a nearby restaurant, then split up to their rooms, Wyatt and his grandpa in one room, and Anita and Carly sharing another. "Are you going to be able to sleep, Sam?" Carly asked Mr. Davis. It felt a bit odd to hear her daughter call him by his first name, but he kept insisting that they both just call him Sam. "I'll be sleeping fine," Sam said. "I just need to be sure to fall asleep first so that Wyatt's snoring doesn't keep me awake." "Hey, I don't snore," he protested. Then he mouthed to Anita, "It's true." She laughed. "In the morning you can tell us who snored." "Huh," Sam said, and then he threw a smile at Carly. "I hope you sleep well. You'll need to be on your toes tomorrow. History is about to be made." Once they were settled in their rooms, Carly turned to face Anita from her bed. "Do you think that Sam would change his past if he could? About Susan?" "I don't think so," she said. "He seems devoted to Norma, and Wyatt has come to the same conclusion, although I think he was a bit worried for a while." Carly stifled a yawn. What do you think the big misunderstanding was?" "Oh," Anita's mind whirled. "I can't guess, but I do know that there are a lot of misunderstandings in a couple's relationship, and if the other person doesn't voice their concern, then it will never be discussed. It could cause resentment. Which is probably what happened." Carly turned onto her back and folded her hands behind her head. "I can't wait to meet Susan. Even though she and Sam are both old now, it's kind of sweet to think about them being in love in high school." Anita smiled at that. "I agree." She reached over to turn off the lamp. "See you in the morning, sweetie." "Good night, Mom." Chapter 22. It turned out that Anita was the one who didn't sleep much. She lay awake until at least midnight, then seemed to stir every hour. "Sleep well?" Wyatt asked when she covered her mouth to stifle a second yawn as they walked to the car the following morning. "Oh, sorry," she said, with a sheepish smile. "I feel like I was awake all night. Have you ever had that happen?" "Sure," he said. "Good thing I'm driving." "Yeah, and thanks for that. I'll have to get something caffeinated later on." Anita decided she liked Wyatt first thing in the morning. He wasn't overly peppy or dragging either. He was just himself. Oh, and he looked good in a pair of 501s and a polo shirt. "Well, if you need a nap after our meeting with Susan, we can take a break." "I'll let you know." "I slept like a baby," Sam announced, his walker's wheels clattering on the asphalt as they walked. "Like a baby with a full stomach enjoying happy dreams." Carly laughed. "Babies usually wake up crying in the middle of the night. Why is sleeping like a baby even a saying?" "I think it's because babies can sleep through a lot of noise," he said. "At least when they're young. I remember Wyatt's mother. She could sleep through anything, unless she didn't want to. Wyatt, on the other hand, would wake at the smallest of sounds." Wyatt helped his grandpa to the car, then shut the door. He turned to Anita. "Don't believe everything he says." She smiled. "Are you a light sleeper?" "I can be," he shrugged. "Last night I think I slept a lot better than you." Anita was battling another yawn. "How can you tell?" Wyatt smirked, then squeezed her hand and moved around to the other side of the car. "Here we go," Sam announced to the car at large. "We're about to meet my first love." He cleared his throat. Be it known to everyone that I love my wife Norma more than life itself." "Thanks, Gramps," Wyatt said. "I was wondering about that," Carly said brightly. "Can you love 2 women in a lifetime?" "I think so, but for me, it was 2 different loves," Sam said. "With Susan, I loved her and our hope for the future. With Norma, I loved her and our life together, which was my present and then became my future. When you live and work and sacrifice with another person, your love deepens to a level that's hard to explain. I think with Susan, my affection for her was more in what-ifs." "That's really deep, Sam," Carly said. He grinned, and Wyatt laughed. "It is really deep, but probably accurate." "Wyatt here loved a woman," Sam said, patting his shoulder. "Love wasn't deep enough to last, though." Wyatt glanced at Anita. Thanks, Gramps. That's true, too." She only smiled, and then she took his hand. "Is that how it was with Dad?" Carly asked her. "Oh," a spark of panic rushed through her. "I think your dad and I had different opinions of what marriage meant. We definitely loved each other, but we were interested in different futures." "I guess love and relationships are a lot more than just feelings. They're actions, too," Carly said. "I think you're the smartest teenager I know," Sam said. "And maybe the only one you know." She laughed. Wyatt slowed the car and stopped at a curb of a small house with white shutters and planters filled with flowers on the front porch. "This must be it." "It's cute," Carly said. He turned off the engine and looked back at his grandpa, who was staring out the car window. After a long moment of silence, Sam said, "I'm ready." Wyatt climbed out of the car and opened his door to help him out. Anita grabbed the folded-up walker and handed it over. With a trembling hand, Sam grasped the handles. He didn't protest when Wyatt held on to his other arm as they walked toward the house. Carly and Anita followed, and she had to tell herself to breathe. Once they were all on the porch, Wyatt rang the doorbell, and then they waited. Any moment now. The door finally creaked open, and there stood a woman who had to be Susan's daughter. Anita guessed the blonde woman to be around 50 years old, with some silver threaded through her short hairstyle. "Lila?" Wyatt asked. "I'm Wyatt Davis, and this is my grandfather, Sam." Lila's mouth was set in a firm line, but her light blue eyes were plenty curious. Her gaze took in the 4 visitors, and then she opened the door wider. "I'm Anita," Anita offered. "And this is my daughter, Carly." Lila nodded. "Wyatt said you'd all be coming." She stepped back. "Well, come on in. My mother's been talking non-stop about Sam, so we might as well get this meeting started." "Hang on to me, Wyatt," he said. "I'll leave the walker out here." They went into the house. Anita glanced around, wondering where Susan was. The woman wasn't in sight, though. The interior was mostly blues and pinks, likely the favorite colors of one of the women in the house. "This way," Lila said. "We're set up on the back patio. Mother likes to watch the birds and the butterflies. She'll stay out there all day if I let her." They continued to the kitchen, where a couple of crock pots were steaming away. They smelled delicious. But at this moment, Anita didn't think she could eat a thing, not when her stomach was in knots of anticipation. Lila stepped onto the back patio first, followed by Wyatt and Sam. A round table had been set with bowls, glasses, and utensils. In the middle of the table was a flower arrangement that nearly blocked the view of a petite, elderly lady sitting in a chair. The woman's hair was a snowy white. but her blue eyes were as bright as her daughter's. It was clear that she'd put some effort into her appearance, since her lips and cheeks were a soft pink. Her expression looked as if she were caught between a smile and surprise. "Susan?" Sam said, the word more like a question. She set a liver-spotted hand on the table's edge and pushed up to a standing position. "Sam, is that you?" Sam broke away from Wyatt's grasp and moved around the table toward her. He reached out a hand, and Susan grasped it, hers trembling and his more steady. "I can't believe you look the same," she said. Sam chuckled. "Ha! I have changed quite a bit. It's you who looks the same." Susan's cheeks flushed and she touched her white hair. "This has changed." He lifted his gaze to her hair. "I always knew you were blonde." Susan tightened her hold on his hand because they were still clasped. "You always teased me. I see that hasn't changed." He shook his head slowly. "I got your postcard." "I was hoping you would," Susan said. "I waited, until the obituary came out." "Norma's?" Surprise was clear in his tone. She nodded, and then her eyes filled with tears. "Oh, Susan." Still holding her hand, Sam guided her to sit back down, and he settled into the chair next to her. It was like no one else was around, and they were having a private conversation. "I know I shouldn't have been pining all these years," she said, taking a napkin from the table and dabbing at her eyes. "I tried to move on and let you go. I really did." Sam's forehead creased into a frown. "I thought you were in love and that you were happy to marry your sweetheart. Your announcement was the last letter I ever received from you." He drew in a breath. "I kept writing, just to wish you all the best and ask for any updates. No more letters came, though, and once I married Norma, I decided that was that." She nodded, looking down at their clasped hands. "I was too late. I waited too long." "What are you talking about?" Sam asked. "What were you too late for?" Suddenly, Susan seemed to notice that they weren't alone and had rather a captive audience. She looked across the table. "Who do we have here?" Wyatt cleared his throat. "My name is Wyatt, and I'm Sam's grandson. These are our friends, Anita and her daughter, Carly." "Welcome," Susan said with a gracious smile, as if she hadn't just been tearful. "Make yourselves at home and have a seat. Lila can bring in the soups. We know you've had a long drive." "Oh, I can help Lila," Anita said immediately, although she kind of wanted to stay and hear any conversation between Susan and Sam. Lila waved her off, though. "You stay and hear what Susan has to say. Maybe you can help with cleanup." She hesitated. "If you're sure." Lila gave her a brief smile and then nodded. "Of course I'm sure, or I wouldn't have suggested it." She hurried away before Anita could reply. Wyatt held out a chair for her to sit down. Carly had already helped herself to a seat on the other side of Sam. Susan watched them with bright eyes. "Are you married? Dating?" "Us?" Anita said. "No, we're friends, that's all." Wyatt nudged her knee with his knee. She nudged him back. "We are friends, but that's not all," he said. Anita gaped at him, but Susan just continued to smile. "Young love is wonderful." She released a wistful sigh and then reached for the glass at her place setting. "Let me fill that for you," Sam said when he realized it was empty. He reached for the pitcher of ice water and filled her glass. "Thank you, Sam," she said, taking a sip, then setting the glass down. "Now, tell me about your children and grandchildren." Sam blinked as if he were trying to clear his thoughts. Wyatt and his sister Paula are what's left of my posterity. Oh, I thought you had more. Her voice trailed off. No, Sam said. Norma couldn't have any more children after our daughter was born. Susan gave a slow nod. I'm sorry to hear that. The town was gossipy about that when I returned. Said you had to get married on account of knocking her up. She laughed, her cheeks flushed. But, knowing what kind of man you were, I was not surprised. You'd never run from your mistakes. It wasn't a mistake, Sam said in a quiet voice, but it resonated across the patio. Lila stepped outside just then, carrying 2 bowls of steaming soup. Wyatt moved to his feet to take them from her. Lila didn't return inside, though. Instead, she remained to listen. I didn't mean that, Sam, Susan corrected. I just meant that the gossip. He lifted a hand. The gossips didn't know anything. He cast a glance at Wyatt. Norma became pregnant by another man, her boyfriend at the time. He ditched her. And, well, I married her and adopted her daughter. Anita was pretty sure this was new information to not only Susan, but to Wyatt himself. His whole body stilled as he stared at his grandpa. Gramps? He said in a strained voice. What are you talking about? Sam turned his head to look at him. I married your grandmother so that her child would be legitimate. I cared for Norma very much, and over the months and years, I grew to love her deeply. Wyatt rubbed at his jaw. You're not my grandfather by blood? Sam shook his head slowly, then reached for Wyatt's arm. Your mother was my daughter in every other way possible. Her biological father tried to visit once when she was a few months old, then disappeared again. He never actually saw her in person. Wyatt exhaled. That's a pretty major thing to keep from me my entire life. I understand how you might think that, but in my generation, we kept things private. Wyatt closed his eyes for a moment, and Anita grasped his hand. You married Norma to save her reputation? Susan said, her voice incredulous. Sam turned his attention back to her. Norma and I were good friends, and you had already written me about your engagement. It didn't cross my mind that I wasn't doing the right thing by moving forward with my life. Susan reached a trembling hand for her glass of water. After another sip, she said, I came back, Sam. I saw the 2 of you in that old diner. You were sitting close to her on the same side of the booth, your arm around her. She laughed at something you said, and then you kissed her. She drew in a breath. I left after seeing you together, and that's when I heard the 2 of you were engaged. I didn't know you came back, Sam said. He was the one surprised now. Why didn't you tell me? Susan shrugged, and tears filled her eyes. I guess I wanted to surprise you. I broke off the engagement, and I wrote to you about it, but you never replied. A few weeks later, I decided to throw all caution to the wind and return. It had been so long anyway. I wanted closure, I guess. But I also hoped that maybe things between us could work out after all. Sam's shoulders sagged. But now I realize even if I had walked into the diner that night, you still would have chosen Norma. The conflict in his gaze wrenched at Anita's emotions. This was all so much, and she could only imagine what Wyatt was feeling with such a shocking revelation. Susan, Sam began, his voice cracking with emotion. I never received that letter about your canceled engagement. He released a shuddering breath. And I can't say what decision I might have made if I had received the letter, but if there's anything I've learned in more than 80 years of living, it's that the past can't be changed. We can only move forward. Susan dabbed at a fresh round of tears. You never received my letter? No, and I don't understand why not. She heaved. My father was furious that I canceled the engagement. Now I wonder if he never posted my letters to you? I'd leave them in the basket of outgoing mail. Sam and Susan were both quiet for a long moment. Anita was pretty sure the soup Lila had brought out was cold now, but no one seemed to care. What did you do after you left Seattle? Sam finally asked in a quiet voice. I went back home and faced the wrath of my father, Susan said. I'd spent all my savings on that trip. It was meant to go toward my wedding. She gave a little shrug. A few months later, Clyde started coming around again, and we ended up getting married. Lila headed back into the house. And your kids and grandkids? Sam prodded gently. 2 children, she said. Lila and Clyde Jr. The marriage wasn't great. She cast a furtive look toward the house where Lila had disappeared. Clyde enjoyed his drinking. He died at 54, and I was widowed. No interest in remarrying after that. I'm sorry for your pain, Sam said. I went back to Seattle for a few weeks about 10 years ago, Susan said. I visited all the old haunts, looked up some former friends, but I never had the courage to knock on your door. I figured that you didn't want to see a ghost from the past. I even heard about Norma's health problems, and I selfishly checked the obituaries from time to time. Sam didn't act shocked or bothered. I suppose curiosity can get the best of us. She nodded, her smile faint. Norma was a lucky woman, and I could have done things differently. I could have returned to Seattle much sooner, or